go to broad daylight, feeding every night like Friday night. I keep the party on rock and the Bombay ice. Gotta see stars like Broadway lights. I told a baby girl, you don't gotta kick it with the daydreamers. You can skip the line, I'm the gatekeeper. Plus I got the crowd going crazy, dance floor blazing up, going. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so. With the VIPs in your city, getting litty as a BIC, huh? Yeah, screaming life's a gift, so we live to the fullest till we DIE. DJ, put it back on, keep it hype, we don't wanna hear no sad songs. Everybody up in here just wanna celebrate. Sip a little drink, get the dance on. That's all, listen, everything good over here. We don't want no problems, we just want cheers. Toast to the good life, wine, liquor, beer. Haters getting blocked if they trying to interfere. Swag on 100 and my drip too fresh. Certified stunner, need a big blue check. I don't got no time for no BS or no negative ideas in my vibe, cause I'm just too blessed. Run it back. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so.
gritty angels who always threw something away. Could I be desperate, crazy, or is it that they never see things my way? Around the world keeps turning, waking up day after day, hoping to change my story, or maybe see things in a different way. Maybe if I took a chance and got out of my way, a different point of view would maybe change the day. Gonna find somebody who's gonna treat me right. I know they're out there. Yes, they're out there. I won't give up the fight. No. Gonna find somebody who's gonna treat me right. I know they're out there. Yes, I do. I won't give up the fight. It's not about pretty faces or something that's clever to say. I'm looking for someone special who speaks to my heart in a spiritual way. Gonna find somebody who's gonna treat me right. I know they're out there. I won't give up the fight. No more. Can't take it, I won't take it no more. And the words you say are killing to me. You keep on bringing me down. 'Cause you like to think you're better than me. If there was a way to tell ya, the love you hate can never die. You don't even know what happens to me, and you don't even really care to try. Your time is coming, so stop your running. You're gonna have to listen to me. We're rearranging, it's time for changing. Do you hear my cry? Now's the time. I can't take it, won't take it no more.
Come play with us.
He wants to win right here, right now. It's crazy. As he turns it, nice headshot. Oh, clean headshots from Messi.
The battle for Pro League is back on in EU. We're back to the double elimination bracket, alongside, of course, all the games that we saw go down that single elimination stage yesterday. And now we get down to the nitty-gritty. Teams have qualified to this next stage, and we need to find that one spot available in Pro League through EU coming up over the next couple of days. Liquid failed yesterday to even get through to this stage, so it just shows you how stacked it is. My name is Travis, alongside me is Hayes. Talk to me, my friend. Are you excited?
Oh, mate, I am seriously looking forward to this game. I feel like this has to be the pick of the matches in the opening round here in Stage 2 in the double elimination bracket as well. I think both these teams are going to fancy their chances to claim that lone spot at Pro League, Trav. I feel like that's the goal here for both TNL and Passion UA. I mean, there's a number of teams that would have come into this competition thinking, okay, chances are slim, but let's get some experience, let's warm up into the season, let's try and make a bit of a run. I don't think that's what's on either of these teams' radar. I think they're here to claim that spot at Pro League, and anything less probably be considered a failure.
Yeah, I completely agree. And if you look at the bracket as well, you got Fnatic versus Sashi, we've got our game, Passion UA versus TNL, Namiga versus OG, X-Navi Junior versus Paravision. Those are the 8 teams left now, of course. And, you know, if whoever wins, say Fnatic win their game against Sashi and Passion UA win this game here, it's basically, as you coined a little pre-game, it could be Passion UA 1.0 versus 2.0 pretty much when it comes to the cores, which is pretty funny. But let's focus in on Passion UA as we talk about their game against TNL. They rebuilt to the best of their ability after losing Jambo and Fear to Fnatic, and rebuilding with Kfem and Waro. And then they made that rebuild 3 months ago. I thought there was no way they weren't going to be like a serious contender for cups in Tier 2, and then eventually major qualification come start out of Budapest. They're definitely on the right track. They won a Galaxy Battle event in May. They beat TNL in a 5-mapper final, funnily enough, in that event. And they've come second in 2 other online events, plus one that glitched Masters on LAN event in Yongshiping, beating Fnatic in that final, funnily enough, as well. So, you know, they're doing well recently.
Oh, incredibly well. I'm super high on this team. I mean, the reunion of Waro 2K and Demka has been really cool to watch. You know, Kfem has been seen as somebody who has a huge amount of potential, but hasn't really been able to ply his trade at a higher level until this Passion UA team. Jacasmo was the one lone standing member from the previous roster, and he was, you know, alongside Jambo, probably one of the best components on that team. And what I'm really excited about with Jacasmo is that he's now getting surrounded by really experienced players who can kind of help him develop and kind of grow into that next stage of his career, help him kind of refine that ability that he's and that potential that he has, and like I said, really see what the highs are like for Jacasmo. You got TC as the coach there as well, that'll bring
your boy
immense amount of experience, and yeah, he's also been really good at developing some talent as well. So yeah, I think this Passion UA team, I mean, what surprised me is how quickly they've been able to get things going, but I guess that's just a reflection of how they really have got the right pieces to work with.
Yeah, I agree. And if you see the veto coming in here, we'll talk about the TNL team in a moment. But while the veto is on screen, mentioning that it's a Mirage pick, a Train pick for TNL, and Dust 2 as a possible decider. One thing that I think could be the sort of coin of the deciders, I know that Jacasmo's got a very, very good A-site player on Dust 2 for Passion UA. So keep an eye on that if we do eventually get there. But the most fascinating thing, of course, is about this veto for me is that I think TNL have a pretty solid pick in Train in map 2 here. They've got a much, much better record on it than Passion UA recently. But Passion UA have picked into Mirage. Now, that's their strength. They've got almost triple the reps of TNL on that map. They've got a very, very good record on it, beating the last 5 teams in a row they've faced, including, you know, GG How yesterday, 1917 in Pro League, which is a good, decent result to beat a team like that, which is an unknown kind of team when you're just coming back off the player break. To actually get it done is fair play to them. But TNL have got a very, very good record themselves. As I said, though, that's the difference. Triple the reps for Passion UA. That could be the big thing that sort of cuts the difference between these two.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the big problems is trying to go up against this TNL team is that they have a proper 6-map map pool. Like, you really aren't going to find any deficiencies or weaknesses when you're trying to pick into them. So whatever you end up picking is just basically going to be a strength of theirs. Inferno is the permaban normally. Yeah, it's the permaban at TNL. It's a map that Passion UA don't like playing all that much, so it is maybe like a little bit of a bonus for them, but they still tend to struggle a lot on Train. So TNL just immediately, like I said, because they have the strength of the 6-map map pool, they can go many different directions with the maps that they pick. They're not super predictable. They've got many different options, so that makes it tough to try and veto against this team. But yeah, with Mirage and Dust 2 still featuring, Passion UA will definitely back themselves, but I've got TNL as slight favorites coming into this one.
Yeah, mentioning that, you know, the map pool differences, like that actually was kind of stretched to its limit in that Galaxy Battle final that I mentioned to you, right? They went all 5 maps in the end. Passion UA came back from 2-1 behind to win that one. TNL won Mirage and Ancient. They won Mirage 13-3, incidentally. But Passion UA, as we kind of touched on, right, maybe it's opposite to the percentages, but they did win Train in that final map decider to actually win that tournament. So, yeah, we can have a little chat about the TNL team now as well, of course. I think they're deservedly one of the most talked about upcoming Tier 2 teams. They proved themselves with a LAN win at Level Up Lund in April, wins over NIP and 9. Obviously, when you only really make your way through online Counter-Strike, people will question you until you actually get a LAN win, and that was where they truly proved themselves. They followed that up with a first place finish in the Exort Proving Ground Series online, and a second at LAN at IESF as well, against some other single nation opposition, of course, losing to Lithuania in the final. Maybe you would expect them to win that one, but still making a second place is good for their confidence. They're coached by former Vega Squadron player JR and CEO'd by ex-Navi coach Kane. So they have a great base to bring up these young Ukrainian players. And the two of them, for me, Matt, that are absolutely the two to keep an eye on is Ken, their top-rated player, and probably the most talked about future prospect on the team, Dowie, at only 17 years old.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I mean, you can highlight those two players, and it is certainly worth it, but they don't have any weak links per se. I mean, I know Onik, the IGL, maybe doesn't frag to the same sort of level, but he does still contribute in the firepower department. He's a guy that can still be kind of relied upon in some situations as well. Then you've got Flyrax on the AWP, who's also super versatile. I feel like TNL just embody the modern way of playing Counter-Strike. They're a great example of a team that are very fluid and can kind of chop and change between their roles at a moment's notice. So you can have a situation where a guy who's normally the lurker can just turn into the guy who has to jump into entry duties, run into the side first. They don't have to try and like file themselves into a specific order before they can get into a shape that fits what they want to try and do in the round. So that does kind of give them a lot of freedom, is that interchangeability within the team.
It's a very good point, and I had a chance to cover this exact matchup in the rematch of that BO5 Grand Final in CCT back in May. TNL won that one 2-1, and that was Mirage, Train, Dust 2, Veto again, right? It's exactly the same Veto as we see today. And TNL won Train and won Dust 2. And that's kind of where I see that we could have a similar outcome here today. Probably why you count TNL as a slight favourites in a way. That Dust 2, from memory, like, I feel like this TNL roster, their hallmark is giga aggression. I mean, I understand that's kind of like the way to go about it in the modern day of Counter-Strike, maybe. But they occasionally take it to another level. And another level that's still not a restrained level, but like they do it with confidence and precision. It's not like it's crazy or absolutely, ridiculous that you would never see someone do that again. They do it with a style that is very, very scary to watch and play against. So that's why this team is so dangerous, why they're kind of being talked about as the upcoming team right now. They've pushed their VRS ranking up to a really respectable level now. They're going to get more invites to these sort of qualifiers, maybe even a couple of LANs as well. If you look at their VRS, it's pretty solid in the top 30 for these guys now. So I think it's very promising where Ukrainian Counter-Strike is going in the future.
Yeah, I mean, especially with these two teams at the forefront, there's a bunch of other players, and obviously like Bait, another one of the teams that certainly in the conversation as well. Neither of these teams made any roster changes in the offseason either, so they can kind of pick up here in the second half of the year where they left off in the first half and continue to build on that as well. So I'm really excited to see what that progression is going to continue to look like for both of these teams, because they're both trending upwards. And I mean, I think that's one thing that is really important to speak about with both these teams, is that they don't really their flaws are really impressive, Trav. You don't really see like stinker games from either Passion UA or TNL occasionally where they just don't pitch up or it's not their day. I feel like the flaws are super reliable for both these teams. Ceilings may be a different conversation about who has a higher ceiling, but I think you can bank on getting a high level game when these two teams go up against each other.
Yeah, and that's why I was really happy to get a chance to cover this one today. I mean, yesterday we saw an absolutely ridiculous match with the mixed roster playing and managing to grab that one 28-25 in a map 3. I mean, that was just utterly ridiculous, that game, and I probably won't forget that one for a little while against the new Sangal team. But yeah, I think we're going to see a pretty high quality match today. I'm pretty certain of it. I think we've got a little bit of a delay before the game gets underway, so we'll be back in a few minutes to jump into Mirage.
As he turns it, nice headshot.
TNL versus Passion UA, the Ukrainian derby of Tier 2 at the moment. You might be saying, what about Bait? Well, I think they may be a little bit of a tier above these days. Maybe they're a Tier 1.5 team after how well they did at the Major. But I really do think these two always provide a great show. And I can't wait to see it today. We're about to get live into the pistol. Incendiary and Nade for Onyx. Maybe toward B to delay a possible rush. These two have played against each other quite a lot and will know their tendencies. They are already slightly lurking their way toward the apartments.
What a way for us to kick off here on Mirage. With the P250. What a pistol.
Lovely start. Oh, Onyx has missed that critical piece of utility. And it's an expensive piece as well. So that's going to mean that he's going to get run down. That is a rough start to the series for Onyx. Frustrating error to make there. And now the retake for Flyrax, Knifey, Dowie. Forcing their way back in. Going to be very, very difficult. That's a 1 kill back. But Topa, the in-game leader, of course, for this roster, is going to deliver. Dowie may get one tap himself. But now suddenly it's a 1v1 because Knifey has found Topper. And Demka from the back of the site. Always seemingly so reliable in the clutch. But Knifey spotted him out. Dancing with the sound cues, with the footsteps. But Demka will stay reliable. And it will be Passion UA to take the pistol.
Yeah, cool, calm, and collected there, not over panicking, not over facing in any situation was Demka. Allows for Knifey to come to him and then takes the fight on his own terms as well. Plays the clock, forces Knifey into that fight and gets the job done. And Passion UA open up their account first here on their map pick. Feels like both these teams played quite a lot of Counter-Strike towards the end of the last season. They were both very busy, frequently playing matches. Pretty early start to the season for both of them as well. They both played a tournament at the start of the season. Of course, it was a LAN event for TNL. Passion UA played in the online tournament. I think it was the Exalt Proving Grounds they were a part of. Lost to Iberian Soul there in the semi-final. But the season well underway for both of these teams.
Yeah, it's a good point, and you know, that kind of shows you that they've already played quite a lot recently. Even you know, the player break wasn't that long; it's like borderline a month, right? Get eaten up by them. Oh, that's a bit more damage than they would have wanted. I'll get back to my point in a second. Jacopo and Demka will be fine here. There's no way they lose the round, but a little bit extra damage that is annoying for them. Aken picked up on Ken as well. He's always capable of these crazy plays, even without Kevlar necessarily. And he's got 2 kills in this round. And we're going to try and just lock Demka in here. The P250 of Knifey is creeping up. But Ken's got both! Ken's got both, but there's no time and no kit, obviously.
Yeah.
Still, though, all 5 kills on pretty much the full eco. TNL will love that.
I mean, Passion UA lack discipline there, right? Because the first guy with the Mac 10 realizes that there's a big stack in towards ladder room. Warro on the boost decides to just hang around, and then the teammate who's supporting him thinks, well, I'll just fight them and kill them. But that lack of discipline actually costs them heavily. I mean, look at how light they're going to be here in utility coming into this next round. Topper's going to have to settle for a, I was going to say a Galil. Normally the IGL is happy to just sacrifice his firepower a little bit in prioritization of utility, but they've got 2 smokes and a flash coming into this round. This is a prime opportunity for TNL to kickstart their campaign, not just with this round, but the rounds that will follow afterwards. It's a great way to open up.
Was Flyrax in mid-reload there? No, it seemed a little bit strange. I don't know what that was all about. Knifey will manage to get 1 toward ramp. 3v2 for Passion UA thanks to that, and unfortunately for Dowie, smoked off top con. Has no choice to try and get through in toward window with Onyx, and there is a rifle upgrade, but guess what, there's a lurk, and look at the damage that's just been done to both of them from the A side and from mid. Bora actually won't connect on that final shot toward Onyx, but when you've got 28 health between your 2 players, this one is not going to be possible. They're going to be falling back and trying to save. I totally understand, of course, TNL saving here because it's still got a bit of utility even on Dowie as well. If they were healthy, they would definitely go for it with the kit on Onyx, but Passion UA will be given a bit of a lifeline here, which is weird to say when they go up 3-0, but all that damage in the previous round does make it feel that way.
Yeah, they barely had anything coming into this round, and I love the call coming through from Topper, considering the lack of what they have at their disposal, to keeping things simple and direct in towards the A-bomb side. Then Casmo and Felicia towards mid, he gets a kill, sure he gets traded, but he draws the attention in towards middle, and then they just barrel themselves into A with numbers. Brute force approach, and I guess the prioritization of the AK is actually what makes the difference there. Giving that little bit of extra firepower meant they were able to win out their gunfights and kind of avoid being economically devastated.
Absolutely. Yeah, I was also mentioning just like recent form as well. I mean, TNL, kind of no one knew about them. The only real thing they kind of played toward the end of last year and beginning of this year was like some Elisa Online stuff, I believe. There were a few people, of course, heard of Ken and Flyrax and Knifey have actually been around a little bit as well. I think
Knifey too. Yeah.
Knifey is the one that's kind of, I believe, was on like Betera for a little bit, if memory serves me correctly.
On Iron Branch as well.
That's the one. Yeah, that's a great call. And we first really saw them catch the eyes of people in that IEM Dallas qualifier early in the year, taking Falcons, which was obviously Falcons without Monazy at the time, but it was still Falcons with Nico. Falcons all the way to like a third map overtime. I had the pleasure of casting that game, and
you and me both.
Yeah, and I think I meant to say we. I'm sorry. I did mean to say we.
That's okay.
I'm sorry, Matthew. Please forgive me.
Okay, Trav, I just got to remind everybody I was there as well. I was there.
Yeah, we had the pleasure of casting that game. And yeah, that was a real fun one to watch. It took some crazy thick Falcons moments to actually pull them out of that hole. And eventually, of course, they did make Dallas and in the end had a pretty good run there. So yeah, TNL really impressed there. And they've kind of impressed ever since, to be honest with you, online and on LAN.
Both these teams have played quite a lot of Counter-Strike lately. I'm just checking the numbers. 184 maps played for Passion UA this year, 177 for TNL. So almost the exact same amount played throughout the year so far between these two teams. They've been busy.
Yeah. Full grind, right? And I mean, that's what you've got to do in Tier 2. Especially in EU, I feel like when VRS are just so precious, you can't really miss out on a lot of these tournaments. If your other rivals are also playing in them. Onyx playing behind the smoke, but he's already out of bullets, and I think them and Topper, between them, realised that very, very quickly. But there is more where that came from, and that's something that Passion UA aren't expecting here. 2 more players on the site, and it will help TNL to a 4v3. They're kind of stuck in the opponent's position as well, but Moro in that con lurk has dealt with Ken. That's a really important kill. Dowie standing tall, even though he's being naded down low. 22 health, gets 1 more kill. Jacazzo lifting, but he's whiffing a little bit with that Galil. And now Waro late on that lurk. Incon, who got that frag, now having to go through the apartments himself, only on 22 HP.
Yeah, this should be impossible for him. Bombs in full control of the CT side as well. Got a smoke and a couple flashes to potentially aid and abet him trying to get back into this B bomb site, but there's nothing to offer here from TNL. And this is the problem when you're trying to sweep back into the B bomb site. There's so many different angles you have to just try and clear out, so many different little nooks and crannies you have to be worried about as well. Knifey just picks and chooses one of them, holds the line, gets the kill, TNL on the board. And although it did look a little bit, I guess, weird from Onyx, just spraying all of his bullets into the smoke and just leaving himself super vulnerable to the smoke push, there were still 2 other players on the B bomb side. And that kind of just baits Passion UA. Once they got the kill, they're thinking, well, at most there's probably 1 more player to deal with, but there's still a crossfire. And they just get picked off. They never really even got out of apps.
Flyrax pushing top mid, so a nade in support, but there's a bit more firepower than maybe he expected. He gets damage only. Ken will do well to respond and get that 1 kill, but they do have these 3 rifles in play in this round, Passion UA, which is a very bold buy, and they lack so much utility.
Let's see what TNL can do here. 1 for 1 probably favors Passion UA, especially in this sort of a round. Davey boosted up right now. Going to spot the head of the 1-player bottom con. He's not going to hang around for more either, at least not in the same position. He's still on catwalk right now, and that's going to cost him his life. They exchange headshots, but the AK comes out on top of the M4.
I don't think he's been necessarily seen in his re-aggression here, especially with his smoke up, but Ken, it doesn't really matter, because Ken's just doing all the work. So calm, so precise. This is why, like, might not be one of the youngest players on the team at 22, but he's the one doing quite a lot of the heavy lifting recently. You rightly pointed out in our pre-game that, no, it's definitely a team effort on TNL. That you don't get to this level you're at without a great team, without pure great team play. But when you have players like Ken and Dowie, who right now are kind of just the two that people do talk about when you talk about TNL, adds that extra bit of firepower, and he's very aware of Topper creeping in. It's a quad kill for Ken, up to 9 frags already, and now the economy finally broken on Passion.
And TNL have shown a tendency here to take the fight to Passion UA. We've seen a little bit of a, position being taken up in apartments, spraying the smoke. We've seen a player running in towards top mid, just looking to try and disrupt Passion UA in the early stages of these rounds so far. From consecutive rounds together means that they now play against the Eco, barely any investment, just Topper with the Desert Eagle. Outside of that, it's the Glocks, and it should result in a leveled up scoreline.
Onic will save his incendiary and won't miss it this time. He's on the pistol. Now you will hear them falling back and try and get the frag through the wood. Flyrax picks this one. It could be a bit dangerous, and there we go. That'll be why. Little block stack under. He's going to have some help though, and that help is necessary to keep him alive. Make sure they keep all 5 up in this round. 2 for Ken, 2 for Onic, and that is 3 apiece. These two locked together as we thought they would be early game here.
Yeah, TNL are playing fearless right now, even against the pistol, still just searching, still hunting, combining with each other to mop up the kills. They don't lose anybody in the process, and look at what that means for them financially. They're sitting really pretty right now. They're not going to have an AWP coming into this round. I guess that meant that, well, would have meant Flyrax would have had to drop an M4 and probably just prioritizing his economy. There's not going to be an AWP on the T side either. But this AWP battle between Waro and Flyrax it could be series defining. It's certainly going to be a big point of contention in this matchup.
It's one of the things I was definitely looking forward to going into this one. I agree. I mean, I think Flyrax is maybe one of the players that can, no pun intended, fly under the radar a little bit on the team. Yeah, I think how Waro goes up against him will be interesting. A lot of people, when we saw this Passion UA roster get put together, you would think to yourself, okay, Waro used to be an AWP in-game leader. Surely he's in-game leading again, but no, currently it is Topper, with Waro maybe being a bit of a secondary voice. People were thinking how long Topper maybe would have on the team, considering Waro was now when Waro was re-added, I suppose I should say, considering his history of being a leader. But
yeah, he never really struck me as a guy I would always want to be a full-time IGL. I think he has a good mind for the game, but I'm not entirely sure about that leader. I think that Topper's really got it though. I did a short interview with him, and I really like the way he looks at the game, the way he spoke about the team, the composition of players, the future they were building in towards. So yeah, I like the dynamic of Waro as a second voice. Passion UA have been able to get themselves a bit of a foothold into middle. I say a bit of a foothold. They've actually got all 4 players. They're going to boost one up into snipers. Waro fade away. He's going to try and Davy's dropping the nade, but Davy gets the gun out on time. There's a trade elsewhere though to keep the numbers level.
Swing, great angle, could be a lineup of 3. It's only 1, and Kavem has just swung Flyrax out of the round. That's pretty crazy. 5 health, 2 spare, and an immediate plant on toward A. It's Onic, the in-game leader, looking to clutch, but there's still a look directly underneath him, and surely you don't predict that. You surely think that with all the damage done to Kavem, with the information that's been given to you by your teammates, surely, like, they think he needs help on site, and they're going to play it together, rather than have one lurking under still. And that's what catches him out. Good kill from Topper, good positioning, good unpredictable positioning. And I'll give Passion UA their lead again.
Yeah, Kfem is just the hero of that round, man. I mean, the first kill was good to get the trade, but on low health, just swings through connector and gets the frag on the jungle player as well. That's the key kill that really goes a massive way in unlocking the round there for Passion UA. And then they just realize, oh, it's Onic left alive, the anchor. We can just run onto A here. Guarantee a plant at that point. We will see an open Flyrax in the right place, right time, lands the shot, draws first blood.
Yeah, I often see many just straight up dry picks from stairs, usually flashed, smoked, volleyed off that angle. Chance for him to deliver and trying to do more from that bench angle as well. Knife will get off the bricks under back. He's being peppered by Util, having to go up and down the ladder. It's so awkward for him. His timing is okay on the peak, but it's only 50 health of damage towards Kfem. HE is going to be a little bit in no man's land from Onyx. Be able to get away with that one, and Jacasmo has reacted to that push through from Davi. That's pretty ridiculous. Ken looking now to respawn. Gets one, still 100 HP. Onyx stuck behind Ticket with that, or gets one more, and suddenly, out of absolutely nowhere, Demka is last alive, stuck in Palace. And TNL, they didn't even allow Passion UA to get that bomb planted.
So much pressure there from TNL, just completely collapsing on that A bomb site, right? Coming through from jungle, connector, CT, wave after wave, relentlessly. Never giving Passion UA a moment to kind of settle on the site after they'd gotten some kills. Even Flyrax with the Yorp there on bench was constantly just trying to apply as much pressure as possible. Good work there from TNL not to lose control.
And no one's really been able to build up a proper bank in the entire game yet. Maybe this is a chance for TNL. They've had pretty much a bye in a lot of the rounds, but Passion UA back down to the Deagles and Glocks again. Flyrax immediately, I think, pretty sure, dinked by one of the Deagles through the wall, putting him on notice at 15 HP.
I imagine Top is just using this opportunity to relay some thoughts about what they want to try and get done in the next round. Nothing to speak of here, right? TNL in a really good position to get themselves a lead for what was the first time here on the map. They're a bonus map pick as well, and with us going to Train next trap, it feels like this is probably a must-win map for Passion. I mean, it's not like Train is a disaster for them. They don't lose it like... They're always kind of in the contest. It's not like I said a huge punishment against them, but they very rarely actually get across the line on Train. Playing against a team who are Train enjoyers, so I feel like with that in mind, it's actually really important that Passion UA win here on their pick of Mirage.
Yeah, it's a good point, and funnily enough, it's got kind of gone against that thought process in one of those last games they played against each other, of course, on it. TNL beat them on Train in CCT, but before that, in the actual important game, I feel like it's justified saying, in that grand final of Galaxy Battle, the final map decider was Train. Passion UA won it 13-6, so sure, 2 or 3 months ago now, it is a bit... the Counter-Strike scene moves quickly, and you forget about that sort of thing pretty quickly, but...
it's also map 5, like a Tier 5 final, right? So
yeah.
It doesn't really matter what the map is, it's the situation, I think. Look at this from Jacasmo activating in towards the B bomb site, forcing the issue there when his teammates are taking fights in towards lowers, and it's going to be a while before he gets any support. In fact, they may even decide to try and abandon good old Jacasmo and leave him here by himself, leave him to his own devices, and see if he can find any further impact to keep the focus on B.
Just managed to jiggle tap Ken, but only one bullet in the shoulder. If that was a headshot, that would have been crazy. It's very close. And yeah, leaving him here is tough, because you can just get shot underneath the van if you are Jacasmo. They've got an HE on down, not really the player close to remove him, but in the end he does feel like he needs to swing. And he hasn't really sold as much of a B-site player as maybe he would have wanted. Sure, A-site's somewhat open, but the bomb's nowhere near yet, and they are rotating back. They've got a con player in Davi still waiting to deliver, and now they're going to have help from Ken in toward window as well. They should be able to get a plant here, Passion UA. They've got a couple of flashes to keep TNL at bay, but still in this disadvantage. Now Topper wallbanged a little bit down to 42. Davi's crept through, but not seen until right then, and that is maybe a little bit of inexperience. Ken probably shouldn't have gone straight in after that, knowing where Demka was. Demka will take those 2 kills every single day of the week. Knifey stuck side. Demka sees him as well. Plenty of damage, but not the frag. Back into a 2v2. Chance for the recovery.
Yeah, but Chance now certainly thinned up by Warrows. He holds down the line and takes down his opposite number. Knifey now left alone in the clutch with an AK and a kit at his disposal, but he's never expecting to go towards Sandwich. Topper will get the back of Knifey offered up to him, and he's not going to waste that opportunity. A good round there from Passion UA, because it looks really solid having Jacasmo in towards B, but his teammates are so far away that they can't actually join up with him. So they indeed do leave him as that fake element. And like you say, he doesn't draw the entire focus away from TNL, but what he does do is he draws everybody at least off of that A bomb site. So Passion UA able to get onto A uncontested, and then it's down to Demka's heroics. It's kind of unfortunate there for Davey, right? Because if he comes out of connector through the smoke and he just glances in towards jungle, he probably gets the kill on Demka, and who knows what happens from there. But that was certainly a big moment in the round.
Yeah, that was all Demka really, and I think Ken and Dari will be looking back at that moment and saying to themselves, okay, we could have waited. That probably gives us a better chance at actually winning that round. Ken definitely, I think, could have waited. That's for sure. Because Davi actually had a... honestly, I think Davi actually had a pretty good position and good timing on that push of the smoke. Just got unlucky that he didn't check his jungle as quick as he maybe wanted to. Anyway, round 11. We're pushing down toward the bottom of mid here with Topper. We've got actually a bit of a more aggressive mid... I wouldn't say hold, because they're not really holding it properly, but they are just around the site of short, around the site of bottom con. They've got 2 players on this short area looking to hold when we play off each other's contact. Gun Barrel will betray Davi, though. That's unfortunate. As he looks to the right, Kvem will deal with him easily. Ken taken by Topper. Suddenly, Flyrax kill everyone. Onyx probably one of his own as well. That's not going to happen. And he won't even be allowed to get one with that op. Very, very clean round here for Passion UA. They're going to confirm at least a tie on the half.
Yeah, it's one of the rounds where just everything goes according to plan, right? The way that they move their way up middle, get their player on catwalk, such an advanced position, able to just activate and catch Davey off guard there. And then I like the little small detail from Passion UA to just drop their own smoke in apartments to cover the window cross, just recognizing there's a really good chance there could be an AWP posted up. It's not ideal because it means you also kind of have to push through a bit of a smoke to get on the other side to try and get into B, but just negating that AWP on the cross was also an important detail. And now it's 6-5, and it's not like there's going to be much money in the bank for TNL. It's been a real tussle in this half so far, so if Passion UA can end this first half 7-5, they'll feel really good about that, I reckon.
Terrorists win.
Ooh, knife field, just keep the M4 up. Pretty critical save as well. It's the only rifle they're actually going to have in this final round of the half. Bringing up the double AWP here, Passion UA. Demka's got a spawn for it. We'll pick up the AK once he's done with it.
It's quite funny though, because whoever had that second AWP initially was trying to throw it out of the map. And then they weren't able to, and Demka said, hold on, I want to take that in towards middle, I got a good spawn here. I'm going to post up on connector though. I wonder if he does go back to spawn to scoop up the AK, if he's going to commit to the round with the AWP.
Yeah, surprised he's stuck with it actually. You know, I thought he would go for that contact and we go all the way back and then pick it up. Of course, it's easy to go back and pick it up late round. Got plenty of time to do so, but we'll see.
He might still. I don't think you want to carry the double AWP into the later stages of the round because it can become a bit of a handicap when you're trying to get into the bomb site itself. And there we go. He will indeed dispatch of it. Scoop up the AK. Where do they go from here? They've done pretty well to actually get Kvem into connector. Completely undetected. TNL, they're rolling the dice with the lean in towards...
Oh my word.
Allison, that's going to catch Chakasmo. Ken at range turns that MP9 into a laser beam.
Oh, God. 16 and 6 in the half. That MP9 double headshot just destroys Chakasmo. But they are walking in toward B here, Passion UA. There's not really much time left to go toward A, so it's definitely going to be a committal. And they're going in to 3 players. 5-7 removed. Make that 2 players. And Kvem taking Ken as well is huge. But still, there being 2 on the side could change things. Knifey with 1, but only 1. And Topper's going to remove all the risk. The MP9 could still do something here on Flyrax because there's 16 seconds in this round. Bomb's still not planted. He's still just slowly moving his way around the site. Might hear the market rotation. There is one knows about the market rotation, and if he hit that headshot with the USP, who knows where that round could have gone. But it's Passion UA to edge the first half of this Ukrainian derby, 7-5.
to chase the dream of yesterday. But the stories told, the golden memories, ain't a truth but just a fallacy. But there's hustlers, stealers, liars out on this road, and they'll feed the fire and watch it all explode. Gotta put those flames out before we burn it down. Gotta plant new seeds in this ground. Don't let yourself be troubled or think on yesterday. Keep on moving, come on, don't stand in my way. Some people wanna pull you under. Some people wanna make you cry. Some people rolling in like thunder. We gotta fight the feeling, we gotta do it right. If the hustle and grind breaks your stride, do your turn and blame the other side.
As he turns it, nice headshot.
This Ukrainian derby is delivering as we expected. Very tight first half. Passion UA taking it 7-5. Really pretty happy with that. Many close rounds, many back and forth situations. But now TNL, we'll have to see what they can do on their T side.
Yeah, like I said, I think Passion UA are going to be very happy that they were able to manage 7 rounds from that first half, considering how hotly contested it actually was. Let's see if it's going to be enough, though, as they now shift into the CT side, like you say, TNL, with some focus in towards middle, just trying to draw attention away from that B bomb site, and they've done a good job of that, because at the moment the catwalk player is in ladder room. That's left a lot of vacant space over towards B, and TNL, they're about to figure that out.
Yeah, it's going to be awkward as well. Sure, they might have a defuse kit on topper, but that's already being tagged down a little bit over on the A bomb site, and now removed, put on the ground. Onyx selling a pretty sick fake right now. Demko in toward ladder as the actual closest responder, really. He's being kept occupied by these two players in mid. Not by Onyx anymore. It's a lovely tap. And a slightly, I guess you could say, even more difficult tap on toward Knifey. I mean, he got Goosh just before that. 14 HP, but both kills. Suddenly, this retake could be back on. Kvem did pick up that defuse kit from Topper on the A-bomb site, and he's managed to find Ken as well. It's all down to Flyrats out of nowhere. He's been swung by Jacasmo. What a recovery that was from Passion UA, and they've got Demka to thank for quite a lot of it.
Yeah, I mean, they make it look so easy, though, because it was looking quite scary with TNL going in towards that B bomb site, but yeah, just really good shots being landed, good awareness, good movement there from Passion UA in terms of how they transition from middle back into B there, not getting caught off guard. Of course, TNL do get the bomb plant, which is going to enable them for the force in the follow-up, but if they lose this, they're staring down the barrel 10-5 before they get a gun round going.
Yeah, the gap can widen very quickly at this stage of the game if they don't convert rounds like this. Of course, plenty of utility available, just the weaponry slightly frustrating. Jacasmo will be a little bit annoyed on a round like this that he's been mollied at a sandwich, but he has, and he's going to get run down. Easy entries for Knifey with the combination of the flashes and everything that TNL are putting into practice here. Nate to break that smoke. Demka's done a lot of damage with Kvem, and eventually will take one back, but with Knifey finding Topper, they really... It's weird to say when you've got a kit in play here for Kvem and a smoke as well, but probably should be saving from here.
It's a tough call, 3 versus 3, like you say. Difficult decision to make. They're going to be smoking off
Maybe
Alice
not.
once again. There's still another smoke grenade to work with. Demko's doing a lot of damage right now. He's not going to expect the advanced position here from Ken. He's gone searching with the Deagle. He's now the last man left alive, and he's looking to try and hold it down. Warrow coming through from CT goes for the wall bang, but doesn't connect, and that's going to be enough for him to call it a day. Ken has saved the day for TNL with this Deagle.
And he's even been able to deal with Warrow on the exit as well. He was dying to the bomb either way, and Ken delivers. That's all Ken there at the end. They had a kit still available on Passion UA. That one was still on. Getting that one kill to make it a 1v1, secured it. I said Passion UA should go for a save. Usually I'm anti the boring option. I'm glad they went for it because it made the round exciting, and I think honestly they got close enough to make it completely valid to go for it as well. But
Yeah,
TNL did recover, and yeah, 8-6 now the score. They have the chance to break that Passion UA money right here, right now.
And they should. Knifey's hurting, just backpedaling, trying to put as much distance between himself and that pistol as possible, and he will get out of dodge. He's got support here with the Mac 10 though. This round actually lives and dies with the Palace fights, I feel. Whoever wins this out probably has a really good chance. In the meantime though, Ken draws blood over at ramp. Big setup on the say bomb site here from Passion UA. They had the entire team to start here from the beginning.
Yeah, really calm approach from TNL. One of the things I wouldn't say is like a way to describe TNL would be calm. I do feel like they play pretty aggressive and on the edge pretty often, but you know, they're growing as a team, learning as a team. They've got experience, voices behind them in JR, of course Kane even being the CEO. I'm sure he hasn't been doing much of the coaching really, he's not the organisation itself, but it's just a great name to have behind you. Topa under the balcony here with the 5-7, really the only point of contact left. To find a way to get multiple from here. He's been tagged down to 10. More damage done from the TNL players, but there's a bit of a flash there to blind up Ken. Somehow he survives. And TNL survive with 4, which is excellent, knowing that they probably should be surviving with 4 or 5 again in this next round.
I just like how much composure they had in that round there, Trav. Not overplaying their hand, not overstepping or overcommitting, giving time to the mid player to wrap around and join up in the equation as well. It was just good composure, and I agree with you that they generally are quite a chaotic team with a lot going on, but I feel like they're pretty good at least like organizing their chaos, like keeping a level of composure in and amongst the chaos. I think that's something that we've seen an improvement on as time's gone on with this roster.
Here's a stack.
To the naked eye, it does look chaotic,
Yeah.
but if you just like walk around, you can see that there's good there's like a buddy system in play if they need to trade. There's always some sort of a plan. It's not just like random chaos, you know.
Ken will manage to deal with the last as well. 3 kills. I will give him, you know, I won't give him all of those 23 to 8, because I do believe at least like, pretty sure like 6 of them have been ecos, but you know, someone's got to get them. Someone's got to get them. And he noticed that they were playing a stack underneath the balcony on Palace very quickly there. So 8 all locked together as we thought they would be. And Passion UA now their first buy on the CT side. Proper buy anyway. Unfortunately, Orpless. And Morrow hasn't had the best of games so far. So a little bit frustrating for him. Important round for the CT side here.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Passion UA, it feels like they've been in control of Mirage throughout the entirety of the map so far. If they lose this round here, though, that kind of starts to wane. And there's going to be a lot of pressure on the and on the A-bomb side. It's synonymous here. The Mac-10 drawing the attention away from Mirage will at least be able to find a kill. There's no jumping smoke, but that's no problem for TNL. It's the Deeg in on the action. It's a flurry of frags, and TNL all of a sudden have full control.
And that's what they can just do to you. Blink your eye, click your finger, whatever length of time, 10th of a second, the round's gone. And Topper hasn't really got anything to save but the M4, so he's going to try and stick around and just look for some kills, I think, really. Knifey close, going to look away at the worst possible time. Can you believe it? Things are not going the Passion UA way at the moment. And TNL have a chance to reach double digits first off of a pure firepower push.
And now Passion UA have got a big problem on their hands. I mean, they won the pistol to start off the second half, then lost to the Force, couldn't win their own Force, couldn't win the gun round, and now they're behind by a round, and it should be 2. With that in mind, money looking really good for the C side at this point. Starting to get a bit concerned for Passion UA now, Trav.
Shot from Fem. And he finds one with the Deagle, only lining up more to create a gap in that window smoke, but something to work with here. And in these sort of games, right, it pretty much feels like it needs to happen in a lot of games of Counter-Strike these days. You kind of need to win on one of your ecos. You need to win on one of your half buys to give you a re-injection of cash to feel like you're really in the game at all.
Yeah.
Rather than just winning the gun rounds.
So frequently these days, right?
Yeah.
It's actually a point I wanted to make when you were talking about Ken and how he's gotten a lot of eco kills. It's obviously a consensus that's been carried throughout the ages of Counter-Strike that anti-eco kills just aren't obviously that valuable, aren't that impactful, and sometimes inflate the player's stats. But I think in the modern era of Counter-Strike, anti-eco kills are actually like really important these days and shouldn't just be kind of stopped at as much as we do.
I agree, actually. I think it's very valid. Knifey's done a really good job there, not just stopping Topa, but stopping Fem as well. And Davi will manage to entry Waro comfortably. So they've solved the issue.
Those are essentially anti-eco kills that he's just gotten there. You know, those two frags on the players in ladder room, those are really important kills in the grand scheme of things. So, yeah, maybe we got to reassess that as a community a little bit.
Yeah, I completely agree. Like, if you see a player getting ecos, oh, eco Cobra, haha, you can't kill against rifles, but it's damn important. Someone's going to get them, otherwise you lose the round. Simple as that. Demka will manage to find Knifey, and that's pretty handy because it should give them access to an AK, and there we go. Demka will grab it and look to try and get out of there.
And this is where we start to hover our hand over the panic button for Passion UA. If they lose this next gun round, we're going to tap that button up. Venturing, looking for the gun, is going to cost him his life. Jacasmo should go down as well, no. Saved by the bell. But like I said, Trav, this is the round for Passion UA. If they lose this round here, it's a very concerning stage of the map indeed.
I want impact from Waro 2K immediately. There's no other way of looking at it, really. Had a rough game. Finally, he's got his AWP out on CT side. We need to see what he is capable of and what we know he's capable of.
Has to be here and now.
The right time for attack as well.
Makes sense, right? Bring TC into the conversation. I mean, I think a lot of people had the same question I did. What if we got TC, a guy who speaks English, coaching a Ukrainian team? But I remember when we did a little short interview with Topper, he mentioned that they do sometimes in practice communicate in English so that they can try and give TC an idea of how they're communicating and maybe how he can help them and he can understand them.
Yeah.
And then in pauses they speak English, like the Devil Walk effect when he was coaching Bad News Eagles as well. So obviously I feel like his impact in the middle of a game is probably fairly limited. But these guys can all speak English. I think they've all played in like English-speaking rosters.
Oh yeah,
outside of Chicago.
Exactly. I mean, Waro Waro, Demka, and Kvem especially, right? I mean, like Waro and Kvem most recently playing for Odapixel's team at that RMR, right, for Drillers. So that was a mix that would have almost certainly spoken English. So yeah, Demka on Monty for so long as well. So it makes total sense. It's not going to be a massive hurdle for them. Anyway, boosting toward window maybe. We saw Thatcher having fun with this over the last game we saw yesterday. Crazy match on Mirage. Flyrax could have a great play here. Always looked away. Can you believe it? Onyx actually made his way up towards Connector as well, though, and he takes Kvem and Jacasmo out. They might lose the opening kill, but they had so much progress elsewhere that it looked easy.
Well, I can't believe how quickly that round has crumbled for Passion UA, because Flyrax had definitely missed the trick. He should have heard all the footsteps. He should have had the clue that there was someone right outside the murder hole. But he gets caught off guard. Doesn't really matter, though. There's a flurry of frags across the board for TNL. They just run over Passion UA, who are now going to empty their pockets and buy everything they can afford. They're still yet to win a round here in the second half outside of the pistol.
I think it's important to mention as well, in that particular round, damage in mid, team damage in mid as well, but they're just running over them right now. Kvem given no chance. Like, Flyrax may have whiffed his line on that, or got bad timing in that push toward window and then by extension in toward murder hole, but he heard so many of the rotations. Like, he could hear so much going on. That was the main thing that allowed Onyx to walk up and just catch them as they were all coming back.
True. Yeah, Onyx did so well to activate and find out as he does. Demka going through lowers is going to get caught off by Ken. I love this from TNL. There's a lot of pace at the start of the round, but it's just to get into these advanced positions, and then they just remain posted up on angles. And they knew that Demka had dropped down into lowers ages ago, right? They knew they had him locked in, so that's exactly what Ken was waiting for. He's 28-9, Travis. We've only played 19 rounds, currently in the 20th.
Topper is going to hear all this. Might have to take a gamble and push to a smoke here because his teammate Jacasmo is down. It might all be all on Topper to save this entire map. They need this round. It's a 2v5 and it's just being watched by Flyrax. There's no way in. And Waro 2K, if he tries going anywhere near this, he's also going to be a dead man. A headshot by Flyrax. He should have been out of there looking to save. I know he would have been hunted because look at that TNL money. We've got quintuple digits on 4 players. They are running over Passion UA right now.
Yeah, they're sitting so pretty, and that's a really good analogy or euphemism, just running over them, because they are playing on the front foot at the start of every single round, straight into middle. Pressure on Passion UA from the word go. And it's a broken bye here to try and save the day. This has been a hot streak from TNL, Trav. 7 in a row. From being down 8-5, they haven't looked back. And again, look at the charge forward.
No hesitation. No nervousness, really, it feels like, at all. Woro owned. Onic deals with Demka. And it's all falling into the TNL hands right now. And with Train coming up next, like we've been talking about, that could really be a great opportunity for TNL to put Passion UA in that lower bracket at the first time of asking. Thankfully for Passion UA, we have reached that second stage of this qualifier, or they will have a lower bracket to play with. There's some tough teams to face down there, that's for certain. We've got OG, Amiga, Xnovi Jr., Paravision, Sashi, Fnatic, all involved in this qualifier. It's not going to get much easier.
Oh no, there's no easy games at all. There's no let-offs, there's no reprieve. Certainly no let-off here on Mirage from TNL. All over Passion UA like a rash. What a dominant display coming through on their T side. Everybody standing tall and giving Passion UA a taste. But Ken in particular, he ends the map with 29 kills, 21 rounds of Counter-Strike played. Those are behemoth numbers.
Well, we bigged up Ken and we bigged up Davi, both of them having big moments. And Ken, you know, we've had our discussion about the eco kills. That doesn't bloody matter. Someone's got to get them. He got them. He's just shown us a masterclass of Mirage. Ken is one to watch, and this entire team is one to watch as well. And if you have watched them throughout the opening of the series, and you've seen just why they are spoken about so much at this tier recently, they are one of the teams to keep an eye on their come up, really. And they're putting pressure on what is probably the most known of the tier 2 Ukrainian rosters as well in Passion UA. This is why it's a great domestic matchup. Train coming up next. That's also favoured historically for TNL. Could be a 2-0. We'll see if they can do it after the break.
In your mind makes you decide. It will crack and strip you of your pride. Oh, but there's hustlers, stealers, liars out on this road, and they'll feed the fire and watch it all explode. Gotta put those flames out before we burn it down. Gotta plant new seeds in this ground. Don't let yourself be troubled or think on yesterday. Keep on moving, come on, don't stand in my way. Some people wanna pull you under. Some people wanna make you cry. Some people rolling in like thunder.
go to broad daylight. Feeding every night like Friday night. I keep the party on rock and the Bombay ice. Gotta see stars like Broadway lights. I told a baby girl, you don't gotta kick it with the daydreamers. You can skip the line, I'm the gatekeeper. Plus I got the crowd going crazy. Dance floor blazing up, going. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so. With the VIPs in your city, getting litty as a BIC, yeah, screaming life's a gift, so we live to the fullest till we DIE. DJ, put it back on, keep it hype, we don't wanna hear no sad songs. Everybody up in here just wanna celebrate. Sip a little drink, get the dance on. That's all, listen, everything good over here. We don't want no problems, we just want cheers. Toast to the good life, wine, liquor, beer. Haters getting blocked if they trying to interfere. Swag on 100 and my drip too fresh. Certified stunner, need a big blue check. I don't got no time for no BS or no negative ideas in my vibe, cause I'm just too blessed. Run it back. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so.
TNL showing us why they are a prospect at this level of Counter-Strike and possibly at even a higher level as well. Passion UA have had a lot on their hands in this series. Mirage has gone against them. And now we go on toward Train, which is a real happy hunting ground for TNL. Passion UA need a bounce back and they need it right now.
And it's such a tall order. It's such a tall order going into Train. Like we mentioned, at least at the bare minimum, they have that insurance policy of the lower bracket behind them, right? So it's not like lose the series and they're out of contention for that spot at Pro League, but I just don't think they're going to be super proud of that performance on Mirage, Trav. I mean, Waro was nowhere to be found on the map. There were a number of players who had pretty quiet games. I mean, if we think about the way that TNL romped to victory on the T side as well, it was just mid-play after mid-play. Passion UA weren't able to find any sort of solution on the fly there. They just got bullied out of control entirely.
Yeah, it's a very good point. I mean, especially at the end of the game, right? Just a streak at the end from TNL, and it was just pure firepower that got them over the line in a couple of those rounds. And when I say got them over the line, that line wasn't really that close between them. That line was way far further than Passion UA could reach. So TNL kind of redlining at the end of that game and looking solid as a rock. And one map away from the possibility of playing either Fnatic or Sashi in that next round of the upper bracket. I can tell you that Fnatic won map 1 against Sashi. Sashi are currently 5-0 up in map 2. Namiga have won map 1 13-11 against OG with their new signing Sawalio against OG's new signing Adam B. And Paravision managed to win map 1 against ex-Navi Jr. playing with Matthias instead of Makaze, as he's going to that main roster, of course, of Na'Vi. Paravision won that one 13-10 in map 1. So we've got a result in map 1 for every single series thus far. And lots to fight for when it's only one spot in Pro League. Asia has been completed, the Asia qualifier. It's Hotu who have gone through to Pro League with their pretty fun roster, it has to be said. Some known names from the past, coached by Mo, a major winner, obviously. And in South America, that's going to be starting in a couple of days' time. In North America, it is M80 who qualified last night. So we're starting to find a full picture of who will be playing in EPL Season 22.
And I mean, the EU qualifiers are so ridiculously stacked, right? Like, you'd be really hard-pressed to try and predict who's going to make it and actually take that lone spot that's up for grabs. A lot of people would have expected Liquid, but they didn't even get past the first hurdle. They got beaten out by Sashi. So that's obviously like the worst possible start for the season, for them. But you look at the names left remaining, and even finding a top 3 would be difficult, right? There's a number of dark horses. I wouldn't even say there's a single team who stand no chance. I mean, maybe Sashi, if you were kind of trying to go for a name, I'd probably select them.
Yeah.
But outside of Sashi, I think there's a case to be made for the 7 remaining teams.
I completely agree, right? And it's also really nice to see, ex-Navi Jr. apparently being signed by an organisation. It's great to see them get a chance to compete in this qualifier at this level as well, like through an event like this. While their ex-main roster, if that makes any sense, is all obviously in the event. They wouldn't be able to do that in the past. So it's great to see them be able to compete. As I said, Paravision have won map 1 in that one, though. I'm sure we've mentioned it. The insurance of the lower bracket still exists for all these teams. If I was to pick 3 favourites, which I just think on current form are just the teams which I think have a great chance, I'd probably say, Namiga or OG, TNL, and maybe at a push. If Paravision can find a way to play well with this new roster, I always think they're dangerous, but their form is not too great right now. So probably Fnatic, probably TNL, probably one of Namiga or OG for me are the 4 that I think are the top 4 contenders.
I think that makes the most sense. As we now zero in our focus back in on this Passion UA versus TNL matchup. TNL currently leading the series 1-0 after having won on their opponent's map. Means Passion UA at least get to choose which side of the map they start on here, and they have to get the job done on Trains to see the light of day on Dust 2 to try and keep themselves in this upper bracket.
Well, let's go. It's Train. TNL, a happy hunting ground for them. Historically, they've been very solid on this map. We've seen them play it quite a number of times as well. A couple more times at Passion UA, and they've got a much better record recently. Jacasma will try and do something special with the dualies to start, and he does hit 2 heads. But the response from Davi is impressive.
Plenty time left to try and play with in the round here for TNL as well. And Demka's going to go searching in the meantime. This push through Ivy. He's got to move on, and actually almost gets a little bit startled as he comes across one of the TNL players who are actually going to go back and take the space that's been afforded to them by Demka falling back.
Oh, did Demka see an arm there? Well, he's definitely seen one now, and unfortunately, he won't be seeing too much for too much longer because he's just taken a bullet to the eye. That's gotta hurt.
How on earth did they dink him there, though? That's an insane shot that was landed. Warrow's in a really deep position. This might not be read into by TNL. Never mind, it has been expected. They're just covering all their bases. Dink, then frag. Demka chased down. It's the top and left remaining. They now know where he is. Onyx on a swivel turns 90 degrees and just lands the instant headshot. What a way to win the 3v3, Trav.
That was just, again, the pure, just expertise on the aim from TNL. It's what they've got in their wheelhouse. And, you know, I mentioned their recent record on Train as well, right? I mean, having a pretty decent percentage, 63% in 19, where Passion UA only 29% in 17. Passion UA do struggle on this map to find wins, even though some of them have been pretty close, you know, 22-20, 16-14, some 13-11s, but, you know, they're losing to a pretty... A couple of maps they've lost against a much lower level of competition, I feel like. And if you look at TNL, they've still got a great percentage win rate, despite having lost 5 in a row in June to BC Game, BetClick, Static, Wild Lotus, and Alliance. And a couple of those being on LAN at that Glitched Masters event, right, as well, which is the, you know, ironically, the event which I was talking about earlier, right? So, yeah, I think they've just been looking so damn good despite that loss streak. It shows historically how many maps they've won Train on in a row.
Yeah, they've kind of been able to figure it out. They've certainly course-corrected on Train since that streak, because it's not the most flattering names they were losing to either. And Passion UA, they're still trying to course-correct. I mean, it's a map that they haven't really gotten going at all since the integration of this team, since the formation of this roster. It was looking decent at one point, but it's kind of tapered off a little bit. It's gone the opposite way. There's glaring losses to Ecstatic and Alliance, 13-4, 13-3. Doesn't look great either way. Shifting our focus back into this game here. Good start for TNL. And they've got a bonus round here. Mac 10 in the mix, a couple of Galils as well. And it looks like they're going to keep things fairly direct as they group up outside of the B-bomb site.
Casmo put in a relatively tough position, being kind of the main player from Clouds to have to deliver with the Warrow rotation down into Connector. It's always a tough angle playing from Cloud in the modern version of Train, because you've got a very tight angle of your vision in toward the ramp, as you can see here. Very rare you actually get a kill on that angle. Usually you have to wait until they go up the sidewalk. But I think you're right. I think TNL are still happy to sit and prepare. Plenty of time just to play it patiently. Onyx waiting in pop if one of these CTs goes hunting. That's exactly what's happening. Them against the Mac 10. It's very awkward. And 96 damage is done. Pretty fortunate to get away with that one in Feb. At least Warrow will be able to deal with Ken cleanly.
Yeah, holds down the line, nicely tapping away. Does do a lot of damage onto Knifey. Demka will be at least finish off that frag. And it's easy taking that range of Passion UA. Flyrax left remaining, looking to try and inflict a little bit of extra damage, but it's not going to happen. Passion UA on the board, and that's a largely predicated off of Kvem getting that kill and pop, because if he dies to the Mac 10, at that point, Passion UA don't really have any idea of what's going on.
Yeah, it's a good point. I mean, you can assume there's maybe 2 or 3 waiting in brown halls, but like, if you die to that Mac 10, then that Mac 10 still retains presence with a picked up M4 in pop, and they could easily just walk through brown halls back down into pop and come out A very quickly. So
precisely, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's one of the main factors of the round, without a shadow of a doubt. You're absolutely right on that one. The spawn smoke there from Jacasmo. Keep an eye on that lineup for those of you at home if you want to use that to get control of A early rounds. Interestingly, Flyrax putting down that Molotov early there to try and just hold a sightline through the fire and flames, preventing against a push as well.
Jobs doing towards the top as he can. He gets ahead of the smoke, continues to force the fight. Demka will be the first to fall. That's going to be a lot of space afforded to the T side as a result of that kill with plenty of time. The clock look at Ken. Continues to wrap around. He misses the shots on Warrow initially, who will go back and punish.
Ivy totally taken though with Davi's position. They've still got the the trump cards in this round, it feels like, for TNL. They've got Topper rotating in toward A now from Connector. Jacasmo holding in window, but they are, by extension of doing that, have left the B bomb site pretty much completely open, and Jacasmo is worried about them just walking all the way through. All he can really hold is a defensive angle. Gavi's still lurking at the back here as well. They could just go for a double swing from Con to try and have a look at some information, but in a 3v4, smoked off now. That smoke is the decision made to fall back and save. Will they be able to get past Davi though? Kvem won't. One more player removed. Still pretty healthy as well at 98. No issues there. So TNL once again get control and make the right decision with that control.
I feel like brute force was the theme on Mirage with the success of that side. Here, in this round, it's finesse. It's just really good, smart decision-making, right? With all the emphasis that they put in towards Ivy, all the attention that they pull towards that part of the map. They force a rotation out of Jacasmo back in towards A as well, and they recognize where they would have created space as a result, and they just walk down ramp trap. They don't give any cues away. They don't throw any utility. It's just contact all the way into the bomb site, and as soon as they plant the bomb and smoke off connector, it's just straight up round over. There wasn't even a chance for the retake.
Yeah, they were tempted to give it a look, weren't they? They had two players there that could have double swung. I believe it was Topper and Jacasmo who could have just double swung through Con to maybe look for one, if not a trade, to put some pressure on that after plant. But as soon as the smoke came in, it's a decision you can truly make. Fall back. Then searching in case there's a quick push out into the outer bomb site for Ken or any TNL player. But he'll see that it's clear for now. TNL is some changing things up. They are going to go for a proper 8-site play. Again, really not that slow about it. Flashes are coming over. Smokes are coming over. There's a re-incendiary in toward Pop. And that smoke is going to be really important to hold them at bay for a little bit. For TNL, it's fine because they've got more utility where that came from.
This is all by design for TNL. Utility from the T side at the moment by throwing a flash over the top, still keeping a lot in reserve, like you say. And then they can go for that double pump. They can go for that second wave. Onyx has also drawn some attention. Ivy's going to get completely blinded up by the flash. Nice peek coming through from Kvem there. Guarantees first blood. And that does kind of thin out the options now for TNL. Make their way through A main. Make their way through pop, but they're getting shut down at range.
Yeah, and picked off one by one as well. With a little bit more of a disconnected one for TNL. I agree with you, like the start was a good idea, good plan, but it was Passion UA who were proactive with their flashing toward Ivy, look for the lurk, take the kill, and then just double swing in toward main. Have plenty of presence there, plenty of long range A1S bursts, and it took it pretty comfortably. The buy's not amazing. It's not perfect for TNL in this following round.
Far from it, yeah. Upgraded pistols, the Bills, and AK to try and get himself out of this yard very early on in the round, and actually has been able to. Topper might not expect it. He does indeed. Kane worried about the smoke push through Sandwich and the wraparound red train, so he's kind of looking between both of them, and he gets caught off guard. Really important kill coming through from the IGL there.
Horo already on a flank all the way round with Demka, by the way. No one's predicting this is going to be happening so soon. And now because they're both here, they can just split up. They can put one on the flank toward T-Main. They can put one on the flank toward Brown Halls. And now Demka's got that kill from there. There's no way you expect Waro here. Do you think there's only one flanker? And Waro has got himself his one kill as well. 3M4 for Knifey, but Passion UA have got full control in a 4v2.
Yeah, this should be impossible. Absolutely impossible for TNL to try and get back into the round from here in the 2 versus 4. Got a little bit of utility to work with, but Passion UA, 2 players on the B-bomb side. They wrap around back through A main coverage. Casmo just tickles the feet.
Yeah, it's good play here from Jacasmo. He's not getting the kill, might just go down, but like he's done the right thing there. Hold the angle, hold the wider angle, get some damage done. With a nade, hold them at bay. They're taking a little bit of damage here, but Knifey 5 HP. It's 1 bullet that's needed. Awkward angles, of course, playing from the con train to deal with the player on the back of the site. But when you've got a flank, there's no issue really. It's going to be hard to connect those headshots on those headshot angles, but it's fine. And now with that buy being removed by Passion UA, TNL are full eco, and Passion UA have a handlehold of this CT side.
Yeah, good to see that they've been able to pitch up here on the defensive half compared to what had happened on Mirage. They're alive and well. The campaign is underway. Should be able to win this round easily and then get themselves a lead. Start to build some confidence here on Train. Look at TNL stats on this map historically. I mean, obviously, unsurprisingly, never mind, they favor the CT side, but they've actually got a 54% win rate on their T side, a 51% win rate on their T side, so they tend to slightly favor the T side in this map, going against the grain in that regard.
Yeah, it's one of the things between these two, right? Is like I'm pretty sure there won't be many secrets between them in their map pool, really. It's all about innovating and just doing the things they've done before better as well, more importantly maybe. Because they will have played each other a hell of a lot, already practiced each other a hell of a lot, even played pugs together for a lot of these players, right?
Oh yeah, I mean, I don't think there's any history amongst these players having played on the same team.
No.
They won't know each other very well. That looked a little bit better before, honestly. Looking forward with the MP9, much of a spam behind him, just kind of gambling. Almost just kind of gift up an opening kill, which is something Passion UA haven't done yet in this half, is just lackadaisically gift up an opening frag like that.
So that comes back to hurt them in round 8. Bomb grouped up in main here. Kvem is holding from, I guess I would say, a normal position at this stage of the round, but he does have to worry about 2 separate angles, and a jiggle could be the end of him if he's not careful. That smoke into wood pop, it allows him to push him a bit more, and the timing is really good on that push-up. He's not been traded either, and it's a great reaction to find Davi. That's pretty crazy from Kvem. That's what he's got. That's why he's picked up. We've known Kvem has been talented for years. Ken? Well, he gets a kill back, though. Hang on a second. It's completely fallen apart. All of a second, I'm talking about how Kvem's recovered this one. And Topper needs to clutch with 22 health. 1v2. Flyrax 29. Onyx 54. He's got a kit. He can afford to take his time, but they're already in good after-plant positions.
I mean, I can't believe how TNL have just so seamlessly gotten themselves in this really good position that they're in right now. Topper is chasing Ghost. He's trying to find somebody might be out and available for a fight here, but TNL have just bunkered down. And Topper's taken a lot of time. He's now trying to clear out Connector, hoping that there might be someone nestled into a corner. Onyx has smartly gone the entire way back into the B bomb site. Eventually will re-emerge, get the job done. That's a really important round 1 for TNL, and a really impressive way that they win the round as well, because they didn't have much going for them, right? Fem had kind of stifled the attack down to the 3v3. They had to just post up on angles and then just win out those key gunfights, which was kind of offset by Kane and Ivy.
Yeah, I think that's incredibly impressive recovery. It looked like that was very difficult, considering after Kvem got those 2. Sure, they got the opening pick of the round, right? I mean, like, they already had an advantage, but for Kvem to recover it like that and for them to cancel it all out straight away. Topper's cleared Ken out of this position once already. He tries to do the same again, but Ken is better on this occasion, and Kvem is once again trying to do everything he can to keep control of that yard. Demka rushing his way all the way through Ivy, trying to help out, doesn't work out. Warrow will get one more though. That's very handy to recover it into a 2v2. But still full util on Davi here. Playing around the smoke. Oh my word. Making a lot of noise. Davi's watching it and has phased through the corner of it at the perfect time. They've now got a free open B bomb site, and Warrow needs a very difficult clutch with the AWP.
Yeah, it's such a tall order. I mean, there's some money in the bank. They get, what, $1,900 if they lose this round, so he might be inclined to feel this one out, knowing that he can get one again in the next round as well. Oh, Davey down right now, kind of cleared by Warrow, who will hit the instant shot there. And now it's Onyx in towards heaven. Warrow has an incendiary here, Trav, but it doesn't matter. Onyx takes the fight on his terms. Good work from Onyx not to just bunker down and play a bit of a coward approach there, you know, just try and wait for Warrow to get on the bomb. He takes the fight on his terms and gets the job done.
Yeah, I agree, because like so many people will say to you in that situation, just hide until he taps the bomb. Like, you can hide,
Yeah.
play time. That's the way to do it. That's like the textbook way of doing it. But also, there's another argument of if you hear them moving around, jumping around, peeking at such an unexpected time there when they think you're bunkered down, could just guarantee you a very free headshot rather than any risk being taken by utility or getting played by a fake or something on the DQs. So, Onyx commits to that, and it works perfectly.
And now Passion UA have had to go all in on the investment, and was looking really good for them at one point. What, 4-3 was the scoreline? They won 4 rounds in a row. Now they're on the back foot. If they lose this, 6-4, no money, becomes 7-4. And we flipped the script quite quickly at that point. Not like TNL have been able to build up too much money in their rounds they've won here either. So the game kind of on a knife's edge here in the 10th.
I think 5 on T for TNL is already pretty respectable as well. Could be a lot more than that too. Them have been pretty god tier toward outside. Put on the angle. Should find the 1 kill, but Ken, goodness me, how has he won that one with a Mac 10? Making himself as hard to hit as possible. So frustrating for Topper not to get that, at least that 1 kill. Burrow from Con playing on top of the box, having that elevated sightline past the Olaf position on it, creeping forward, and Warrow flicks down for it. Excellent kill. And with a couple more coming through as well, it's making it difficult for Flyrax and Knifey to get back into this one because they have got no utility left between them. Bomb dropped somewhat in the open as well, but they've picked up a smoke off the ground and found Jacasmo. Knifey knows it could be a backside player, but he's looked away, worried about a different position at the worst possible time. Now Flyrax, very difficult clutch, will miss the flick. Demka finds a critical kill. Good recovery from Passion UA after losing that first frag.
Yeah, something they've done really well is that they've been really key to just rotate numbers into the A bomb site. And TNL haven't been throwing too much misdirection into the mix, so these rotations have been really well founded from Passion UA. Always having the extra players there to try and stack up the defense. Warrow there, Jacasmo there as well. It did look a little bit almost like awkward at one point where they might have just been tripping over one another, but they make it work really well. Smoke there from Jacasmo means that A-Main's not going to smoke the stars around, and TNL, they're going straight through with the flash. That was a costly miss.
Oh no. Yeah, not just the first kill on Fem, but the extra dink as well onto Aurora, and suddenly it's a big nerve burst. Jacasmo, though, using the MP9, as you so should. W key, AD, make yourself hard to hit, and that one play, it's kind of relax things a little bit here for Passion UA. Warrow still low, but they haven't got any utility left on TNL now, and only a Tech 9 and a Galil. And the AK. That's something.
Yeah, and he's also been able to extend himself quite far forward here undetected. Demka with the AWP doesn't really have any idea of what's going on the, say, bomb side. He kind of that cost him his life. Nike
That's it.
catch Jacasmo, he does. Okay, immense amount of space created as a result. Bomb plant found, and it's the double AWP to have to retake, and they're both low.
Yeah, it couldn't be worse for Passion UA. It's like the ultimate nightmare. Retaking with this sort of a purchase, this sort of a situation. Demka even looks at somewhat the right position there, but Flyrax always has the ball in his court. He's going to hit the line as well. Or a 2K. 18 HP. Has to save. Has to fall back. And TNL are going to guarantee at least a tie on the half. That was all Knifey there. Great round from him. 2v3, found the AK. Wandered forward into the A site with that space, as you rightly said, was given to him. Taking the dueling connector. I'm sure he finishes that one off. And that was the one really well-running player that was somewhat healthy. And that one frag was enough to turn the tide completely.
I thought TNL had kind of blundered there because they also left the bomb in spawn all the way deep into T spawn, not just outside of A main. So even once they'd gotten out into A, someone still has to go back and pick up the bomb. A bit of an oversight there. But then that space being taken works out. It's not like anybody for TNL is having a crazy pop-off game. No one on the server really popping off in a big way. Or topping the charts with 12 kills to his name. And a great chance for TNL to set the like Jacasmo combines the MP9 with the AK and mops them up as they come down the stairs.
Absolutely tasty!
Hang on, though.
But Demka's over peak. Topper surely gets this frag though. Where's Ken? Where's Ken? He's next to you! What a wild round to end the half. Quad kill for Ken. There's no right for TNL to win that one. And now Passion UA have a lot to think about in this halftime break. See you in a minute.
As he turns it. Nice headshot. Headshots for Levy.
TNL looking super solid at the moment, and the end of that half, seeing Ken play like he was playing, you know what, I mean, that's why we talk about him. That was some stunning work from Ken. And I had no idea how he went about it as well. It's like, everyone just overpeaked from connector, just kept getting the frags on the tray. Demko couldn't finish it off with a 5 or 7 at range. Passion UA think that surely we'll trade him eventually. Surely we'll trade him. Surely Topper's going to win the clutch on the flank. Nope. Ken wanders through the smoke, gets the kill on the side, and suddenly TNL are on CT, the favoured side, with a 7-5.
Yeah, we had a 7-5 half for Mirage in favor of Passion UA. They lost the map 13-8. This time it's 7-5 with TNL, and like you say, they go to the favored side of the map, and Ken is back at the scene of the crime, Trav, towards Brown Hall. Direct in this team is going to be able to peek out. It's a fantastic flash, and arguably probably should have gotten a bit more out of such a good flashbang. Really important gunfight between Onyx here over at Ivy and Demka. In the meantime, Fem has gone down. They still maintain these forward positions. It's just Demka left. Onyx is dealing with them, but now it's an inconsequential fight because Demka's the only one left.
Wow. There's no hesitation. This is what this TNL team can do to you. Push you back, make you feel nervous, make you feel like any move you make could be punished. And Ken just goes for his peak, gets a duel's headshot, falls back. Utility set up. And, it was too much, even that flash. Sure, I actually kind of agree with you. Flywax could have definitely got another one, but in that sort of situation, you want to guarantee your one. In the end, he gets his 2 to finish off the round. Demka will drop 8-5. Passion UA, no plant. And if they force buy here, that would be a bit of a death sentence, I feel like.
Yeah, they just don't have that luxury. They don't have that option. If they had a better position in the scoreboard, maybe you could kind of justify it, but not when you're down 8-5. T-side train, that next gun round is a must-win round, and you want to try and get it on the table as soon as possible. But TNL, it seemed like they just kind of power up as the game goes on, Trav. Now we're going to see Onyx with just a USP looking to save some money, maybe so he can drop the AWP for Flyrax going into that next round. They're just 5 rounds away now, Trav. 5 rounds is all TNL required to win the series 2-0.
Close. Might be about to farm a little bit. Help from Davy on the flank as well with a rifler in support too. That's just how you play those sort of rounds, right? I mean, you can have a setup like that in a gun round, sure, but you can just suffocate a T-side when you play it like that. You feel like you've got no room to maneuver, even when you have guns. We'll see if they have something similar in this round, and they've got the MP9 in play still with Onyx and Knifey against the rifles. They want to get up in their faces again. You'd assume so. We'll see.
Such a big round here for Passion UA, and it's not like they have the amount of utility they would ideally want coming into this round either. And with there being so much weight on this round, and so much weight on this round for Passion UA, that is not ideal at all.
Yeah,
I always love to see when teams fall back on these sort of rounds, Trav, where you have to win the round. Topper's going for the wall bang,
Oh
but
my
that gives
God.
away his position, and Davey says, don't mind if I do.
Every single thing that Passion UA do is just met with something better by TNL. That is ridiculous. Onyx pushed up toward Ivy, jiggling the off angle. Demka doesn't expect that. And fall back with his life as well. 5v3 intact. Aurora 2K is left chasing shadows. And important to mention, he's the only one with the remaining utility on Passion UA in this round. But Jacasmo will catch Knifey. Will Ken go for a swing? Of course he does. Immediate trade, back in control. And Warrow kind of has to be the main man here. He's done well. He's found Onyx and he's kept that utility alive. Look, Smoke. He'll fall back, drop the rifle to pick up the AK instead. Mini upgrade. With 30 seconds, they kind of only have one decision, and that's to walk out A here.
Yeah, but TNL, they're chasing ghosts. They're looking for Warrow. I mean, you can see that Davies had to reposition, so he's got cover from IV. Look at the position for Ken so deep into CT. This is not ideal at all. Davey on a swivel. It's about the timing. Fem spotted. Frag. Only Warrow left coming through from A main as well. You said he had to be the hero, and he's doing his damnedest right now. He's going to be able to plant the bomb. At least that should be guaranteed. No, he's faked the plant. He spotted Ken. He knows he's there. He's chased him down. Warrow, you madman.
Do you remember yesterday when we saw that fake that in our game we covered with the mixed roster that didn't work out and just expired the round timer? That one could have done exactly the same thing. This time, though...
Black Sun 1 flat row, yeah.
Exactly, yeah. This time, it forced Davy into the open and he had nowhere to hide. Warrow 2K isolates that fight just about. It's the wrong decision, honestly, in any normal situation. But in that situation, kind of knew that player could be close. Gave it a gamble, a big gamble, and it paid off.
That could be a huge motivation for the team. That could be the spark that ignites this game here for Passion UA. Warrow 2K leading the charge. Demka, though, on the jiggle. Frag by Flyrax. He had support there as well. And I was speaking about how that could be a massive moment in the game for Passion UA. But their celebrations are now going to be stifled. It's a 5 versus 3 immediately in the following round.
Well, they've recovered one. They're going to have to recover another. And 2 in a row at that, which is rare on T-side train. They're going to be allowed out a little bit. Flashes coming through. Molly in toward Con. Onyx needs to be careful to see through the corner of the flames. Out of bullets now, using his entire clip. But content with where Knifey is, that he feels safe. Bomb will be allowed to go down. There is no utility whatsoever on the retake. Okay, they picked up one smoke on Cairn. So that's it. There's actually no kit in play as well. They need to make sure they hurry up on this one, and that's why it can go awry. Topper's found one, and Jacasmo has brought it back even. He's found one more headshot as well there before Flyrax trades him. That's wild from Jacasmo, but it's all now down to Warrow. They're quite a way away from the bomb still. That could come back to hurt them, but Flyrax has hit the headshot. Orp picked up. Diffuser will be coming through. I think they've got time. 10 on the board.
Yeah, I can't believe it because I'm sitting here thinking, is this going to be another 5 versus 3 back-to-back 5v3s recovered for Passion UA? For a brief moment, it was actually a 3v2 in their favor. Flyrax gets the trade and then Ken. I mean, who else but Ken? He seems to stand tall whenever TNL require a hero. And he delivers the goods here again, Trav, and look at what that does to Passion UA's economy. Even though they get the bomb plant, they only had $1,900 injected into their account. So they're going to have to eco. And TNL draw closer and closer to winning the series 2-0.
What a performance from them so far. They're solving the problems, and when they're not solving the problems, it feels like to me they're just having the right answers already. They've got a cheat sheet for how to deal with Passion UA. Oh, that's a bit of an overpeak. Yeah, that's one step too far.
It's like 15 steps too far, because that's given the AWP to Casmo here as well. Oh, Knifey, he knew. I have to try and get this AWP out of his hands, but it's going to require a peek into the AWP. And he comes out on top. Does he try and cycle the weapon away now, perhaps? And Warren knows he wants that AWP so damn badly. Made not to break the smoke open, but rather try and blast that AWP back.
They are trying to herd it away somewhat. But 3v3, Warrow can push forward and maybe look for something on the ground to work with. But I think he's going to have to stick with the Deagle, and he's seen one. There's a player directly underneath him, though. That's very hard to deal with. Nicely judged headshot, though. But once again, close toward heaven. Knifey, he'll drop off. He'll play hidden this time and wait for a rotation from Davy. But Passion UA doing the right thing. Going together toward the B-bomb site. Trying to tap down Knifey. Knifey doing a little bit of work on that damage. And now look at the damage to Topper. He's got no armor, by the way. He's pretty much stuck behind the bomb train and behind Thomas Trey. Oh, Kvem, hit the headshot on Knifey. Suddenly, it feels a lot more relaxed. Topper's in a 1-dig. And that could be a Passion UA lifeline.
Oh, absolutely. That's a huge reprieve for them. Look at what that does to the finances of TNL, who are now going to have to force back. You've got a really good chance now as Passion UA. You make it 10-8 if you win against the Force. Anti-Eco 10-9. You draw within 1 at that point. That's the opportunity that now presents itself here for Passion UA. Courtesy of an Eco round win where you have to say TNL kind of gifted up there with some overfacing. Flyrax initially. I mean, there was no need for him to go for the repeat. That's one of the rounds where, when you're watching the demo back as a team, you don't even want to watch that one back as Flyrax. You just sit there with your head in your hands.
Yeah, JR is going to be head in his hands at that one. It's just one of those that can change the course of a game. They have to find a way to get over it now. It's not just the fact it can change the course of that round. It's also just half broken the team next level economy, right? Because you're at the full force level here. You should be losing this one with where Warrow 2K is as well. Look where he's got to. He's all the way through the A site in toward Con. Ducasmo has seen 2 in pop, I believe, so he'll avoid that like the plague. Look, smoke to make it a little bit concerning. They could just pop through that at any point, but Warrow is still behind enemy lines. Should get one of these 2 kills toward the back lanes here. How many is he going to find?
Yeah,
On
he
it.
wants more than just one frag.
There we
He's
go.
been on the move for so long, and he'll eventually get rewarded for his patience. I was thinking, Warrow's been behind that for so long, but just hasn't been offered up anything. Eventually, though, he will be able to find a few backs turned. And job done. Passion UA get the round across the line against the Force by. Flash for Warrow to play off of will cost him his life. And you've got to be careful. You've got to offer up the respect that Ken deserves here, because he's explosive.
Yeah, we've seen more of that today. And we've seen it more than once as well. MP9 picked up. This is a 4, so they're probably having to eco next round anyway. So saving the AK might be worth. But we'll stick around for some damage maybe if we're Knifey. Doesn't work. Demka catches him advance. So Ken, there's a risk he goes down here. But he's confident in his ability. He's jiggled out though, and there's a flash. That's quite well played. He hasn't been punished with that flash actually, surprisingly. Still doing more damage. Sure, he doesn't get both. He does not. Topper clears it. 3 players alive. Money suddenly built up pretty well on Passion UA, and they're going to be able to build it up with 1 more round coming in here. 10-9 it will be in a matter of about a minute's time. And that 1 round mistake from TNL, it could come back to bite them.
Yeah, TNL are going to be kicking themselves if they weren't able to win against that eco. That would have put them up, what, 11-6, I think? So, could be massively costly in the grand scheme of things, but they're still in the lead, they're still ahead, and regardless of what happens in the eco, they will still have a 1-round lead going into the following gun round. But Passion UA showing some resolve here, Trav.
Yeah, I'm happy for that. I wanted to go series between these two. I didn't want to 2-0. Passion UA, it's a good D. And actually, USP trying to chase down Waro, but thankfully Demka's like, don't worry, my friend, I've got ya. Demka and Waro have played a lot together over the years. Oh, a dink through E-box.
Onyx been waiting here patiently for so long, and there are a few low health players. He could potentially find a time. Waro gonna check the corner, but that low health doesn't really help him all that much. Jakasma will make sure there's no further damage inflicted as Passion UA do draw within one. There's not going to be any orb coming into this next round either, and Passion UA's fight back predicated off of winning this gun round. It does mean, though, that TNL have at least got a few pieces to work with here at the 10-all scoreline. Looking to try and fight on the front lines as well. Ken is looking on top of the train. Warrow with the Yorp in conjunction with Kvem will be able to take him down. That's one of the key components removed from the round.
Kvem managed to find Davi. That will relax things. Still the M4 and the AK, of course, in play with the MP9 now picked back up. But I don't think there should be any risk. Now if you're going to go and check Brown Hills, and we'll see it's pretty much completely clear. So at least I have the information that a B player is unlikely. So they can keep the M4 and the AK over toward the yard. Passion UA have enough utility to go for this A play, but they are lacking a little bit. They actually get smoked off now as well.
Wow.
Thankfully, Kvem gets his vision back in time. But Knifey's still here. Still here. Oh, the smoke's going to get blown open. That gives him no chance. Good protocols there by Passion UA. Just double check and triple check everything. Demka will be let go here by Onyx. Never mind. He looked back. He had to go for the kill. And the bomb's still not planted, but Topper's going to make sure he plants it safe now in time. No risk of being spammed to be smoked by Onyx. And Kvem will remove him in the end. Passion UA suddenly have the lead on train 11-10.
Oh, after being down 10-6 and only having an eco to work with, they've now won 5 rounds in a row. TNL going to be kicking themselves if the game has slipped away to this point. It looked like they were absolutely on course to win the series 2-0. That's no longer the case, though. Now Passion UA in control. They're 2 rounds away from taking us to a decider, which would be Dust 2. A map that Passion UA hold in far higher regard than Train. So that would give them a good boost of confidence.
If he's going to hear a lot coming his way. Got Onyx support toward B. Utility to swap over to him as well. The MP9 playing upper. Kazmo waiting for the smoke to fade. Actually a chance to get a timing on Onyx here, but they spot each other out. Most of the nade damage. This buy isn't amazing, of course, for TNL. Like, they know they've had to purchase here, but you know, to afford the AWP, to afford a couple of rifles, some util, at least acceptable util, they're going to go for these 2 MP9s. And the stack over toward B here is significant. 4 players. They're relying on Flyrax to use his utility over toward A and kind of hold down the fort all by himself. And unfortunately, that is the worst case scenario. He goes down looking in toward Pop, and now if Passion UA search the A site properly, they should be able to clear it out, and that is why TNL pushed upper. But there's still 2 toward B. They don't know that. They think there's still more over toward A, supporting Flyrax. But they've got time to figure this out, and they are going to figure it out. Team Ace for Passion UA to give them map points.
And you're right, that was all predicated off of Flyrax going searching with the AWP. A key detail was Topper was just crouching while holding the angle, so when Flyrax walks into the angle, he's scoped above Topper, who hits the instant headshot there. What a ridiculous fight back from Passion UA. 6 rounds in a row to get to this point, and it's not like these rounds have been particularly close either. I mean, I know there was a 1v1 in the mix, but still, Demka held all the aces in that clutch. This is just so impressive. It kind of resembles what we saw from TNL in the previous map on the eastern side of Mirage. This time, Onyx throws caution to the wind, charging up ramp towards his blood. Davey Blind will get overwhelmed. Kvem has been so good on entry duty coming through A main, and he's gotten another.
Yeah, he was good on CT, and he was good on T side in this position of the map, and he's found another toward Ken. Not before Flyrax found Demka. Onyx still toward Pop will avoid most of that nade damage. He's got a rifle in support as well, and once again, Onyx holding W with the MP9 is working out. Warrow is 1v3. He's got space. He's through Con, and could just plant B if he wanted to. But considering it's a 1v3, he wants to isolate a fight first to make a possible afterplant a little bit easier. Now, you plant and getting into a good position is fine, but then finding a way to find all 3 kills in that situation is often the most difficult part. So look for a flank kill first, and then look for a clutch possibility. He's going to wait to see if any of these TNL players make a mistake. Flyrax is the nearest member to him. Unfortunately, I don't think he's going to be clearing him out. So he could just plant A and get caught.
Well, he's ended up back where he was like 30 seconds ago. Does he continue to follow the same sort of... Is he stuck in a loop right now? Kind of feels like it. He is going to venture back in towards this B-bomb site, but now Onyx is in fairly close proximity. It's not like a bomb plant means anything here either in terms of their finances. So like you say, he was hoping that maybe he could catch somebody off before committing to the plant itself. Onyx decides against just trying to fight... Warro, I'm sure you would have heard the bomb plant going down there, but he'll find a favorable angle as Warro falls back and TNL keep themselves in it.
Round 24, guaranteed. We've got all the rounds of regulation up available, of course, to nab from Warro's body. No risk of the money here for Passion UA. They've got everything available to them in this final round of reg. And we're going to have a proper gun round either which way of it between these two. The right way to end off the regulation. Yeah, that was vaguely amusing there. Warro going in circles, looking to try and just find anyone to make that clutch a little bit easier. But not possible. TNL don't overpeak, don't overswing, don't go looking when they don't need to. Knowing that it's far around of the game coming up next anyway, there's no worry about losing members at this stage. Just keep everyone alive. No, just do everything you can. Oh, the run boost spotted there for Flyrax. Sees Warro fly across the screen. Won't choose to take that flick shot.
Yeah, wisely just get out of dodge. Onyx will catch a nade, playing a game of catch involuntarily. 1 round away from Dust 2, 1 round away from overtime. That's the equation coming into the 24th right now. Passion UA just taking their time in the round, waiting to see if there's going to be anything on offer from the CT side. In the meantime, Ken has ventured through Pop. So he's gotten a little bit of positional control here. Smoke separates himself and Topper. And we know that Ken loves to fight. He fancies himself. He fancies his chances. Topper gets caught with Util out, and that's first blood.
Ken's up to 25 now, by the way. Quietly made his way up to a wonderful KD. And Davian, Onyx team up toward Ivy. Passion UA are not getting this one done in regulation. We've got more rounds on train. TNL... don't go away. That's 29 and now 26 kills for Ken over the 2 maps so far in reg, and we've got more to come on map 2.
I mean, it does kind of feel deserved for TNL, but it's kind of brutal for Passion UA being down 10-6, fighting up to 12-6, and then not being, 12-10, and then not being able to finish off the job from there. And that's what you get for displaying confidence, Trav. TNL with that double peek into Ivy, they don't just fall all the way back and hold super passive angles and give up all that space in respect to Passion UA, but they also don't overface, they don't fight back in immediately, they time their double peek to perfection, catch Passion UA in transition, shut the round down, and wipe that slate clean.
And here we go again. We had an overtime that went many overtimes yesterday in that game with that mixed roster that we covered, which was a really fun one, honestly. Obviously 28-25 that went to, and honestly I enjoyed every second of that. It was very fun. If this one goes that long, I will just be laughing in disbelief. Warro will get the kill toward Ivy to recover it into a 4v4. They've got control around that pop area, and Ken's now going searching in case there's a push through by more than one player. Warro will throw a defensive fallback flash and leave that position open. TNL kind of out of info a little bit, other than Jacasmo's Molotov here.
Oh, big gunfight, really big gunfight that goes Davy's way. There's also a lot of info found here by Topper. I think he noticed both the players in towards the top of brown holes. That's why Demka's trying to get a move on into A main. Davy on the front lines, though. Bit of an awkward position he finds himself in right now because he doesn't have any support. As I say that, though, oh, he's been naded. He's been naded by his teammate that's taken a chunk of health. Davy barely has any health. That's not ideal.
Awkward.
He needs Ken to try and take the bait, but he's not going to get it. He's going to have to do the job by himself.
He's playing behind the box as well. Thankfully, Ken does do that. That's probably the communication that came through in that very moment, right? I'll just fall back, play behind the box. I've got you. If they walk out, you can peek with me. So, Warro 2K, 12 seconds. This ain't happening. He's just saving the AWP in overtime. No need to, really, with the 12.5k overtime we have. But You may as well. Unfortunately, I don't think he's going to be able to do it. There's the clear from Knifey. 13-12.
Yeah, and that's TNL regaining the lead here in overtime, and Passion UA probably breaking a bit of a sweat as a result. I feel like TNL have just toned the rounds down ever so slightly. Passion UA were doing a really good job of punishing any aggression that came through from TNL, and while there are still some sort of plays being made, they're not overstepping the mark anymore. We're not getting these like super egregious repeats and pushes by themselves. They're kind of allowing the game to come to them a little bit more, and it looks more convincing for TNL, I'd say. (13-12). TNL noses in front here once again. Very good fight back from them, not to get kind of put off by the way the game had fallen apart from being up 10-6 to being down 12-10. They've kept the belief, and now they'll be buoyed on here by this lead they have in OT.
Alright, going for the picking toward main. Blocked off by all the utility in the world. So first, Knifey though again pressing the issue. Sees one, but doesn't know about Demka being close. And again they go with that buddy system toward Ivy. Flyrax is, oh my goodness, he's fumbling around on the fallback a little bit, but he's able to get away with his pick. Sure, they did lose Knifey, but you take a 1-for-1 in that sort of manic situation.
Yeah, Demka's actually done pretty well to get the trade there, because if he also goes down, that's worst case scenario. And he had to display some confidence to actually fight forward there to affect that trade. Round stalled out a little bit. Passion UA just casting themselves out across the map. Davey is going to go for a fight in upper hole. Lost him his life. Waro goes down in turn though.
So good.
Ken has been a menace in this position. Kvem knows though that he might be able to catch him as he tries to fall back, and Ken's just out in the open. Eats that flash for breakfast, and that opens up the A side to a degree.
Yeah, and they're putting pressure on B in the meantime as well. Jacasmo just dealt with Onyx, the main B defender, and now they can just avoid it. It's not like there's any risk with the clock. Don't go anywhere near where they think Flyrax had been playing from. And 35 health, trying to retake back into one, trying to block off a push down to the site with that bomb, but Jacasmo was already on that advanced angle. 20 kills now for Jacasmo. Big triple, great control of the map. Passion UA make sure to get at least one on their T side of overtime here, which is important after of course they've been playing on T side for so long.
And found good success on their T side as well. It just makes sure that they don't kind of get mentally broken after TNL get off to the right foot here in overtime. Double AWP setup being invested into by TNL, and again, I was praising the fact that they weren't overstepping the mark. That round, they do make that same mistake, right? Damien up the halls, goes for a bit of a fight, not entirely necessary, costing his life. Flyer with the AWP and misses a shot, but will be able to at least get out of there.
That's why I think Flyrax is like a good fit for this team. He might not be like the world's most promising upcoming AWPer, not the guy that maybe puts up massive numbers, but he's solid and he continues to press the issue like this. He can be a little bit overzealous at times with how aggressive he can be, but I think we've seen that he's not afraid, and that's the main thing you can't be at this level.
Oh, Kvem from A main again. This is his home, man. This guy is so deadly in towards this part of the map. At least Onyx will take down Waro, the part-time sniper taking down the primary.
That's big. Passion UA have all the utility to go for this 1A play, but it'll be running out if they don't make any use of it just now. I'm worried a little bit about the possibility of a push down toward B, but they'd be wrong. It's mostly A. Rotation will come now back from Ken. He's in the right place at the right time. It's Flyrax ready for them to be out, though. There are 4 players about to swarm, and yes, they just didn't know soon enough. They did not know soon enough that everyone was around the A-bomb site, already through to the middle of the yard. Onyx, no scope up close, could be more. Oh, my word. Topper goes in for the trade. It's down to Knifey. This is so winnable for him. HE to force out Demka, but it is Demka, the man that is so reliable, so consistent in these clutches. Incendiary will not spread, but it does not matter. Demka tapped down by Knifey. Great recovery, great 1v2. Incredible hold as well from Onyx and Ivy. And TNL will get 14.
Yeah, I mean, both Knifey and Onyx contributions, they're massive in the round, right? How on earth does Onyx get those 2 extra kills? That is just such good work. That no-scope initially there to find the third was just wonderful. And then Knifey makes sure to take full advantage of the damage done from his captain, completes the clutch. He looked so calm as well. How have TNL gotten the lead going into the second half of overtime? That round had Passion UA written all over it.
Yeah, Onyx, the unlikely hero maybe, especially on the AWP. Incredible. Oh. More nade damage. Onyx trying to force the issue. How is he so far out into the yard without dying yet? 14 HP, takes a massive gamble. That one ain't going to work out. Morrow's seen more players crossing the box, so unfortunately he's got utility drawn. That actually might consign one of his teammates to death. But he's stayed alive. Flyrax should be found by Jacasmo, and yeah, that smoke walk is not going to work. We've descended into the overtime madness now, trying to walk so many of these smokes and trying to do crazy things, and that's not going to work if you're TNL. Passion UA, 14.
Yeah, nothing too convincing about that round from TNL, honestly. Just getting picked off one by one initially, had their numbers thinned out. And it's almost like they were fortunate to have gotten back into the round for a moment, but then Warro does catch that player crossing onto the bomb site, who relays that information through to Jacasmo, peppers the smoke, finds that frag, and levels up the scoreline here once again. Oh, Warro trying to reline up this A main smoke. It's going to be a lot later than what he needs it to be, but thankfully there's no one forcing the issue from the T side, so it's not going to matter. Big round here, Trav. Winner gets themselves a map point. If it's TNL, series point.
Jacasmo been pretty reliable towards it so far, but that could be the overpeak. A slightly wider jiggle. Who knows, maybe would have gone down. That is a leg shot. Some shadow seen. Be careful, Jacasmo. Any shot through the corner of that wall could tickle his little toe, and it would take him down. Warro is here, though. They're going to try and deal with him dry, which is giving Warro some flinches to worry about. Won't pull the trigger, but that is a distraction for the lower players. Jacasmo removed in the end by Davy comfortably. Them still inside the smoke, but Ken's found Topper. Flyrax is waiting for that push, and it has to be Warro and Demka, both with AWPs, but it's 2v3.
Oh,
wow.
What on earth is that from Onyx? He's turned on the burners here in overtime, has Onyx. Maybe he has a hot date. I don't know. Somewhere to be, it feels like right now. Because he has just come alive in a massive way, but he's dead now. Demka cuts him down. The AWP's doing all the damage in the round for Passion UA. Not Demka's primary weapon, but he's finding the necessary impact. He's sweeping for a player who he thinks might have tried to close the gap, but Flyrax on the AWP will give him a taste. And that's TNL on map and series point.
What a recovery there to take the site. There were so many CTs just around all the expected angles and the unexpected positions there on B for TNL to deal with. Flyrax waited for the smoke push. That was the right thing to do. Demka had a glimmer of hope in that one, even with the AWP. Trying to predict a possible push behind him. But as soon as he poked his head up, Flyrax was too accurate. What an opportunity for TNL. Once again, Ken is trying to get out main. He's been 50-50 with this play so far. It's either pretty much been destroyed or he's been able to get one opening. And this time, even on 18 HP, now the percentage of that play is in his favour. He's found another headshot and they're trying to force their way out of main. More nade damage. Ken now 9 HP, but he's still doing more work just by being there. Topper will deal with Onyx again. He's looking for more as Ken, but surely will get overwhelmed. And finally will be. And Demka will stop the advance of Knifey. Matt, we're in the overtime cycle again.
Here we are indeed, mate. Going back and forth here. Passion UA fight back to keep themselves alive in the series. Really good work from them there to shut down the big A play out of the T side. Ken did well to stay alive for as long as he did, but it still always kind of felt inevitable that eventually he would fall. Both teams finding 2-1s on their CT side, and we run it back in OT2.
Alright, going to the Western pick. He's ready. Nate's coming firing his way. Oh, he'll eat it and try and get the frag, but doesn't really work out. It's actually Kevem who got the kill in the meantime. Demka is with him upper as well, so they've actually just got all of a sudden complete control. Oh, Demka. Oh, Demka.
Yeah, I don't think Knight expects him here in this corner, or will he? Perfectly crosshair plays Warrow on the train though. Big wide swing from him. Fem gets in on the act as well. And Passion UA to open up their account first here in OT2.
Yeah, I mean, fair enough. Like, the reason Warrow swings that to trade with what is a no-scope headshot, by the way, now Kvem's getting in the action with the same sort of madness as well, is because of Kvem's position originally. Like, he was behind them anyway. That was the insurance policy, but still, crazy scenes.
Yeah, ridiculous scenes indeed. I'm just impressed by the resolve on display from Passion UA here. They've got this never say die attitude at the moment. Never counting themselves out. Always some good innovation. Warrow's been all over the map, omnipresent from him. Constantly looking for those opening kills. He's been far more successful than Lyrax in that department.
And look how wary Kvem is of a possibility of Ken being out on the Olaf box. Just so many times this game has just forced him out in that position. It's been relatively successful, so Kvem tries to hard clear that. He and Warrow now both on 27 kills, but Ken still leading the way in the server as he has done the entire day so far on both maps.
Double orbs have become so prevalent in overtime. Trav doesn't really seem to matter the map. It's just that extra injection of money. It's been a very popular option. Kvem hangs around. Knife will punish. That was brave from Kvem. Perhaps even unnecessary. I guess he's thinking he still has 2 players behind him on the bomb site, but he does give up an opening death. Jacasmo wants to make up for it, but he needs to be careful he doesn't suffer the same fate.
Yeah, exactly the same fate. Deja vu there. Knifey just jiggling heaven, looking for the info, and Passion UA willing to give them all of it, really. I think it's going to peek back through Pop, and honestly, position right now where they could go anywhere, but 30 seconds, they need to make their decision. It looks like it's going to be a Pop walk out A. Topper playing back bomb. Tough angle to immediately headshot, but he's going to pop a bit just as they make their way out Pop. Thankfully, Demka's here, but Topper will go down. Demka might have to do it all. The bomb's trying to cross, but it didn't jump. They didn't wait for the flash. There was time to wait for that flash. Now this bomb cont's going to be super awkward. No. Davy peeks with it as well. They're just throwing the bomb right at Demka, and Demka is going to ace them out on the A site all by himself.
What a massive valuable ace that is coming through from him as well. That's insane work out of Demka. Posted on the angle, super reliable. But you bang on, there was a flash. They had the flash the entire time, and they knew that Demka was there as well. They decided to just try and run across the screen, but that's not the respect that Demka deserves, and he punishes them.
That's the first time in this, maybe entire game, where I've seen a round from TNL where it's like, okay, they actually are like a rookie tier 2 team. Despite how incredibly talented they are. It's a lot of damage, Flyrax. But yeah, that's kind of the first round where I've seen just a bit of inexperience truly show. Of which they, honestly, are not that inexperienced anymore, actually, I would say. But, you know, you can kind of tell that when they didn't use that utility properly toward Demka. That was a big factor there. What an ace from Demka. That might be one of his only AWP aces in his entire career, I would probably say.
Yeah, it's a good point. Great for Passion UA to have him as that backup secondary AWP. He's going to keep it in play here as well. Why wouldn't he after that success in the previous round? And TNL just going to group themselves up and go for that big burst into the B bomb site here. Rounds have been hard to come by on this T side in overtime. 2 out of 4 so far for these teams. It's going to be top in the first side. There's so much support. Rotations have come through massively. It's going to be tough for TNL, but they are finding the frags necessary.
Damage done. Morrow actually managed to headshot Ken to the corner of the smoke, but I'm afraid you can't get more than that. And you know what's going to happen, don't you? You know where we're going to go. We're going to get another 2-1. Another 2-1 in overtime. 2 1s breed 2 1s. 17-16 is the score. Davy will get the final headshot. 3 kills from him. And we stay close.
And TNL absolutely needed that round at the tail end of the half, right? They needed to make sure they at least got something on the board out of that first half as we now flip the script once again. Passion UA back to the T side. What they were doing really well on their T side throughout reg and overtime was Kvem in A main and then controlling brown holes and shutting down plays being made by TNL. I think those were two of the main factors of success for Passion UA. Warro's been getting boosted up in the corner of A main a lot here, and you can kind of peer through that little gap there on top of Red Train. Just no one from TNL has played there yet for Warro to actually take advantage of that position. Can T side, CT side, it does not matter. This is where he likes to play from. But it's going to be Warro who draws first blood, and as a result, Ken goes searching.
Oh, but he should have got it, and he didn't get it. That's frustrating for Ken, possibly his only whiff of the entire BO3. Onyx tries to recover some damage, but not going to happen. Topper is going to find it, and Flyrax is in a 1v4 that is not going to be won. Passion UA are going to get 2 map points to take us to 3.
Yep, they're going to have 2 chances on their T side to try and finish off the job, as was the case in regulation. They had 2 map points in reg on their T side as well, couldn't convert either. TNL were the one that had a massive series point in overtime though, Trav. They had a chance to finish off the job, they weren't able to, and now they're staring down the barrel of Dust 2 again.
Yeah, it's a very good point. I mean, not being able to get over the line is just going to be maybe getting their mind a little bit. And now, and when it goes to map 3, are you going to think about that or not?
Yeah, you've got to just put it behind you if you end up going to map 3. Focus up, be present in the moment. Onyx with that secondary AWP here again. TNL have to be flawless. They've got to win these 2 rounds to force them into another set of overtime. Timing coming through from Pop. Good for 1, but I don't think Passion UA are going to mind that to get rid of Can, trade him out.
Yeah, that's fine. And of course, it is TNL still on CT, and we've seen these CT rounds just held just like that click of a finger, and could be in another overtime. Flyrax is going to find Demka. Kvem's going to rotate back around now, because look where Warro and Topper are, both walking up sidewalk on B. The thing is, the bomb is just miles away. And
yeah, they're going to backstab A from here.
I think it's fine. Yeah, I mean, absolutely, why not? Warro, oh no! He had his chance, but he's whiffed it. Now has to use utility to block off Onyx. He will eventually get onto Topper. It's Topper that will bail out his AWPer. And the B bomb site totally taken. They are going to commit to rotating it all the way over now. Knifey's on this big flank, but the bomb's going to be planted, of course, for that deep site position. That con area, the CT area. This is difficult now.
Oh, massively difficult. I mean, it could even be impossible for them to try and breach back into this B bomb site. Time ticking away. They've got no smoke grenades to try and block off or the defuse. They have no idea where any of these Passion UA players are positioned. They're in really good tradable positions as well. There should be no way back here for TNL, man. Knifey and Davey go searching, and Davey finds the first. Can he double down? Unfortunately not. Kvem gets the trade. Warro hasn't even had to activate, and then he will. And Passion UA have done it from being down 10-6. They won an eco, forced it all the way into overtime, get it across the line, and force a 3rd map.
Incredible. What a recovery. And I think one of the rounds that really kind of was the turning point in that overtime was TNL just going 1 by 1 into Demka for Demka's AWP ace. That was one that seemed to have caught them a little bit off guard. It really was all Passion UA since then. And yeah, get a deserved map 3. What a series this has been. Exactly what I wanted from this Ukrainian derby. And yeah, I think this is why we've seen so much of this in the past as well. We've seen them go to that map 5 in the BO5 in Galaxy Battle. We saw them go all 3 maps in CCT. This is their most important match, I feel like, without a shadow of a doubt, in the battle for Pro League. And now they've got 1 more map to play to find out who will go through and stay in that upper bracket. It's Dust 2 to come. See you in a minute.
desperate, crazy? Or is it that they never see things my way? Around the world keeps turning, waking up day after day, hoping to change my story, or maybe see things in a different way. Maybe if I took a chance and got out of my way, a different point of view would maybe change the day. Gonna find somebody who's gonna treat me right. I know they're out there. Yes, they're out there. I won't give up the fight. No. Gonna find somebody who's gonna treat me right. I know they're out there. Yes, I do. I won't give up the fight. It's not about pretty faces or something that's clever to say. I'm looking for someone special who speaks to my heart in a spiritual way. Gonna find somebody who's gonna treat me right. I know they're out there. I won't give up the fight.
As he turns it, nice headshot goal.
And we are getting ready for Dust 2, the third map decider between Passion UA and TNL. This Ukrainian derby has delivered. And going into map 3, Matt, we've been mentioning how damn good Ken is. He's got 60 kills in this series. The closest teammate is Onyx on 37. He needs a bit of help if TNL are going to win this game.
Yeah, a little bit of help will go a long way. I mean, Ken was just devastating on Mirage. It was one of the main reasons they were able to force it into overtime on Train and kind of survived in overtime. Lest we forget, TNL did have a chance in overtime to finish off the series, right? They had a map in series point that they squandered. Talking about the numbers for Passion UA, I mean, Fem is a shining light there, Trav, the only player who's positive right now. So, I mean, I think it's fair to ask a bit more of a few of the players from Passion UA as well, right?
Yeah, that's very valid. It's very valid, and that's what Dust 2 could give us, because I had a chance to watch Passion UA vs TNL on their previous game they played on Dust 2 against each other. It did go the way of TNL, and they played a super aggressive style. That's kind of how they go about things. They are a little bit more, I guess you could say, calculated. Now we've seen them play for a little bit more at this tier in the scene, but on Dust 2, they do some crazy stuff. They have some super aggressive plays that they can put into play, which just like pushes up mid with support from lower and from Cat, right? So I'm really looking forward to seeing if we get any of that in this decider. I still don't know who they're going to be facing next until... actually, I tell a lie. We do know who they're going to be facing next. It's literally just ticked over. Sashi are continuing their run in this qualifier, beating Team Liquid yesterday. They've just beaten Fnatic from a map down, 13-6 on map 3. They go through to the upper semi-final. Passion UA or TNL will play them, and either one of these two teams will certainly I guess you could say, fancy their chances against Sashi, that's for sure. I mean, and Amiga... Sorry, go on.
I was going to say, you say that, but Sashi are just like the giant killers at the moment. They're the lowest rated team here in the stage of the competition. They've beaten Liquid, the highest rated team, and now Fnatic, the 5th highest rated team in this qualifier. So Sashi are just doing phenomenally well at the moment. And they were the one team I said I thought probably stand no chance at all out of qualifying. And the other 7, you could make some sort of a case for them. But hey, when we've got Sashi in the mix as well, that only spices things up.
Well, I mean, who knows, right? Like, they could qualify, they could not. Everything's still up in the air. The lower portion of the opening round of the upper bracket, we've got Namiga 7-3 up on OG in a map 3 decider. Of course, Namiga playing with their new signing Sawalio after losing Zwei to Team Spirit. The winner of that plays Paravision in that next round after they 2-0'd ex-Navi Junior, the only team in this opening round to get a 2-0. Every single other series has gone to at least the 3-mapper. So, yeah, really excited to see how this final map's going to go, because Passion UA TNL, it's been a battle we've seen multiple times in the scene. They played a BO5 Grand Final in Galaxy Battle. They played in CCT. This is probably the game with the most on the line for the both of them. At least they've got a lower bracket this time. Of course, we've already seen stage 1, like you mentioned, without that lower bracket, single elimination. That's how Sashi eliminated Liquid from Pro League contention. So... it's pretty cutthroat over here in the EPL quals.
Yeah, welcome to Europe, boys. I mean, if Liquid had been in the North American qualifier, they would have smurfed that one, right? I mean, okay, M80, I guess, would have been some stiff competition, but outside of that, it almost would have been like a guaranteed berth for them. They obviously now, with the change in the way the system works, VRS, and the regions that you have to play in, they're now signed to Europe, and what a welcoming for them, now having to play in a European qualifier as well, a bit of a taste of things to come. But, yeah, looks like we can talk about this game as we're going to be getting into the action soon enough. Now, Trav, I'm a little bit worried for TNL. Passion UA have been in incredible form on Dust 2 for a while now. The past 6 weeks, they've lost the map twice. Once to Navi Junior, once to Gun 5. Outside of that, they've beaten teams like Netasport, 9, Fnatic, Ecstatic, BC Games, Cybershock. They've beaten respectable tier 2 teams, and they've looked pretty good while doing it. So I'm thinking, based on what we saw throughout Train and now coming into Dust 2, I've actually switched over. I'm backing Passion UA.
Yeah, and a good point to mention about that streak as well is that 6 of them were on LAN at the Glitched Masters, and that's absolutely a confirmation of how good they can be on Dust 2. Jacasmo's had a slow series, but he's a very good A-site anchor on this map, in my opinion. So keep an eye on that. If we see that at some point in the game, I think he's got very good first bullet aim on toward that A position. We'll see if they've changed position somewhat. They do have him on the B site for the pistol round at least, but on gun rounds I've seen quite a lot over toward A. So we'll see how that goes in the future, see if they've switched some stuff about or not. Demka in pit, TNL are wandering up toward Cat tier and about to burst through short onto the site.
Yeah, there's one gap in the setup right now for Passion UA. There's one part of the map where they don't have any information, and that's Catwalk onto A. And that's exactly where TNL have gone, and they're taking contact. They're not giving away any audio cues, no footsteps, no utility. They're going to just push the bomb the entire way forward, completely undetected, and eventually activate the C4, which will give the clue away. Passion UA, without a kit, are going to have to retake. They're still remaining rooted in the same spot they've been throughout the whole round, and now they're going to have to get their running shoes on.
Yeah, this is so difficult without a kit, man. Like, if they win this pistol, I will be genuinely surprised. It might have to be one player to connect with multiple. Direction in this advanced position. Topper's going to walk into that. That's the freest of free headshots. Onyx long range. Spots the long advance from Demka. Knifey will even catch him in the back as well. The late rotation all the way around toward long makes it a free kill. There's no way out for Decasmo or for them. They're trying to fight. And actually, Decasmo's doing a good job of it. Getting a little bit of extra money for this possible force spy that could come through. But it is an expected TNL pistol, completely out-positioning Passion UA.
Yeah, and threading the needle to perfection there. Just completely reading into the setup and kind of, maybe not, I don't think that they're like, cool, short's going to be open, guys, from spawn, let's just walk up short onto A. It's more just playing the situation. It's having someone there, feeling it out, finding no resistance, edging a little bit further forward, and then just playing into that, right? So, good read, good decision making, and well taken advantage of by TNL and Eco now for Passion UA, and the one big pistol being invested into has already been dropped.
Yeah, no risk here. Passion UA going for the buy on round 3. Going to be a little bit awkward though, of course. Might be a situation where maybe there'll be a few players without a helmet. Maybe one with Mac 10, who knows? And that could be dangerous for Passion UA.
Yeah, it's something you've got to be aware of going into that next round as the CT side. Make sure that you get your head armor.
Bomb has been planted.
Or are going to get found out. So, there shouldn't be any casualties in the round for the T side. Everybody remains alive, and it's a nice start for TNL. We probably feel a little bit aggrieved that we've even gotten to a decider in the first place. They were up 10-6 on the CT side of Train, guys, against an Eco nonetheless. Overfaced. Lost that round out. Eventually lost the game in overtime, and now have to get the job done here on Dust.
Davy going for his kick toward long. Denver's going to be here, but he's so blind. He gets into pit. He's a lucky boy. He's just got away with it. Now fighting for his position is going to be tough. He needs help, and he's not going to get it. The combination of the flash from Flyrax and Davy will eventually take him down. Kvem's done really well to find that kill toward Knifey and find it cleanly as well. So that keeps him in touch.
Kvem just looks like a laser beam at the moment, man. He's really good at those like mid to long range gunfights as well with the rifle. Been exemplary in the series so far for Passion UA. 4v4, plenty time in the clock, and my goodness, look at the rotations. Jacasmo has completely departed that B bomb side. He's stacked up with his teammates over on A, and TNL, they've read into this.
Burrow is through to try and get some sort of control back, but surely Jacasmo can't hold on. And maybe I do tell a lie. Maybe they have switched up positions. He was definitely playing a lot of the A bomb side for Jacasmo for quite a while on Passion UA. They've switched into B by the looks of things, and he's not been able to hold on there, I'm afraid. Not even getting a 1-for-1. Any damage towards that Max 10. The wallbang attempt from Kvem is not a bad try, but Warrow probably needs to find a couple of kills from here, and he might not even go for it. He might choose to play some exit kills instead, try and keep their economy honest.
Yeah, I mean, they're still kind of hanging around right now, probably looking for exit kills. Is this worth it though, Trav? Because, I mean, even if they get all, like, let's say they get 3 for 3 kills and they all die, that still favors TNL. And now they're actually pushing forward. They're going to get the kills. I guess it's going to work out. It's probably to defuse the bomb. Warrow's just given up his life for nothing at all. And Topper has as well. What are we doing here, lads?
Yeah.
Trav, please. We need to do the classic Twitter. @Grok, what's going on here?
Mate,
Grok, please explain.
Grok, please explain. Honestly, seeing that in the reply of every single popular tweet that goes down now, I've actually reached the point where I've muted it.
Okay, that's fair enough. But
Oh, God.
in this instance, it's the only reasonable way to try and get an answer. What's Warrow
right.
even doing? Because he can never defuse the bomb. And now
Yeah.
look at their investment. Why wouldn't they have just kept the 3 players alive? They'd already gotten the kills.
I couldn't agree more. I couldn't agree more. Ken's going to tap down to them there as well. All TNL in the early stages of this game. Topper will do well to actually trade Ken out. Playing with that angle. Keeping himself maneuverable. Push toward mid. Maybe go for a peek. Maybe get Warrow on the scout active. Yeah, Passion UA is completely not doing what would be considered the norm. That leaves him with a worst buy here.
Oh, man. Onyx stepping into the scope of Moro, just tearing his head right off. And now it's a strength in numbers approach to Casmo with the 5-7 on top right now. Able to find the first drops off to try and change up the angle. Trying to buy time for rotations to come through.
Oh my
And he's
word.
actually been able to find another. Thankfully, though, for Flyrax, he's covering the cross and he gets another kill in the meantime.
If it was Flyrax doing that, I could believe it, because, you know, fly. But, no. One more kill. Surely Dem could come up with another clutch in this game. Ooh, Davi's missed his shots, but 19 HP. Would have to be an immediate jiggle tap in the head for Demka to win that round. Pretty impossible from there. Flyrax deals with it. Again, damage done. There's been no real clean round for TNL just yet. And that will be something that will encourage Passion UA. They know one round win here could break the economy of 3 or 4 of them. But it's 4-0 TNL. It's they who are in the ascendancy at the moment.
Yeah, and it's probably really good for them to kind of settle themselves a little bit after what had happened on Train and the way the map had crumbled there. Because they were super convincing on Mirage, in particular in that second half where they lost only one round, which was the pistol. And they're going to keep things simple. Having said that, Passion UA are very well set up to deal with what's coming their way. They've got 3 players on long right now.
Moro will manage to headshot Flyrax out of the round. And another swing will come through. Not expecting more where that came from. 2 or 3 players there. No Molotov toward car allowed. And that's what I was saying. Passion UA getting their first run on the board here. Only Onyx has money. That's going to change a lot going into this next round. They're going to be double eco pretty much, and maybe he can drop pistols or maybe 1 hero AK. That's probably about it, unless this turns. Good still. Look where Ken is. He's waiting, and Davy Outlong has dealt with Topper. All of a sudden, so many rounds have gone like this for TNL today. Just explode with the 2 or 3 kills in a row. Ken spotted out by Kfem. It's a clear 1v1, and he's going to play the long game. Go to the AWP on lower XP. That could be the way to win it. Ken thinks he still has an M4, swings into Kfem, and he will spare his team's blushes.
Yeah, he does. He saves the day there. That got out of control so damn quickly. My goodness. I'm surprised Davey doesn't scoop up the bomb and then just try and jump back to the safety of long. Maybe he was expecting another imminent swing, but hanging around there kind of left himself on an island and gave Kfem the opportunity to isolate the jewels. I know it's very nitpicky after he had done so well to even give his team a chance in the round, but I think he missed a trick there by hanging around. And you referenced how TNL's economy would be bust if they lose that round. It's exactly what happens. Passion UA on the board with a chance for more. I love that setup towards long from them as well, Trav.
Yeah, I completely agree. Got them to the point in the round where you thought it was a guarantee, but TNL always say, not just yet, hold your horses. They're actually choosing to go for a full eco in this round with the 1 hero AK on Ken. I think that's fine, but there will be definitely being a little or two in the next round if this goes poorly. Good damage to Topper. Hits here. We'll hit a tag actually on the block with Flyrax. Dink will come through. Awkward for Waro playing from this angle, but Topper doesn't need to overpeak. Onyx got the bomb down on B, by the way. Are they going to realise that soon enough? When are they going to realise this?
Yeah,
Ken's still got 1 kill.
The problem is that Onyx only has a Glock. The penny still hasn't dropped. They still haven't realized it. And now, yeah, indeed. The problem is he's never going to get a multi-kill from here. And there we go. Good awareness from Demka to jump around the corner as well. Okay. Passion UA not going to get caught off by the shenanigans.
It's not often you see rounds like that in the sort of modern day professional Counter-Strike. The good old-fashioned
game. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good old-fashioned, like, you know, you guys go A, I'll plant B. They'll all leave. All good. But, yeah. Care needed 1 more kill. Maybe even 2, actually, to actually make that round doable. Good damage again, though.
Certainly was a tall order. At least they get a bomb plant out of it and a couple of kills. They're going to have to just spend half their money here. Still a pretty decent investment for TNL. Xbox smoke in play already. lurk smoke being thrown in towards the B side. The door smoke now being thrown, in fact, CT, excuse me, from outside the tunnels. And it's going to be the burst through the mid-door smoke. Okay, that's where they're going with it, but Fem avoids the flash, so he can just hold down the line.
Oh, but hang on, Denver's been punished. Bomb might be in the open in mid, but so many of these kills keep flying through. Unfortunately, one of them is a team kill. And that's going to be the main thing that will catch TNL in this round. Jacasmo holds the line toward B, gets the final frag. And once again, weird buy to come through here for TNL. They can afford to buy on 3, maybe 4 of their players. Yes, definitely 4 of their players. It'll be Onyx will be left with the Tech 9 again. So they always have one fallback, unfortunately. Passion UA starting to build up a little bit of their cash as well. Back in the game 3-4 from 4-0 behind.
Yeah, and again, it's not going to be like a full investment for TNL either. They haven't had a full arsenal of weapons since that 4-0 scoreline, the 5th round that they'd lost. Ever since then, it's been like broken buys, always missing some sort of a component to the investment. This time it's the orb. Sonic on a Desert Eagle as well. This is Passion UA's chance, man. Level up the scoreline here, then be able to get the lead and really sink their teeth into this game. And it looks like Jacasmo has now been relegated, I guess, demoted to the B bomb side, Trav. He's anchoring B on train as well. It's not really ideal, but I guess everybody has to sacrifice a little bit.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I mean, their results haven't been bad. Clearly, it's not been a bad move for the team overall. Jacasmo willing to sacrifice and play worse roles. As I said, he was definitely the A-side anchor a little while back. Looked really good on that side of the map, but having to play with the XM in this round, close ton. Kvem checking toward mid. It's a 3-2 split. Mid and tunnel. He's done really well to find the one, but Jacasmo, no! Caught quick switching. That is a nightmare. That's going to be round done. That is the worst and most frustrating time for that to happen. The XM probably would have got that kill. And suddenly, TNL are all over B. 3v2. Kit's available for Passion UA, but it's retaking B. It's not going to happen.
Oh, the weapon switch. That's a disaster for Jacasmo because he's in a perfect position with the auto shotty to do damage as well. And the auto shotty's got such a long draw time, Trav. It's a bit more of an egregious weapon to get caught with the weapon switch as well. I mean, who was his teammate in window? Was it Kvem, I think?
It was
like,
Kvem.
I can't remember. Yeah, he's thinking, like, what the hell's just happened there, bro? Like, how have you not gotten a kill on the players coming through tunnels? Because if he does uphold his end of the bargain, Passion UA have every chance to win the round. Yeah,
and that XM, I know, like, it's tough. Like, on the top of the box, it's not a bad position for it. But at the same time, MK, you don't need to do this. You need to keep your gun there. It's pointless to fight. Another instance of Passion UA fighting for no reason. Anyway, I do prefer actually playing on the ground there. So you actually have, like, good you know where your crosshair placement is for head height to be able to judge it a little bit easier. So it's not difficult for these pros to judge it from an elevated angle. I understand that, but I do prefer it close right or even just close left. You can still protect Kvem from close left rather than being on the box. So it's not just the quick switch, it's the positioning for me as well.
Yeah, it is one of those sort of discussions you could make a case for both sides. Or the weapon switch, though, just leaves your heart in your stomach when it happens. Feel awful. Such a costly round as well to make that blunder. Now they're going to have to empty their pockets, MP9s, M4s, and an AWP. If Passion UA loses this round, then the wheels could start to come off soon afterwards.
Well, neither one of these two teams has really got away from each other. Knew it'd be close. That's what we've got. In smoke long toward Knifey. The buy for Passion UA is rough around the edges, but very doable. Only 2 MP9s really being the fullback. It's a utility. That might be the biggest issue.
Good usage and a nice delayed long take coming through from TNL means that they've left it late enough that Passion UA have been inclined to post just one player there.
Morrow will break a metatarsal, falling down, but nothing you can't get over.
Still pretty painful. Oh,
Don't
Denver. Yeah, gonna eat that flash for breakfast, but he doesn't actually make an audio cue jumping back to safety, so they don't go for a back here. A bit further though with the MP9 than what he would like. Lost him. Moro in position to try and trade, but out in the open when he misses a shot, he's guaranteed to go down. And it's only Topper who stands between A and the entire east side. Out in the open, how has he gotten 2? Is that enough to give them a chance, perhaps?
Not with where Onyx is. Oh, but okay, I thought Kazma might just shift into the angle and maybe there's a chance, but yeah, it's going to be the kill in the end for Onyx. And Ken will stop on final rotation in from CT. 6-3, TNL. Guaranteed at least a tie on the half. We know Dust 2 to be a little bit T-sided in the modern era. Most maps are, really. The game just is. But what did I say about kind of TNL relying a lot on Ken? He's got 60 kills over the first 2 maps. His closest teammate was 37. Now they're all pretty even on the score sheet in map 3.
Yeah, everybody contributing, everybody chiming in, but let's not forget TNL did lose to a round of this sort of nature on train. It was a really costly round for them to lose in the grand scheme of things as well. Won't afford for that to happen again. Yeah, they now know for a fact that there were a few players who made their way in towards the doors. Topper's the one who pays the price. Gun had already been removed. Now TNL gonna have to start to figure this round out here.
Yeah, still dangerous. 5-7, the Eagle, P250. The full array of dangerous pistols. Boost in mid as well. Possibly to have a little glance above the smoke. We've seen a couple of teams put in a couple of weird boosts in mid that way. I saw a 3-man boost the other week that saw over the top of the mid doors. Walking out long feels like the right call though, right? Play the longest range possible.
Yeah, exactly. Try and exploit the strengths of the weapons that you have. The weaknesses, the deficiencies of your opponents by catch a glimpse of Demka, and he's just going to fight on the front lines, on the front what we were talking about, trying to keep the fights at range. He gets as close as he possibly can. It's a bit scary, you know, these upgraded pistols can find frags really quickly. Kvem at range gets one, and it's only Warro left. Do they know this is here? It doesn't look like it. He's going to bounce, he finds the first. Where's the trade? It hasn't been found, and Warro will get both.
Oh my word. Hiding on sight, he was the snake in the grass and they couldn't cut its head off. What a round for Warro. So important. Keeping them in touch in this half. That would have been 7-3. And now they have a chance maybe even to equal this half at 6-all. Knowing the money of TNL, if they win this round, they're going to be broken going into the final round of the half. But a little bit, I wouldn't say totally lackadaisical in that round from TNL, but they were a little bit overzealous with that push when that smoke was put down. I mean, Onyx took 96 damage to a P250 dink as he tried to cross that smoke, jumping through with his knife out. Got away with the kill, but I don't think they didn't necessarily need to rush too badly. Morrow got his final 2 kills with 12 seconds on the clock. It was 2 split up, thinking the site was clear. Can Morrow do more magic in mid here? Getting pushed off this angle. We're going for a swing. Morrow will miss another shot though. He's been a little bit worrying on the AWP so far, it has to be said, but they will at least get the kill, and now they're going to be going in toward A instead.
Oh, okay, Kane gets a big frag back, but look at Demka just doing so much damage. Stifling the attack as they look to make their way forward. He continues to stand his ground right now. His teammates are rotating through as well. There's no world that this TNL can win this round. Just too much pressure. And it's going to be Knife left alive, but not much longer. Surely barely any health. He's going to be able to find the first turns 180 degrees to get a second. Both Kvem and Demka stacked up on top of each other. Surprised Knifey doesn't actually go for the AWP in the 1v2 here. Problem is, he still has to try and find a way to pick up the bomb. This isn't even about the bomb anymore. And it's going to be a stack up there from the 2 players left alive. Holding the same line, they get the kill and draw within 1.
Yeah, no way you win that if you're Knifey, even with the AWP. You just go down to the second player. No collateral potential there with one player being slightly above the other. Passion UA, Warro. Probably the main man that, I would say overall, probably the most known player on the team, even though they are a very well-known team. Warro has the more storied history, I feel like, and his 5-7 1v2 Could have changed everything in this game for his roster. Breaking the smoke, won't see anything. And this is what I mentioned about this final round of the half as well. Look at the buy TNL have to work with. Been broken at the worst possible time. It's Mac 10, Tech 9 Deagle. Speeded toward short, up cat. Topper's going to hold on. Doing a really good job to get 2, honestly. Yeah, when that's from that angle. Clarence will eventually trade it. And what do I say about being difficult from that angle? The Glock has beaten them with his AK. And Onyx walking through long. Demka's retreated into death. Where has to get this kill, but he'll miss that one with the AWP. And all of a sudden, it has fallen apart. Mikasmo looking for the second. Not going to get it. And somehow, with that buy, TNL will edge the first half of this final map. One more half to come. See you in a minute. One more half between TNL and Passion UA. This game has been as close as we thought it would be. 7-5s across the board. If we get another one in the favour of Passion UA, we could be in for some more overtimes. Let's see. Look at this duel about to go in toward the tunnels. The flash is incredible. And Kafem gets destroyed straight away. Even a flash to allow the retreat as well. Opening pick for TNL.
It's crazy to think we've had 5 halves of Counter-Strike played so far, and 4 of them have been 7-5 halves. That's actually ridiculous. Anyway, like you say, are we going to get yet another 7-5? Surely not. Good start here for TNL in the pistol. They've done a lot of damage, and they've gotten that opening kill as well. And Passion UA, they've got to try and change up the plan on the fly here. Bit of a spanner thrown into the works by Kvem being taken down so early.
Onyx still got that kit and smoke if necessary. And the thing, the worst part about it really for Passion UA is it's not just the fact they lose the opening kill, they get all the information about what they were planning. Thankfully, Passion UA didn't lose much of their utility, but they are losing members, and that's what really matters at the end of the day. Flyrax and Davy will team up together, not a single point of damage until the very last bit of the round there, as Onyx walks into something from a teammate. And, yeah, all 500 health intact, realistically, for TNL. Nothing to say for the Passion UA T pistol. Full eco will have to come in.
I feel like TNL is such a grindy team to play against as well, Trav, because it's actually a point I made early on in Mirage that both teams, but specifically TNL, have a really high floor. Like, you very rarely just catch this team anywhere below, like, 75% of their highest level. I think that they just have a really stable game, very consistent as well. And you're never going to just, like, catch them napping kind of thing. You really have to be at your best to beat them. And if you aren't, then they'll just always be putting scoreboard pressure on you, taking steps forward. I mean, this is a scoreline where they've also lost to an eco round already, and they're still ahead 8-5, and it should be 9-5 imminently as well.
Yeah. They're under it now. Thankfully for Passion UA, of course, we've mentioned it already. This is they do have a lower bracket to fall back on, but it's not exactly a comfortable lower bracket. I mean, teams that are going to be in there are going to be scary. They play Fnatic if they lose, by the way, because Sashi beat Fnatic earlier. And that would be pretty crazy, right? Passion UA, you kind of coined the phrase in our pre-game. If it is another edition of Passion UA versus Fnatic, it'll be even more like the Passion UA 1.0 versus Passion UA 2.0, considering Passion UA considering Fnatic are playing with zero fixing in qualifier.
It is comedic. We would have like 8 out of 10 other players on the server having played for Passion UA. Oh goodness, what, Crims and Blame X, the 2 non-Passion UA players at that point?
They would be, yeah.
I don't think I ever expected to see Fnatic with the Ukrainian flag behind them. But here
That's
we are,
a very
Trav.
good point. I mean, look what's happened in the last couple of days, right? Purely due to like teams needing VRS cores. Sangal are Russian and Eternal Fire are Polish. Like, what's happened there?
That's a pretty good question. It's like when we had Cloud9 picking up the Gambit team, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Cloud9 with the Russian flag was a weird one. What are some of the other more peculiar ones that we've had in recent times?
I honestly, completely real with you, I think a Polish core Eternal Fire is the weirdest yet. I understand they still have 2 like Turkish players, and maybe like they're buying the core just to compete in a few events, hold out, assert their ranking, and then make more changes. They could even bring Xcloud back or something like that, right, after his stand-in for the Aurora boys now in the next event they're going to play. But still, like, even if it's temporary, it's very strange to look at.
It is fun though.
Oh
It
yeah.
is fun. I was surprised it was zero fix, but anyway, actually there's a big round here, so let me shift my focus for a second. This is a vital gun round for Passion UA to try and kickstart their campaign here in the second half. If they lose this round, 5 becomes 11-5 soon afterwards, and Warro's boosted up position comes into play as he opens up on Knifey.
Fem is going to deal with Davy, and the angle is great here for Topper. It's only 1, it could have been 2, but 1 is enough. Nade damage to Onyx. Actually, Kibem has to check the corner first, though. So that's been recovered. Bomber's going to make its way in toward Tower. Warrow is holding for that possibility, and yeah, they meet in the middle. The kiss of death from Warrow toward Onyx. Ken, with no shot on the wrong side of the map. Critical gun round. Passion UA has been taken.
Yeah, and that started off with Warrow boosted up, patiently waiting. Knifey completely unexpected, steps into that angle, he goes down. That then prompts a play for information in middle where Fem gets a kill, punishing the peak. You know, just that frag forced moves on the map from TNL that were then further punished by Passion UA. It's almost just like that butterfly effect, that knock-on effect taking place throughout the rest of the round. And a vital round won here by Passion UA.
Yeah, there's a little reminder about what Passion UA have been doing as well recently. On Dust 2, you brought it up earlier. Only really 2 losses. It's in the last like 2 months. They've put a hell of a lot on it as well. They're unbeaten on it on LAN. They won it every single time they played it at the Glitched Masters, beating Sangal, Preezy, Alliance, Ecstatic. That's a good win. 9 and Fnatic. Fnatic, the one against Fnatic being in the grand final. And yeah, look good on it online as well. TNL not bad on the map by any stretch, but as you would expect, Passion UA do have a slightly better team side on this map. Will that come to the fore?
Well, they're going to need it to. No two ways about it. They're going to have to fight back here on the T side to keep themselves alive. They don't really good fight back. Down 10-6. 10. 6 rounds in a row. Eventually won the map on their T side in overtime. T side on Mirage looked pretty good as well for Passion UA. They were up 7-5 on their... Oh, no. Yeah, I'm right. They were up 7-5 on their T side of Mirage. So it's actually been the T sides where they've looked better throughout this series so far across the board.
Ken managed to respond. Looks like they're going to just, retake mid immediately. Look at the flashes. They know they need support over towards B. Honestly, he needs 1 kill at least. He's got his 1, and he's wasting a great amount of time. He's sort of baiting his teammate as well, by the way. Knifey's still in the corner, and then all the cavalry has arrived in time anyway. How about that? Incredible rotation decisions there from TNL.
Yeah, they didn't get caught off by the CT smoke. They decided to flash their way through it. So they get a move on. They get a head start on that rotation. That's why they're able to arrive on the scene in time. On it, getting that kill and staying alive also makes a big difference. And Knifey was the insurance policy. Jacasmo coming through from windows, being watched into by Knifey, who will just spot the top of the head. That's enough for him to get the kill. And that's a big problem for Passion UA, because it feels like all of a sudden they're back to square one.
You're absolutely right. Look at the money. Damn. And that lower bracket matchup, that's going to be pretty fire, I will say. If it is to be Passion UA versus Fnatic, tactical timeout being used now is the right time for it, because they might be able to just go for a hero AK here. Topper's going to buy it up. In this situation, though, like they need something around it. I don't like a hero AK when there's nothing around it. Clearly, that's what they're discussing now, about what to put around it, or to go for it at all, because Topper could just sell. But okay, we are going for a few more, and it looks like, oh my goodness, we're going for a full investment.
Okay.
It's a full force map.
All their eggs into one basket here, Trav. Hopefully it's a sturdy basket. It has to hold them true here. Lose this at your peril, Passion UA. I mean, there's so many rounds of Counter-Strike played in these series and these matches, but some of the rounds carry so much weight, so much gravity, get straight up long from Passion UA. They're not going to be putting their punches. They can charge forward straight into Knifey, though, who avoids the flashes, turns and burns.
Yeah, and avoids his own teammates' flash as well to make sure that all his opponents are blind. Well played, Knifey. Passion UA have got really nothing left. Thankfully, 2 rifles still alive in this play, but even though the utility is acceptable, they're 3v5. Smoke off towards short. Fem realizes you need to look for something. There was a gap around that smoke, but 2 players playing with each other around A. Goose and Ramp. 11-6 could turn into 12-6 pretty quickly here.
Yeah, that's the problem, is this gets out of control really quickly if they lose this force buy, especially if they can't get a bomb plant. That next round will basically have nothing going for it. And TNL have just battened down the hatches. They've realized we don't have to do anything more in the round. We've got the 5 versus 3 times ticking away. They don't have any more utility, but that shouldn't really be a problem. I mean, look at the setup they have on the A-bomb site. You've got Ken to take first contact, you've got a player in towards Goose, and you've got a teammate Long who can join in the fight as well.
Molotov is going to be good. Flyback into the open, and he will actually go down, but Nike took Jacasmo, and there is Ken. Comfortable as anything, clean on the spray. Survives on 22 HP, 14 kills on the board. And as I mentioned, 60 kills over the 2 maps for Ken. His nearest teammate on 37. On map 3, look at that team effort. Maybe they are about to reach that next level.
And it is something that we highlighted in the pre-game as well. I mean, you mentioned Davey, Ken, the two main players to watch out for on TNL, and that has been the case throughout most of the series, but I also said the entire team can deliver, and that's what we're getting, right? That's probably why their floor is as solid as it is on this roster, because you have a group of 5 really strong players supporting their countrymen. They got the bait spray paint as well. 11-6, and they should be able to make it 12-6 with relative ease, Trav. This has been a masterclass display from TNL on the decider, from start to finish. Or should I say, start up until now. Job's not done yet.
Yeah, it's crazy shots like that from Rora that are just going to have to hit. Just to get an opening from somewhere. Oh my god. The dink. Even though I think that should be a kill, it is not. Flyrax gets away with his opening pick with 8 health.
It's going to have to be some sort of a miracle in the round with the Desert Eagles and the Scout here. They've got a single smoke grenade to block off CT, but TNL, they bunkered down with 2 players in on that B bomb site. They're committed to the double anchor on B here, which is the perfect antidote because it's really tough to try and breach into that B bomb site without any utility. Oh, that's made difficult already. That nade tenderizes them even further, or usually thrown in towards middle. TNL, well, they always say, Trav, never take a fair fight, and that's exactly what they're doing.
Topper just forcing his way out short. It's the only thing left. The only thing left. Knifey will easily deal with him. Ken will even stop Jacasmo trying to play around that smoke in CT. Waro down, double the score. TNL, then Passion UA.
And 6 opportunities now to get themselves into that second round of the upper bracket and condemn Passion UA to that lower bracket where they'll have to go up against Fnatic. And like you were saying earlier, Trav, it's not like a competition where you think, okay, well, we've gone to the lower bracket, at least we should get a slightly easier game there, right? No. You're playing Fnatic. Tough games across the board.
Fnatic obviously are not in the state that they maybe want to be right now as a team or as an org. They're playing with Zero Fix as a stand-in. That's where we've coined it, Passion UA 1.0 versus 2.0. But I think that it's going to be tough either which way. Good little team play there to push into a tunnel, to have the rifle next to the orb. Might have lost it, but Onyx got it, and Ken will stop Waro once again trying to make a play happen. Ken's just been in the right place at the right time. I can't wait to see Ken's rating at the end of this series. I'll hopefully get it before we go offline, but he's been pretty much unstoppable the entire series.
He has been almost unplayable. He'll get no further impact though. Knifey wants to try and finish it off here by himself. That could cost him. It's going to be Jacasmo who drops down into CT. He's got players on either side of him. Desperately trying to isolate these fights. Eventually he will get the kill on Knifey, and he scales his way up the boxes onto the A side. Plant is guaranteed. Onyx now has to make a decision. Where is he going to retake from? He's going to go back through middle, and I reckon Jacasmo has the advantage here.
Yeah, the AWP. If there's a rifle down anywhere, he'd probably switch to it. That's why he's going for the pistol, all spotted out. Jacasmo now trying to play assertive, trying to go for the peaks first. He's very nervy though, you can see that. He's been tagged down to 4 HP. Onyx only needs the USP. TNL have beaten their domestic rivals Passion UA and will continue on their track to ESL Pro League.
Yeah, and they've done it convincingly on the decider as well. After the way they kind of shakily fell apart on train, I was a bit worried about them coming into dust, especially against Passion UA. Have been really good on this map in recent times, but what a level coming through from TNL there, man. I mean, they're just in control throughout, and that was they even lost an anti-eco round in the mix of 6 rounds they lost in the map, so really a very, very good win from them there as they get themselves into that second round of the upper bracket. Fully deserved.
Fully deserved, and they'll, as I mentioned, they'll really fancy themselves against Sashi. I understand Sashi have been like the underdog story of the bracket. You know, they're the lowest ranked team coming in, other than like the open qualifier teams, really. And one of the lowest ranked teams coming in to the second portion of the double elimination bracket, right? They beat Liquid to get here. They've beaten Fnatic now, but TNL, they have more firepower than Sashi. I don't think that's just a realistic and fair statement. So if they win that, they're through to the upper final, and then only 2 matches away from actually qualifying to Pro League itself, right?
Yeah.
So, incredibly exciting for them.
The irony is that we were talking about how there's no sort of quote-unquote easy games, and if you go to the lower bracket, you have to play Fnatic. I mean, that's a huge reward for TNL. Listen, I don't mean to kind of cast aspersions in Sashi's direction, but if there's any team you would want to play at any stage of this bracket, right, upper or lower bracket, Sashi would be like your first opponent you would pick to go against. So TNL, that's a very good opportunity to go into that upper bracket final.
Yeah, for sure. And it's pretty exciting as well. I mean, like, we've got the matches pretty much confirmed now. We know what's going on. We've got OG versus Navi Jr. in that lower bracket later this evening. Fnatic versus Passion UA to follow as well. At the same time, actually, to be fair, in that lower bracket. And the upper bracket matches this evening, Sashi versus TNL and Namiga versus Paravision. Namiga did get that one over OG in the end. So we're saying goodbye to 2 teams tonight and putting 2 teams in that upper final. And it's going to be fascinating to see where it's going to go. Great win for TNL, showing what they're truly made of. That this is exactly the form I expected from them. They are dangerous. They do have talent for the future. And that is why we're keeping a very close eye on them. Can't wait to see if they're somehow going to make that full run to Pro League. That would truly be something. But we are done for now. I'm going to take a little bit of a break. Matt will be back with you a little bit later for more action from the Quals. But for now, we'll say goodbye and see you soon.
Come play with us.
Honesty wants to win right here, right now. It's crazy. As he turns it, nice headshot. Headshots from Leslie.
won't take it no more. Can't take it no more.
to chase the dream of yesterday. But the stories told, the golden memories, ain't a truth but just a fallacy. But there's hustlers, stealers, liars out on this road, and they'll feed the fire and watch it all explode. Gotta put those flames out before we burn it down. Gotta plant new seeds in this ground. Don't let yourself be troubled or think on yesterday. Keep on moving, come on, don't stand in my way. Some people wanna pull you under. Some people wanna make you cry. Some people rolling in like thunder. We gotta fight the feeling, we gotta do it right. If the hustle and grind breaks your stride, do your turn and blame the other side. If the hustle in your mind makes you decide, it will crack and strip you of your pride. Oh, but there's hustlers, stealers, liars out on this road, and they'll feed the fire and watch it all explode. Gotta put those flames out before we burn it down. Gotta plant new seeds in this ground. Don't let yourself be troubled or think on yesterday. Keep on moving, come on, don't stand in my way. Some people wanna pull you under. Some people wanna make you cry. Some people rolling in like thunder. We
go to broad daylight. Feeding every night like Friday night. I keep the party on rock and the Bombay ice. Gotta see stars like Broadway lights. I told her, baby girl, you don't gotta kick it with the daydreamers. You can skip the line, I'm the gatekeeper. Plus I got the crowd going crazy. Dance floor blazing up, going. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so. With the VIPs in your city, getting litty as a BIC, huh? Yeah, screaming life's a gift, so we live to the fullest till we DIE. DJ, put it back on, keep it hype, we don't wanna hear no sad songs. Everybody up in here just wanna celebrate. Sip a little drink, get the dance on. That's all, listen, everything good over here. We don't want no problems, we just want cheers. Toast to the good life, wine, liquor, beer. Haters getting blocked if they trying to interfere. Swag on 100 and my drip too fresh. Certified stunner, need a big blue check. I don't got no time for no BS or no negative ideas in my vibe, cause I'm just too blessed. Run it back. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so.
We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. Ridden got me skanking, had me feeling like I'm Fred Astaire. Bread was kinda short, but I was smelling like a millionaire. Claimed their opposition when we stepped in, they were running scared. Man, we're louding up the atmosphere. Too much chatty, too much catty. I just lit a fatty and it came from Cali. I'm already here. I was in the clouds, I don't ever take the stairs. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. This another level, this one over here is very rare. This another level, this one over here is very rare.
Come play with us.
Honestly wants to win right here, right now. It's crazy. As he turns it, nice headshot. Headshots from Messi.
We're back, and we're going to be getting into the last game of the day. The second round in the upper bracket here, and the second stage of the EPL closed qualifier. Namiga locking horns with Parivision. It's me, Hayes, once again, and I've got a new friend in Freddy.
Oh.
Don't trust the graphic. It was Trav before, but it's Freddy, Grimmy Ranar, joining me for this matchup. Now, mate, this is a banger, and I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, I mean, well, firstly, thank you for having me. It's really cool to be getting back on the mic with you. I've been doing the Asia qualifiers. I did the first games in Europe, so I'm kind of getting to see quite a lot of this qualifier as it unfolds. And I'm sure, Hayes, you know, and for anyone else at home to let in, qualifiers like this, my favorite thing. In Counter-Strike, this is my undisputed favorite part of the circuit of the Counter-Strike. It's chaotic.
You must hate VRS then, Freddy.
Yeah, I know. Yes, I do. But it's like these type of games, you know, it's chaotic. People play 2 games in one day. Open qualifiers, it scratches an itch with me somewhere. So when I sit down here and watch the best teams in Europe all battling for one singular spot, I get excited.
Yeah, it's cutthroat, right? There's 20 teams that start off in the journey just in the closed qualifier, not even counting the open qualifier teams, and you have to whittle it down to just one team. It's something I've spoken about with Trav. When you look at the 8 teams that come into the second stage in the double elim bracket, I feel like you could make a case for basically every single team that's here to be the potential one to grab that lone spot. The one team I said that probably doesn't stand much of a chance is Sashi, and they've been the giant killers. They've beaten Liquid, they've beaten Fnatic, and now they're up against TNL in the other upper bracket matchup. So yeah, I feel like it's super open-ended in terms of which team's going to qualify.
Which for me then, when I look at any team getting any win, it's impressive. Like every single time someone gets a victory, it's like an impressive step forward. And so especially now as we're sitting in the upper bracket semi-finals, both Namiga and Parivision have fought through some very exciting competition, but I think it's fair to say that Namiga have potentially slinked through to this stage. It hasn't been the cleanest for them, has it, Hayes?
Yeah, I mean, they've done well to get to this point. So, I mean, let's just talk about the roster a little bit, I think, before we get into the results. They've obviously had a change forced upon them. It's not the first time for Namiga. This has happened in the past when they lost Flammus, went to Virtus Pro. Now, they've lost Zway, who's gone to Spirit. So, they've had to do some patchwork. They've brought Sawalio into the mix, who was playing for Ruby previously. And I thought he was decent on Ruby. I thought he was good on Ruby, but I didn't see him as like some sort of a world beater tearing up the tier 3 scene that was ready and raring to go for the next step up, right? And so I'm a little bit concerned about the firepower output now from Namiga, because I think you look at this team and now it's Xanta who has to be the guy, and Xanta's quite sporadic, quite volatile, he can put up big numbers, but he doesn't do it as consistently as what Zwei did for the roster before. So yeah, I think Namiga are gonna have to prove that they can rebuild again after losing a star.
Yeah, I mean, it's they've done it before. I think the thing is when we looked at Zwei, it was like, okay, a 16-year-old malleable kid who obviously has a lot to offer. Sawalio's been around the block a little bit and hasn't wowed anyone. Well, I mean, obviously he's wowed Namiga to some level, but Ruby were anything but impressive team. So that was my kind of intrigued response of like, it's not even like he's new on the scene. I've seen his name around for quite a while, and yeah, big shoes to fill. And sure, he has more experience coming into the squad than Zwei would have had, but it's a very bizarre one for me because his stats weren't even much of a wow factor. They were very just normal on Ruby, and that was normal against some not very good opponents. But you were mentioning Xanta. To be honest, I don't think he's the one to be looking at necessarily in the sense of consistency, because I actually do find he is very consistent. And if you do remember when Flamis left and when Zwei came in, Xanta had a massive upgrade in his performance, and I can imagine that upticks as well to where we are today. But I think Khan is someone that I'm keeping a close eye on, and I feel like especially in this matchup, he's going to have to perform. Luckily, he's already performed in the qualifier, and he's already performed today.
Yeah, for me, Khan was the one guy I was really high on and excited for in like the second half of last year. I just feel like he's been a bit underwhelming the past couple of months. I think he's just like regressed slightly, which is not what you would normally expect from a player on his trajectory. Let's brush over the veto and then we can just touch on Parry Vision a little bit afterwards. So we're going to have Mirage picked by Parry Vision, Train in response, and then Ancient as the decider. I mean, both teams, permaban nuke. Parry Vision decided they didn't want to float the permaban. They decided to stick to their guns. Gives Namiga the opportunity to ban Inferno, a map that they also don't really like to play all that often. But I still feel pretty good about this Mirage Train Ancient setup for Parry Vision.
Yeah, this is a veto that overlaps for both teams, but I think favors Parry Vision.
Yeah.
The Inferno ban is a really interesting one because it definitely for Namiga is like, where do we take this? Do we ban and also by the fact they haven't picked Dust 2, which is a map they previously have picked, I think it really throws everything into disarray. And we can, you know what, we'll talk about the veto in a second because the game's gone live. The veto is an interesting conversation, but we're here for the ESL Pro League Season 22 closed qualifiers. We're getting deep in the double elimination bracket now. We're in the upper semi-finals. Both teams have already played and won today. Parry Visions was very clean. Namiga took their time, but they did end it off on Mirage. They've got a lot of play time on this map so far today.
Yeah, that could bode in their favor. We didn't even get a chance to really break down Parry Vision. We're used to having to try and fill a little bit before the players are ready, but they're absolutely ready on time.
Not used to this, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So we got to move on straight into the pistol. Risky Bob gonna hang around even after finding the initial frag, and I thought that might cost him, but he's tapped down another. Surely he gets traded, and eventually Nota will take his life. Belchnock already closed the gap in on this B-bomb side. He's got a job to do as well, and he'll get cut down by Leah.
It's a really good start on the pistol round for the CT side. Nota and James, however, still kicking. The 2 versus 4 were at the minimum. Bomb has been planted. Rotations are coming in. They're coming in very quickly for the retake. I was a little bit cautious that they weren't all together. You can see Xanta's a little bit later, but it works out in their favor. Very full pedal to the metal for Namiga as they get on the board straight away.
Yeah, that's a really convincing pistol round from them as well. I mean, Risky Bob doing a really good job just cutting down the players trying to come through from Catwalk. I mean, if they found that kill on Risky Bob, even just the trade, then Belchnock gets support on the B-bomb site and the round looks a whole lot better for Parry Vision at that point, but they don't find success in that venture, so it'll be Namiga who open up their account first.
Very exciting, this matchup, because it's obviously a CAS derby, where on Parry Vision you have James, who's a lot more of the known value, and is a major winner. He's done well at a tier 1 event, at tier 1 events and a tier 1 level, but he's looking to now bring up this younger squad to that stage, whereas Namiga, you wouldn't look at these names a year ago and say that oh, they're actually playing better and are bigger names in the year of 2025 than James, would you?
Yeah, it's probably a fair statement. I mean, I think James has been playing some of the best Counter-Strike I've seen from him post-major, and that's why I'm a little bit concerned about him now picking up the IGL duties for Parivision, is I'm just wondering if that's going to take a bit of a knock on his own game, because he's been putting up such good numbers so consistently. He's been really stable over the past, like, 6 months as James, and obviously it's been announced recently that Chicken's been relieved of his duties. He's been benched in the team, James taking over as IGL once again. And like I say, the main thing for me is I just hope that he's still able to keep up the same sort of level.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, so to put it into context, it's like actually stupid numbers James has been putting down recently. Even today against ex-Navi Junior, obviously they're playing with Mathios as a substitute, so there's an asterisk there slightly, but I think the core of 4 players, it's still the sentiment of if you're dropping a 1.54 rating and on a map which is ancient, which is not an AWP map, and one of the best for Navi Junior, maybe one of the best in the world on that map, that's a pretty impressive result. So, yeah, it so far hasn't deterred him. And Parivision on the first gun round. The fight's been taken to them. Oh my, indeed, because Khan, that was a ropey spray.
Yeah, I mean, it was tough for him. I guess the plan was to try and combine with Santa, but AW just doubles down and finds both of those kills. Man advantage for Parivision now, as they shift their focus in towards the A-bomb site, recognizing that the fight's here towards the back of apartments has surely drawn attention away from A, and that's where they're going to look to make their move.
So far, so good for Parivision, and you just gotta thank AW for his individualism.
Yeah.
Amiga still, by the way, don't know that the okay, they do now because of the smoke, but up until this stage, they were not aware Parivision had completely covered that site. And if I'm Namiga, I'm going for a hard save here. There is no point in going for this round. If Lear was closer, you could have the conversation, but he's not. So I don't think there should be an attempt, especially when that kit is on Lear. So if he drops, it's round over straight away, more than it already was.
I mean, surely they're not going to go for it from here, right? They're surely just looking for some exit kills. They actually want to drop a smoke on the bomb.
Happening?
They've got a kit on here, but how on earth does he get onto the bomb from here? This is just lambs to a slaughter, Freddy. This makes no sense at all. They've just given up 2 lives for free with no upside at all.
Yes. Big question mark there. I like the early engagement from Namiga. I think that was actually a really nice heads-up play. It's just the timing is a bit awry. And they also get unfortunate that AW snaps onto, I think it was Xanta's head, right?
Yeah,
so he hits nice shots. Timing's a bit weird. But Parivision, first round on the board. And the veto I was speaking about previously, because the Amiga didn't really have a safe map to pick into, they picked into a train, which they're not massively comfortable on. That then puts me in a position where I think this is destined for a 3-mapper or a 2 over Parivision. Namiga, I don't see them winning Mirage, and it puts so much importance for me on that second map.
Yeah, it does. It's not like Train has to kind of build up to as a plan
hello.
against Parivision at all. So they'll back themselves every day of the week going into that second map. It's going to be a really tough fight for Namiga to try and get the job done here on Mirage. Like you say, hello indeed. Nota gets a bit of a rude welcome in towards middle with the double nade.
Wait, they might not know he's there because one of the nades missed, and if someone was there, they should be dead. So one of the nades missed, and that's the only reason why Nota's alive. I think that was actually a really cool play from the Amiga. But the execution, similar to the last, isn't quite on point. I don't think that specific note of him being alive and then not knowing is going to come into effect. The main issue is over towards a bomb site where, look, Parivision already out Tetris.
Yes, Walio has been spotted in towards CT as well. Leah at range trying to see if he can stop him from getting across. And it's actually going to be Risky Bob who gets in on the act. It's a good frag found. I think that was from Catwalk. There's going to be a double up coming through from CT. They're forcing the issue. James never expecting it. Yeah, just trying to plant out in the open is going to cost him his life. And Parivision have just... well, the wheels have fallen off here in the round.
And the wheels have fallen off. When I said they'd got out towards Tetris, they hadn't been spotted yet. There was only one player on the even vicinity, and that was in CT, and then there was, I think, one jungle. It was the short player who really cracked it all open for Namiga, because he takes the contact, gets the kill. Namiga have really good rotations, and yeah, the wheels just completely come off. So for Parivision, they did get their first round on the board, but then capitulate quite quickly afterwards.
Yeah, well done from Namiga, getting a read on what was going on there as well, rotating the pieces across accordingly, shutting down the play being made by Parivision, getting themselves back to winning ways as well. They've now got 3 AKs on the CT side. They're sitting pretty. If they win this, they break the economy of Parivision, and they can start to put some early scoreboard pressure on their opponents here. Casello yet to get going, Jane yet to get going as well. Of course, so haven't even really been able to speak about Casello yet. We got a bit of a pause, a bit of a break in play, good opportunity to just wax on about him, because this is a player that I'm really excited to see taking the step up to the next level. I mean, he was incredible on guns. That was the same team that Tanier played on before he was picked up by Heroic, and Casello and Tanier were like the powerhouse fragging monsters of that guns roster that saw them win a CCT title, beating Furia in a final. And now he gets the opportunity to play under the tutelage of Jame, and a major IGL winner, you know, some really fantastic talent like Belchnok and Nota. So I'm really keen to see how this plays out.
Yeah, well, when I look at this roster, Ziello, Nota, and AW are 3 of the hottest, if not top 3 hottest players coming out from the CIS region in kind of like this year, right? Yeah. Cheers. I don't know how old they are either, so let's pause that.
Great, yeah, true.
So to have all these names on a roster, a little part of me is like, too many cooks in the kitchen, perhaps?
Yeah.
But hey, it's worked out pretty well so far, and only time will tell. Is there anyone to kind of mold this roster together? I would trust James, but he is on 0 kills so far, and one of his aforementioned star players, Yellow, is also on 0 kills. He's the first player to fall after a very aggressive play in towards ramp from Namiga.
The one thing about James is we don't know exactly what sort of a system he's going to try and bring to the team now that he's taken over as the IGL again.
Yeah.
He does have a very unique kind of style and brand of Counter-Strike as a captain that'll take time for Casello and AW to integrate into. So that might be something worth keeping in mind. It wouldn't be like anything they've ever played in the past. Anyway, important round here. We can get back on that. Let's put it on ice for now. There's going to be a bit of an expansive play here, I guess, as they shift themselves away from a background through lowers to go find a different avenue of entry into the, say, bomb site.
Lid tagged by that Molo, but then he actually fist bumps it upwards, so he's able to stay alive and get a lot of information from this position. Xanta on short, spots them trying to boost up, gets one, scarpers away. Everything's falling apart for Parivision. Nothing's going right for them. These entries are diabolically bad, and what an easy end to the round for Namiga, and Sawalio, the new boy, topping the charts.
Yeah, this is a slow start for Parivision. They've only managed 6 kills in 5 rounds throughout this map so far. So this is not the start they would have hoped for coming into this particular game. As for Namiga, you couldn't have asked for a better start out of them here. And this is on Mirage, a map that we've kind of written off for Namiga as well. This is before Khan's even come online with the AWP. Looking good.
What I've been enjoying is Namiga are playing fast Counter-Strike at the start of the round, getting a pick and then pivoting very accurately off that kill. Oh my god, I have never seen that before.
Well, this is where Casello's got to just have a look at the sign that says tough times don't last, tough people do. No, alright, yeah, all that.
Desk, bro. I mean, God, like, honestly, thank God this is in an eco round. This is sort of gun round, and, like, actually dictated the round.
That's so tilting if that happens. Risky Bobs finds some highly impactful kills. I mean, he got a really important multi in the pistol. He got that 1 kill to aid the retake on the A bomb site, I guess. Not like the bomb had been planted, but they did lose control of the site. Gets a good wall bang kill. Casello's frustrations continue. They've got a single smoke grenade to try and breach the speed bomb site. It's going to be a bit of a nothing round here from Parivision. They've got nothing to show for the first minute and 10 seconds that have played out so far. And Namiga are happy to play the long game. They're happy to say, and like you said, they get the opening kill, and then they just kind of batten down the hatches. They post up and say, well, Parivision, you can have your fun, but we're going to wait for you on the bomb site.
Smoke top con, I think they're going to try to go through that, aren't they?
Yeah,
they're going to have to. Yeah. Right now, it's just vibes and prayers through this smoke. Got
That's
pretty
enough.
far, actually. Maybe I should be doing more of that. Unfortunately, though, they are getting smited as they come around the corner. Bomb down. Jame, hold your horses. Oh, bomb got denied. Oh, no. I didn't even notice that players on short. What is going on this round? So the 2 players on short push denied the bomb. I thought Jame had killed them in time. And then, unfortunately, he gets wallbanged through connector, dies after time, has no money in this round because he forced up a hero AK. And that's the second wallbang in that round for Namiga.
Yeah, that's true. The second one, indeed. Risky Bob with one into apartments, and then Zant onto the other to kill Jame after timer. That's worst case scenario here. He's not going to have the AWP coming into this round. And Jame fancies an AWP any half, any time, any situation. Not like a situational dependent guy, but this is going to be a change of pace here. Harry Vision turning up the wick. They've charged their way up catwalking towards B already. Risky Bob gets caught off guard. Welcome to the server, Casello. He's found the first. Zant is going to get overwhelmed as well. And the change of pace works the trick.
You posed the question of what kind of style of Counter-Strike is going to be played on this project. Now, Jame has taken over the IGL role. And I've got a feeling that we wouldn't have seen rounds like that previously from Jame. That kind of acceleration, the pace being turned up like that, that feels a little bit different, but in a good way.
Yeah, I do like it, but I hope it's not like the first and last time we see it in the half, because that would be maybe a bit more akin to what we expect, because it's worked so well. You've just let Casello off his leash in AW, and they're like, yeah, look at what we can do when we give him that freedom. Good way to answer back and get around on the board, and they're not really punished for the fact that Jame went down after the timer in the round before that either.
Okay, so Paravision catched Amiga slacking a little bit. That's a good gimmick to get on the board, but fundamentally they haven't been the better team. It's a good. This is a significantly better decision in the right way. Move in the right direction. Which is more, is it going to be consistent? And right now, Paravision are grouping outside the B bomb site while putting a little bit of attention towards middle in the form of Nota. But look at Risky Bomb on the double AWP.
Yeah, that's certainly going to be a change up here. Posted on the angle right now. He doesn't have any immediate support on this B bomb site, so he's going to be relied upon quite heavily. AW lining up the utility. In the meantime, Nota in towards top mid, and the player in Palace is trying to draw some attention away from B before the hit comes through.
I didn't know Risky Bob was an AWPer, and I'm waiting to be wowed.
He's
got utility
here.
Yeah, he's got utility as well to back away with, but it all fundamentally comes down to this first shot. He has to connect it. They're swinging around. Oh, he's missed it. That's awkward. Nota does fall in mid, so it allows Zan to then reposition and focus towards apartments, and that's exactly what he does. That was a fantastic nade by Risky Bob as well, by the way.
Yeah,
he drops it on the fadeaway. It absolutely lands on them. And not only is that good damage, but it slows their pace, and look at what it does. It just deteriorates this execute. And even though Risky Bob had missed the shot, which in a lot of occasions would have meant the round's over, we're all groovy.
Yeah, it also turns Xanta's M4 into an AK, because he just lands a headshot on each of those players trying to cross, and they instantly die because of the damage done from the nade. So it's a good pickup there. And he also did really well to get the frag on Nota in towards middle, and now, oh, he is in pursuit of these players in towards T-spawn right now. He's searching, and he finds himself a wild Jame. At least this time it's before the round ends. But that you've just lost a player, you committed to the save, and you've got nothing to show for it. So that certainly does suck. Oh, Paravision, they're winning some rounds in isolation, but not building up any head steam on their map pick. When do we start to get concerned? Because I'm starting to feel that way now.
Dude, I was concerned after like round 4 by just how it was looking. I was sitting here thinking, so this is the Namiga who looked really bad on Mirage against OG like 20 minutes ago. Now looking really good against Paravision. They're bringing really cool ideas. They're connecting their shots, and Paravision are doing kind of the opposite in every single spectrum. But there's going to have to be a bit of a change up, and I like it. They're going for this boosted to winner, which they tried before. It didn't work last time, but this time they've got a passageway to go through jungle and can join with the teammates that are coming from A. Never mind.
Yeah, the boosted up player's gone down. Khan gotten in on the action as well, and Belchnok finds a frag back, but they never expect Swallow underneath balcony. Drag and a huge amount of damage onto AW as well. Xanta continues to hold down the line. It's not pretty, but it's effective, and through the smoke, Khan will deny AW. Namiga going from strength to strength right now, and this is a really convincing performance from them.
The thing is, I think Paravision played that round well. I like the idea. Maybe would like to see them put a little bit more pressure towards middle. But what can you do when Xanta's just swinging short and just giving you no respect and is getting triple kill, double kill, triple kill?
Yeah. He's having a great time of it right now. And I said in the pregame that Xanta's now probably the best player on this Namiga roster. And he's volatile. He can put up the big performances like he got out of Flamison's way. But for me, it's the consistency that's the issue. If he can kind of hash that out, then we're really cooking with the Namiga team. Swallow will catch Mota on the cross. He's going to be a guaranteed bomb plant for Paravision, so there's a chance in the 4v5.
I mean, this is what worked last time, right? Paravision sped up on the low purchase, got the bomb down, but this time the difference is that it's not a... They didn't get the entries. It's a 3 versus 5. James lurking through middle, which ordinarily would be perfect. Guess what? It's a 4-man rotation through CT. There's only one player in jungle, and Sawalio spotted him and dropped him. AW, similar function. Belchanok, this would be one of the craziest 1 versus 5s I've ever seen in the history of Counter-Strike. And, well, it gets a bit of damage, and that's it. 5 players stay alive after that round.
Yeah, I mean, Swalio's been doing a really good job on the A bomb site, it must be said. The guy who's come into the team recently for Namiga with massive shoes to fill has been very reliable in his A anchor role so far. We're going to see Jame on the AWP. I think that's the first time in the half he's gotten the big green gun in his hands.
Yeah.
I mean, still look at the numbers, Freddy. I mean, I'm not great at maths, but they've only gotten, what, 4, 8, 12 kills. They've gotten 12 kills in 10 rounds. Paging Paravision.
got more than that.
Got to turn your monitor on, you boys.
Xanta's got more kills than that single-handedly.
Yeah, that's insane.
I mean, just look at how James also playing mid here. Like, it seems a little bit willy-nilly. Like, obviously, I think he's making the space, but it's just the way he's doing it. It doesn't look... It looks a little bit kind of... Counter-Strike. Yeah, like, just... I don't know how to put it into words, but just...
forced as well,
deflated.
In a way. Like,
deflated.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, could be. Can't afford to be, though, as the IGL. He's going to be leaving himself posted in towards top mid initially while his teammates group up outside of the A bomb site, setting themselves up for a waterfall out of Palace. Leah's hearing this repositioning from Jame, though. That's such key information. Look at the pieces now shifting on the board for Namiga, and they're going to be stacked up on this A bomb site to welcome Paravision bombs.
And utility's just been dropped on Jame. That was the only smokes. There is no smokes for Paravision. There's no one throwing flashbangs. They are running to their grave. From bad to worse.
Been told to save already. I'm telling you now, James said, yep, save the AWP, mate. That's the call. Oh, Casello 1 for 9. The new guy on the block here, AW. He got a double kill in the 1 round they won. Not much outside of that. This is not at all what I was expecting coming into this series. And we got to give credit to Namiga. I mean, I know Paravision haven't pitched up yet, but Namiga are just dominating them. They're just bossing them in this game so far. And they're going to hunt, why wouldn't they? They got so much money. AW quaking, quivering. Chance is going to step out. Yeah, that's fine. That shot there should be enough to secure the AWP. But this is 9-2.
It's 9-2, and I'm sitting back here and I'm going, damn, Namiga are good. I'm loving it. Muck loving it. And Sawalio, the guy I literally said, I was like, I don't know about this roster move. A 1.06 rated player in tier 4 Counter-Strike on a pretty crappy team that has done nothing. I don't know. Remember that one. Turns out he's a goated A anchor. And it looks like they want to come towards A because here comes the smokes. They've missed their flashbangs. They've missed their flashbangs!
Again, called into action, holds down mouse button 1, finds 2 kills as a result. thins out the attack massively before Paravision can assume control of the A bomb site. Maybe going to be playing retake. They have got a double orb setup in play, which could be a bit of a hindrance.
Well, so while you've been able to get 2, it helps when you've got full vision. Namiga have done this before with their retakes. They go majority towards CT. What is James doing? I think he understands that they're going towards CT, but then why would you try reposition like that with no information? He gives away his life. Belkshock and AW, they're trying their best. Time's ticking down. The bomb's not planted for them. They post-planted towards Tetris. The bomb's not planted for them, but it might have done enough. Khan gets on it in the nick of time. Oh, it's going to come down to the wire. And with that, Namiga silence Paravision with double digits on their opponent's map pick.
If all they've been saying is true, there's a war before your eyes. Tell me, can you see right through? Right through, right through. Down through the wires and the pipelines. We go disconnecting from the city and the skyline. Counting up coins for a soda can, and there's nothing going on, no game plan, no plans. So I'm jumping out the fire, back into the frying pan. I'm trying to disconnect from the stats and the spray tan.
We are back after an incredibly dominant display on Mirage from Namiga. Yeah, that's right, Namiga are in complete control on Paravision's home map pick of Mirage. What have we just witnessed? They just need to win 3 rounds in the second half and they go up 1-0 in the series, Fred.
Personally, I don't know what's happening. Paravision, day 1, looked flawless against Ents. They had an 8-4 half on Mirage. They've also got to this stage in the tournament way more convincing with their 2-0 against ex-Navi Jr. This ain't the greatest map for Namiga. Everything. But right now, Namiga on the T side, this pistol round, it's a double fake. Okay. And it's worked. I mean, they're not getting the kills, but the bomb can go out A, but it needs to go now. Okay, so the Sawada is going to get the bomb down. Hey, so what are we thinking? 1v4?
No, I'd love to believe, but I'm just I'm a realist, Freddy. I'm grounded and
Low
rooted in
HP, 1v4?
reality. Yeah, dink down at range. Belchnock will remove him. At least they get a bomb plant.
planted.
I mean, yeah, the double fake is nice, but when you only have one player who's committing to the actual execute itself, I don't know how that's ever really going to work out for you.
Vibes.
Yeah, I guess nothing really went according to plan in that round because the initial fake on A doesn't really accomplish much. Then the two players pushing into B don't get any kills. So everything kind of went awry.
If there was ever anything to work, nothing did. Like, none of the steps were made. But hey, bomb down. It's better than nothing. Look at the purchase. 3 Galils, 2 Deagles. They got the majority of stuff they would have wanted in this round, and they're going to be instantly going towards mid. Look at this. They're going to be going very quickly. Jame on the scout gets a tag, but then instantly drops.
He was just like quad peeked there, mate. There were 4 players who just charged onto his screen at a moment's notice. And he goes down as a result. He's had a really tough time so far throughout this map. 3 kills and 13 deaths, and it's going to be a re-exploration in towards middle here from Vision. They've committed 3 players forward. This is going to be a straight-up brawl-out in middle right now, and it's the CTs who are dominating it.
It's working perfectly. Everyone's falling, and there's no kind of rebuttal coming out from Namiga. Xanta's in apartments, and he's going to get chased down, and all things considered, Vision actually put a stem on the bleeding in this round really well.
I just like that they take the fight to Namiga as well. They didn't go into a shell after Jane went down. They're like, oh, let's concede middle. Let's just try and set up on the bomb site, give up that space, let Namiga build themselves into the round. They actually just stifled them really nicely, just disrupted them with that re-aggression.
I'm not used to actually complimenting Vision in this game.
Yeah, deserve it in that round though.
Yeah, I mean, like, completely. This is now going to be the lower purchase for the T side. There are 5 Deagles on the board. I think that's a real exhibition of how confident they are right now. I don't like it personally, economical reasons why. But hey, if you're 10-4 up and everyone's kind of heading shots, I can throw them a little bit of a bone. But they need to be careful they don't get over complacent, because it is now a 5-round game, which doesn't seem close, but
that gap gets closed quickly.
It's in a position where Vision, the end is in sight. Like, you can actually understand where the end goal is right now. So this first kind of proper gun round for Namiga, it's going to be very interesting because they haven't really done anything to... Like, so far all they've done is just fast mid. So what's their depth on the T side?
Well, we're going to find out, right? Still been early days for them here in the second half. Haven't really had the opportunity to show us what they're going to bring to the table. But, I mean, we were kind of writing Namiga off before Mirage even began. And they were able to piece together a very successful CT side, but we have no idea what to expect out of them here on the offensive half. And it looks like it's going to be pretty plain and direct.
Very similar to the last.
Quite a set of util towards middle here. They've smoked off snipers top mid. There's a smoke going into jungle, top pot, and there's going to be a lot of players barreling into A.
The issue now is the AWPs. There's no utility to deter them. Belchnock in that Molotov sizzles. Nota pushes ahead of this utility towards middle. Does eat a grenade, but he's able to keep the advantage in favor of Vision. That was also the bomb he dropped, and only God knows how he's gotten away with that one. He scooped back into connector on one singular hit point, and in this 3 versus 4, Namiga, they need to get Risky Bob mobilized. Look at his positioning. He's over on the B bomb side. His teammates are trying their best to survive. Is the bomb even planted for him?
No,
I don't think
default.
so. So what's the point of Risky Bob's positioning now? No one's even remotely near him, and no one's post-planted for the bomb.
I think it's the only position they felt like they could remotely be comfortable and actually activate the C4. It means that they have to take the fights in the post plant. They can't sit back idly. So much damage done. Note on a single point of health is going to leap onto the C4, but he won't be afforded the opportunity to stick it. And despite the awful post plant positions, Namiga have still done it.
Nothing in that round went the way that it wanted to for Namiga. I don't think at any single junction. And yet they come away winning out the 2 versus 3, the 3 versus 4. I simply do not understand how. And for Vision, that's going to be a very deflating round. Because as soon as you were starting to build an ounce of momentum, ripped apart.
Yeah, and if you lose this round here, which is pretty likely, it's straight up game over. It's pots and pans, rusty pots and pans, needs to get it to try keep themselves alive. Jane will go for a gamble, risk shot there while he's blinded. He gets rewarded for his troubles, but it's kind of cancelled out as Casello goes down. Belch not what expected on default will get in on the action. There's so many players here for the CT side right now, and they're all being called into action. Do Namiga want to continue to commit? There's still so much time, but they've committed a lot, so they want to continue to double down.
I agree with you. Pulling the plug might have not been the worst idea, especially considering the time. But in the 2 versus 3, still seems like they are going to definitely at least get the bomb site. Bomb plant is actually guaranteed if they plant for default, but they're waiting. They're seeing if anyone peeks into their crosshairs, and now Khan will tap in those digits. Risky Bob's over towards CT. There's only one player here, and it's AW on a 5-7. So he's not that much of a deterrent. If this kill goes in favor of Amiga, which it should, the round is actually back in their stride. AW is trying to survive. Oh, I spoke too soon. The 5-7 trumps the AK. Now Khan is being wrapped around from 5 different angles. Palace, stairs, and CT. And it'll be Nota with the FAMAS from Palace to put him in the grave. That round is all AW at the end.
I couldn't agree with you more. I was thinking the exact same thing watching that duel go down between Risky Bob and AW, and if Risky Bob gets that kill, he's in such a good position to play the post plant. Once he dies, that just means Khan's in like the worst position possible. He's forced to try and go searching into Jame with his Glock, like worst case scenario, and that doesn't work out. Namiga, oh man, I mean, if they just had maybe a little bit more patience there, maybe if they had the ability to cut their losses, that could have gone better. Paravision stacked up the A bomb site, and Namiga, they were hell-bent on going all in on A, and that cost them. And that could have been game over. If Paravision lose that round there, then just wrap Mirage up and call it a day. But now, if they win this, 11-7, anti-eco, 11-8, game open once again.
That's scary how quickly it all falls apart for Paravision. Sorry, for Namiga. If this round does not go their way, and if you look at what they have to work with, it's yeah. 3 AKs, a Galil, a Deagle, and even the utility. 2 Molos, 2 smokes, a nade, a flashbang. There's not much to work with in 1 minute and 10 seconds to go. They are given a lot of luxury, I will say, out middle, and considering their utility, this is exactly what they needed so far.
Yeah, flirting with death there. The angle will come away with the kill. Casello can hold him to fray as well. Namiga have been able to kind of close the gap and get themselves into forward positions, but how do they translate this position into the bomb site itself? Good boost up there, catches Risky Bob off guard, but Casello hangs around and that's off. I think Khan's the linchpin here. Boosted up into
James
snipers. He's got one here, and he's going to land the tag on the cross.
But the fact that Khan stays alive and confirms where the AWP is at least everything. Namiga is still going towards B. They have to. There's no time left. Do they know about AW? They seem to be fixated on the AWP, and then AW just shoots them inside the head. Okay, yeah, a little bit overconfident there with the jump peek. It's actually quite a nice shot from Swallow. But Swallow needs to make sure he dies. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, a second, time over. Swallow dies after time. So all of those grievances we were talking about now accumulate even further.
And I really like that from Jamie. He recognizes that the round is ticking down. He doesn't overface. He forces Sawalio to die out after the round. Means he barely has any money going into this next round here. Means that what he gets, okay, 3,400. He'll actually be fine in the gun round. It's fairly inconsequential for Sawalio. Amiga, we haven't really seen much middle control from them in any of these gun rounds. It's been far more sort of grouping up and trying to push into a bomb site. They have got a lot of util here. They got 3 smokes, so it could just be the standard A exec coming through and just looking for a bomb plant.
Bomb plant definitely possible, and normally in this situation, it's like, oh, it'd be nice to get a plant. Here, it's a mandatory outcome. So while you're on 750, it's going to be a tough cookie to crack in the next economically.
Well, he gets 3,400, so he'll be around like 4,100. He'll be fine.
Yeah, just about fine. James with the
It could have been a lot worse.
Yeah, it could be worse. James, he's starting to at least connect shots though, and this is an important round to be doing so, just on the basis that nothing gets scary. Okay, he does fall, and it will mean the bomb can get planted. Money's not great for Paravision. They need to make sure they don't lose many players, and they won't. They just run at Xanto. How is he still alive? Okay, I got a little bit scared there for a second. Ziello trying to knife him, and Paravision only keep 3 players alive. Look at their money as well.
2 players left alive, only Nota and AW, so they're going to have to reinvest quite heavily going into the next round. And when you're trying to make these comebacks happen, that's far less than ideal. Nota trying to give AW as much time as possible to hoover up the utility that's dotted around the bomb site. He hasn't gotten anything extra, just I guess a Tech 9 for his troubles, but yeah, good eco round from Namiga, courtesy of Xanto, who just really adds a lot of value with those extra 2 kills right at the end. But you made a good point at the start of the round, and it's that James is kind of coming alive. I think he's found opening kills in 3 rounds now on the CT side with his AWP, which is what we've come to expect from him.
Yeah, I kind of read. Oh, this is fast. Oh, I can't even catch my breath. I can't even make a thought. Namiga won't let me articulate anything because their foot is firmly down on the accelerator. Risky Bob. He does at least trade out Lear, but he then gets spammed through the smoke. Great flashbangs. Ziello caught completely blinded. I don't blame him. There's nothing he could do there. There was 2 flashbangs chained, so it's a really nice set piece from Namiga. And now in the 3 versus 3, it starts to get a little bit scary because they have no utility and the smokes are faded.
Oh, Xanter is really holding an aggressive position right now, bobbing and weaving back and forth, and he's going to bait the player into the fight. Can't get the kill. Jane will find 1 in the tag, and now it's all on AW with this massive flank. Yeah, he hasn't been hurt. They have no idea that he's here, and the bomb's halfway gone already, so time is of the essence. I don't think if he caught a glimpse of there in CT, eventually he will pounce, but he's just taken down the low health player. Drops a smoke on the bomb. Molly's going to be far too deep though. Sawalio ahead of it, breaks the smoke open with the nade. AW has no option but to hope and pray, but his prayers are not answered, and Namiga are up to map point.
Okay, nice shots from Namiga. Like, that was a good set piece, as I was mentioning, with the flashbangs in towards CT, etc. But that post-plant for Paravision could have gone a very different way if they'd played it more patiently and not overextended in the hunt for the individual kills and waited for AW. AW should have not been the final person alive. He should have been initiating contact alongside the rest of his teammates, but that wasn't the case. And because of that, Namiga are now on 12, and Paravision's money is broken because they also weren't able to deal with Xanter on the Deagle 2 rounds ago.
Yeah, it's a very good point. Those consequences have come back to haunt them. And now, like you said, it means it's really awful for them. It's going to be so...
What?
Nota, what have you just done on that angle? The tightest of angles. Xanter thought he had an extra second to line up the shot because of how tight the angle was, but that just gives Nota the opportunity. And he finds a kill. AW will scoop up the AK and take the space afforded to him.
Bellshot gets a dink on Khan in connector. There's a lot of space opened up. Yeah, a lot of space for Namiga. Nota needs to get this kill, and he will. This alleviates a lot of pressure from Ziello, because as he clears out Palace, there's focus on these players coming out ramp. Nota gets a lot of damage, and Ziello's then baited in, as I mentioned. They didn't anticipate someone to be in that Palace smoke, and Lear's just running up connector, unaware that someone could be so close to him. And considering the purchase, very impressive Paravision are able to stay alive on Mirage.
Well, Namiga have effectively had 2 chances to basically put Paravision away here on Mirage, right? They've played against 2 of these broken buys that look awful, pots and pans for Paravision, and Paravision both times have been able to get themselves across the line successfully. So, Namiga, they've had their chances, I must say, and if this does end up slipping into overtime, those are the rounds that they'll think back to. They themselves will now force buy, lose this 12-10, Eco 12-11. Basically, one full gun round between Parivision and overtime. Seems doable.
It's very doable, but it's just a very weird game because it feels like Namiga are going for so many of these fast plays on Mirage on the T side and just trying to end off the map before they're trying to too quickly end the map. And that's comes to really bite them, as I don't think Parivision are even looking that fantastic on the City side. Notice at least getting more impact, and so is Jame and AW. So the people are doing better individually, but nothing's wowing me, and yet it's a 3-round game.
Yeah, I hear you. I feel like Nota has certainly stepped up in a big way. Belchnok had some good impact on the, say, bomb side as well to try and keep Parivision just chugging along here. Oh, Belchnok playing a dangerous game there. Lucky to still have his head intact. Amiga gonna pull the plug, Xanta. That's another 1v from him, man. He's so deadly with that hand cannon.
The thing is, Xanta's actually slowed down massively from the beginning. He was like 13-2, right? And he's got 4 or 3 kills with a Deagle this half. So he's had a very... yeah, he's had a pretty slow game. And somebody's had a slow game is Yellow. But look at his positioning. His team are on the back foot. They've lost a player, but Yellow's right behind them as they're executing A. He's not going to be there in time to deny the execute happening. As they go onto the bomb site, Parivision just have to deny. Everyone's here. They just need to stay alive. Wait for Yellow to strike. Espionage is in full effect, and they are none the wiser. Khan still flicks on. What's going on? How have Namiga done this? How have they got the advantage? 18 seconds left, and Nota is stuck dancing and prancing around triple. He reads into Xanta, tentatively low, 38 HP. Here's Sawalio dropping down, time ticking low. 6 seconds, and Nota somehow saves the day and keeps Parivision alive in their map pick.
Well, the one guy who's been the shining light for Parivision so far throughout the second half is Nota, and he's the guy who will fight to keep them alive in that round as well. Brilliant work from him in the 1v2. I'm right there with you. I couldn't believe it ended up in a 1v2 favoring Namiga, considering the massive flank from Caselo, considering the setup from Parivision. Namiga's still doing incredibly well, but it's not enough. And they're going to spend their money here again. They'll be very light on utility, but Parivision look to fight for another day.
I just don't know how. I don't know how Khan killed Yellow as well. That flick was just crazy. Swallow lost the 1 versus 1 last round, but opens up the A bomb site with a double in this. You know what? Not bad work. He's still in company on 22 kills, and Belchnok, he's alive on the A bomb site. They seem to know where he is. Issue, Hayes. I see an issue. Bombs outside TV.
Yeah, that is a problem. You're bang on, Freddy, for highlighting that. That is an issue indeed. AW, the responder, trying to aid and assist. Belchnok, who's trapped in the corner. He has been able to at least navigate his way into default. AW still being baited forward. This is really tense right now. And eventually Belchnok goes down. This might not even be about recovering the C4 anymore. It could just be about the kills themselves. But Swalio and Xanta. It's going to be Xanta who gets the skates on. Cello going to get caught with his back turned. It's not the cleanest, but Swalio will come away with the kill anyway. We saw a 1v2 from Nota to keep Parivision alive in the previous. This time it's on AW.
I don't think they know where he is. By the way, Sawalio loses the 1v1 in the last round. He not only opens this round up, he's on for the ace.
That's
4
crazy.
kills so far for him.
New
He's
boy on
really
the block.
shut me up. He shut me up, I can't lie. And there you go. 1 bullet straight to the cranium, and Parivision fall down, thump the hard cold ground, and Sawalio reigns above the rest. 25-13 and an ace to end off Mirage. They go 1-0 up in this series and take their opponent's map pick, which I said was a guarantee for Parivision.
Well, that's just ridiculous coming through from Sawalio. What a performance, because it wasn't like he just had a big, like, he didn't just have like a stretch throughout Mirage where he was finding impact. It was throughout the entirety of the map. Think about him anchoring that A-bomb site, how many big rounds he has, and then how he really comes alive towards the tail end of the T side to get his team across the line. We spoke about how he has massive shoes to fill after replacing Zwei, and I mean, that's a performance Zwei would have been proud of. So huge work out of Sawalio to win his opponent's map pick.
Honestly, I'm shocked. If you had told me that Sawalio was going to drop 25 kills, be the top of the scoreboard, he was going to get an ace in the final round, Namiga were going to win the first half 10-2, I would have called you silly. And
yeah, you would have told me to pull the other one. It has bells on
yeah.
it.
I was like, dude, what? Like, I'm not that stupid. Like, I know you could pull a few rugs over my head, but come on. Like, I hope you'd have a little bit more respect for me. Issue is, that's all true. And now it's Namiga's map pick of train up next. But this also does have its kind of question marks and asterisks around it as well, doesn't it, Hayes?
It certainly does, and we'll delve into all those asterisks and question marks after a bit of a break, guys. It was a fantastic display from Namiga. It's their map pick up next. We'll see you in about 15 minutes.
As he turns it, nice headshot.
I thought it was just a pile of shit.
Will always threw something away. Could I be desperate, crazy, or is it that they never see things my way?
I also thought Ruby was cheating.
About the world keeps turning, waking up day after day, hoping to
definitely
change
did
my
have one.
story, or maybe see things in a different way. Maybe if I took a chance and got out of my way.
Also, they've had quite a few, like, moons play for
A
them.
different point of view and maybe change the day. Gonna find somebody who's gonna treat me right. I know they're out there. Yes, they're out there. And I won't give up the fight. No, gonna find somebody who's gonna treat
magical moment. And not every moment can be precious like this. So come on, here's something you don't want to miss.
What
When the world is cold, you hear people say, gotta chase the dream of yesterday. But the stories told, the golden memories, ain't a truth but just a fallacy. But there's hustlers, stealers, liars out on this road, and they'll feed the fire and watch it all explode. Gotta put those flames out before we burn it down. Gotta plant new seeds in this ground. Don't let yourself be troubled or think on yesterday. Keep on moving, come on, don't stand in my way. Some people wanna pull you under. Some people wanna make you cry. Some people rolling in like thunder. We gotta fight the feeling, we gotta do it right. If the hustle and grind breaks your stride, do your turn and blame the other side. If the hustle in your mind makes you decide, it will crack and strip you of your pride. Oh, but there's hustlers, stealers, liars out on this road, and they'll feed the fire and watch it all explode. Gotta put those flames out before we burn it down. Gotta plant new seeds in this ground. Don't let yourself be troubled or think on yesterday. Keep on moving, come on, don't stand in my way. Some people wanna pull you under. Some people wanna make you cry. Some people rolling in like thunder. We gotta fight the feeling, we gotta do it right. Well, don't let yourself be troubled or think on yesterday. Keep on moving, come on, don't stand in my way. Some people wanna pull you under. Some people wanna make you cry.
It's not been the easiest closed qualifier for Namiga, I'll be honest. They haven't looked fantastic on paper, but certainly on that first map, they came out the gates swinging. It got a little bit close at the end, but Sawalio stepped up with an ace, and now on their map pick, all the wind is in their sails.
Yeah, AW catches a glimpse of one jumping around the corner. What he doesn't know is there's 3 players right behind him. He's backpedaled. They're still looking to try and run him down. He's done really well to get a frag, but eventually he gets overwhelmed, and Xanta gets in on the act as well. He was one of the kingpins, in particular in the first half on Mirage. Casello walking around the site, gets the jump on Xanta, but still comes off second best.
This started quite well for Paravision. They got the opening kill. It felt like they were in the right position, but now it's going to take a hero. And Belchinok, he's looking to be that. He's able to kill Lear after the bomb gets planted, but they get caught on a very awkward timing with the reload. James spots Risky Bob, but he's able to get to safety in the nick of time. And James, I was going to say, maybe lost his moment of surprise. Does get one, but then at range, both of the AWPers connect. And it's Khan to give Namiga the leg up on Train.
Mate, we were talking about how, okay, Namiga, if you're going to win the series, you're going to have to do it on Train in the Decider. We were talking about how if there's a 2-0, it's going to be Paravision. there's a serious world in which Namiga could win the series 2-0 and get themselves into, what, the upper bracket final? Like, that's what the equation is right now. It's their map pick. T side off to a good start. Paravision have a big job to do here to fight that.
Sashi's also won their first map against TNL, by the way. So the underdogs keep on chugging along.
I mean, who would have banked on a Sashi upper bracket final? That would have been insane. Belchenok, he's the only one who really has something to work with here in the round, and he's gotten 2.
Yeah, they push up through B. Ziello and Belchenok. And Belchenok's the only player with, well, anything in this round. He's got MP9 armor. Everyone else is on USPs. And I guess the one person who's got the 2 kills is the MP9. So there's some rifles to be dropped. Ziello's actually picked up an AK. And Namiga are in connector. Belchenok spots them. But still, it's MP9 and armor, and he's not done just yet. Able to pick up at least one more kill before he finally falls. The bomb shall get planted for Namiga. There's 2 versus 4. It's against non-armored players, but their rifles have been collected.
Yeah, I mean, it shouldn't really mean a whole lot that they don't have the rifles, because they've got the numbers at this point. You can just go for the trade system. You're going to have AW to deal with initially, and then Nota in tow, but Nota not even required. AW with the USP just leaps around the corner. Bomb, I don't even know if it's planted for Swan. This should be an impossible 1v4. They now know exactly where he is. He jump on AW, but it doesn't result in a frag. He does double down. He's running out of ammo. 3 bullets left, 2 bullets. He has to go for the Glock to level out the playing field. He's using the war train really well right now, and you're right. Time is of the essence. He's done enough. He's bought enough of it. Swalio, the hero again.
Swalio ended map 1 with 25 kills to only 13 deaths. An ace at the end of Mirage to secure at least that map for Namiga, and now clutches up effectively a 1 versus 4. It was a full eco though, apart from Belchenok on that MP9 armor. And Belchenok gets 3 kills, so it's the AWP instantly into James' hand. They've lost the round Paravision, but in the long run, it might serve to benefit them.
I know, but that's just not where the focus is right now. It was a 4 versus 1 in a full eco like that. That's just a disaster for them. You're right, they inflict a lot of damage, and that's great, but should have been able to win the round. Okay, well, let's see if they can take advantage of all the economic damage inflicted by following up with the round win here.
Ooh, Nota. Dropped in the flashback, maybe to get Xanta. No one's cleared Cielo, but maybe they didn't have to. That was a ropey spray from him. So now that man advantage is all dwindling away. James with his AWP is stuck behind utility and now is completely left by himself. Lear, that is a disgusting triple entry, and he's just jumped up on the bomb train, double dinked the player in con. Paravision, I was hyping up saying, oh yeah, they lost the round, but they've set themselves up in a good position. Never mind. 10 seconds later, Namiga on 3.
It was still looking pretty good even with their setup, right? With Nota, E-Box looking to control Pop. You had a player behind the box outside of A main as well. It just doesn't work out at all. Everything goes against them. Leah just rolls them over with ease, evidently. My word. Cello spray though, Freddy. What was up with that? He's hasn't at all looked like the player I've come to know and love in this series so far. That was really rough around the edges.
Yeah, so he had the least frags on Mirage with 9 kills and 19 deaths, a 0.67 HLTV rating, and 44 AWR. It's not been the greatest for him.
Oh, and he's got the Sanji treatment, mate. He's got the Sanji treatment here.
He just dropped.
He's the one who's dropped the AWP for James. Wait, did James save the AWP previously? He got the M4 regardless.
He dropped. I think no. Wait, I think he just bought Deagle Smoke.
Well, he's definitely dropped something.
Wait, no, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong person. Yeah, he dropped the A1S to Belchenok. Sorry, he's got the Sandy treatment. I was looking at Nota. Sorry, ignore me. I've had a moment. Yeah,
no, that's fine, but Casello has never had to do that in his career, I don't think. Like, he was always the guy who was getting dropped the rifle. Ugh.
I don't think it's ever a good thing to be dropping a rifle in this situation and having 2 players now going into the next with no money. So if this doesn't go for Paravision's way and everyone dies, like, what's the plan in the next round? And Belchenok, I'm really glad. I'm really glad Zielo's dropped him the A1S there. You know, I'm really glad. That was definitely worthwhile, and that was a really good expense for this game.
Well, if anybody isn't fluent in sarcasm, Freddy was being sarcastic. Very good double kill from AW. No idea how he's gotten both those frags with the Julies. I have no idea how this is how the round is unfolding right now. 2v3. Bomb will go down. Man advantage for Parry Vision, but they've got an AWP Desert Eagle and a USP to complete the retake.
And 2 sets of armor. No kit as well. That's come to bite them already once. Nota's in a good position on the flank, but he might come in a little bit too late. Ziello gets tagged, but is able to survive. James also tickles the Molo. Now the Deagle of Nota activates, but he can't get the kill. And Risky Bob just about is able to silence with the AK. James clears his corners. Khan didn't know where to look. He had a Glock in hand, and I think there's just enough time.
Should be right. Surely right. I think he has. Yeah, he's got it quite
he has
it. Okay. This time, they will be able to win the eco. Only just enough time to complete the defuse. Jane finds a lot of impact with his AWP, but AW, I mean, he had to be the real hero to even give Jane a chance in the round with his double.
What hurts in this is I'm not entirely so Khan and Risky Bob's whole plan was to get aggressive, right? But then Khan gets caught in this awkward no man's land where James drops a nice nade and then Khan's got a Glock in his hand and doesn't really know what to do. If he had just pulled the trigger, he would have probably won that round. Or if he was playing more passive, round 1. But because of their aggression, it actually undermines this. And Paravision, dear God, they should be thanking AW. And it's another aggressive play from both sides towards A main. But Namiga's flashbangs force Paravision back.
Cello will be able to activate from the corner, find a kill as a result. He'll continue to bunk it down, and he finds a second as a result. This is looking much better from Cello. Eventually get overwhelmed, but he does go down to Khan, but he's got some support rotations. AW slides in position, but Sawalio's got the awareness. Mate, these guys' composure in chaotic situations is exemplary.
I don't think exemplary even does it justice. There's so many scenarios on Mirage and Train now where I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, how?
Well, I just didn't get the memo that Namiga's now the best team in the world.
I'm pretty sure we had the conversation. Everyone had the conversation. Oh, Namiga have lost sway. They've kind of got this guy who's a bit rough around the edges, let's say, to put it nicely. An experience, like kind of a guy that's been around for a couple years. He's 21 years old, which amusingly enough is considered old in esports. But, you know, not really, like, quite average stats by large on Ruby. Has his good performances, but they're very flash in the pan. And now he's hit the ground running. But on top of that, Namiga, everyone's first bullet accuracy seems to be off the charts. And then the duality of that, and I know it's a very crude little color point, Paravision just simply aren't connecting their shots.
It does feel that way. They're just not looking like the really sharp individuals that we've come to know and expect from Paravision. Stark contrast out of Namiga. They've been as sharp as you get. Razor sharp so far in this particular series. Those looking to try and fight for control in towards A main, and they will successfully wrestle that control with good utility usage.
Don't really know if we've seen Namiga actually play over towards Ivy whatsoever so far in this map. Obviously, it's very early on. We're only in round 6. But they put a bit of util and presence towards that part of the map. AW eats a fat nade, and they now leave Sawalio there to activate as a late pincer, with the others repositioning towards A main. Yellow drops a smoke, and it's perfectly timed as well because it pushes them back.
And they still have a little bit of utility to work with on the CT side as well. Both Nota and Belchnok still have smokes as well. So they continue to buy time. I'll tell you what, that wallbang not far away from connecting at a massive range. Now we start to head in towards that 45-second mark. It looks like Namiga maybe want to try and throw some misdirection into the mix. I thought they might try and fake out on B a little bit, but no. It's going to be a big split on the safe bomb side coming from Pop, Ivy, and A main.
Sawalio opens up the proceedings. Now, we've got Paravision stuck between two minds. Where do we look? There's players coming from literally everywhere. They're coming out the walls right now. But Zielo's able to hold true. I'm surprised Sawalio's not has had any more impact from his position, but he might not need to. James fixated on Ivy, waiting for Sawalio to activate. Sawalio does, and, well, not the timing that James would have wanted. And Namiga, it's a little bit of a different round that also still works in their favor, which is a really good sign for the future.
I mean, and there was nothing gifted about that round for Namiga either. Again, it's like grit, tenacity, determination, and then phenomenal composure in and amongst the chaos to get it across the line. Again, there's so much going on in these rounds. There's so many fights being taken at the same time, but they're still able to keep the comms clear enough to navigate their way through these tense situations. I'm so impressed by Namiga. This is a masterclass.
At least they do get knocked down a peg, though. That was a nice shot from Nota. But there's no one on the bomb side for Paravision.
These are the rounds they've tended to struggle in the most, though.
Yeah, but then I'm looking at this round, and I'm looking at the structure of it, and I'm like, there's no way this is lost, right? Sure, it's a 4 versus 5, but everyone's on rifles for Namiga, and no one is on Paravision. Everyone's on pistols. There's not even armor across the board, and there goes the man advantage, with Xanta clearing out the primary zone of Ivy. Nota, who's doubled his kills in this round, is looking for a little bit more on this cheeky boost with the deagle. And the time's just going to tick down, and that's going to be 6 booked in. And Namiga, they are certainly looking to park their car in the upper bracket finals. ESL Pro League close qualifiers. Zielo, you know what? Nice shots. Khan's going to die to the bomb as well, so that is good damage. But it's a silver lining amidst the rain cloud, because the money's also still pretty good for Namiga.
Yeah, you're right. At least they're able to come away with a few kills, and I don't think Namiga will mind that, considering that they did lose a player initially to the good 1D from Nota, but they continue to remain true to the cause. They've won 6 out of 7 rounds so far here on Train. They're in complete control of their map pick, and they're now just 7 rounds away from the upper bracket final. This has just been such an impressive display from them, but the job's not done yet. They've got to just make sure that they don't get complacent. And again, a new look here from Namiga.
Yeah, it's a new look from Paravision as well, because we haven't really seen them get aggressive into A main, and you know what? They actually don't anyways. So, I was wrong, I suppose. I thought Nota was going to try get in, but he doesn't, and Risky Bob just walked out A main, and they have knife out. Surprise! Okay. Nice reaction, but look at all of this commotion over towards the A bomb site. Sawalio's put 4 players over here. James is going to have the heads up, cognizant ability to rotate towards B, and that's where it looks like the X-Suit's going to come in.
Yeah, it is, and he's posted up on Heaven right now. 2 players going to try and merge, and he's going to be able to find the frag on the first, no problem, no fuss. Next man is going to be Belchnok called into action. What about the timing right now? Oh, I thought Liam might just catch him with his back turn, but yeah, he's able to get the kill anyway. Now a 2v5 should be mission impossible for Namiga.
You said it at the beginning, it was a kind of a new look for Namiga in this round, where they had a fake A, and then they were then trying to go on towards B. Maybe overcooked it slightly. I don't think it was a bad call, but over towards A, Risky Bob maybe just takes a little bit too much liberty, and then Sawalio also just kind of gets thundered upon. And then even on the B execute, they don't go with the smokes. Like, James able to get that kill on Heaven before the smoke blooms, which is not a good sign. But it's Namiga with a change of pace. They try something different. It doesn't work. I expect them just to go straight back to what they were doing prior, and that's just death balling out. Sawalio, I don't know how he's hit that shot, and I suppose this man can just do everything right now. Can't get any wrong.
Yeah, evidently, he's just got all the skills, all the capabilities, and Khan's quite happy to see the AWP being carried over as well, because he wouldn't have been able to buy one up here. Bit of decision-making time in terms of how they're going to distribute their money here, what they're going to invest into, what they're going to prioritize. Got a decent amount of utility. Leah will get a full belt as well. Shockingly, Xanta will get a Desert Eagle. Again, more. Oh, no, he's gone for the Galil. I was going to say, he's been so good with the Deagle, I wouldn't really mind it anyway. Either way, Parivision went down 2-10 in the first half of Mirage, Freddy. They absolutely can't afford, obviously, for that to happen again here. And I don't think that it will. But this is where they can kind of just draw a line in the sand and say no further to Namiga.
I'm not sure how possible it's going to be. And that's a great opening kill. This is the second time Khan's gone for an attempted peek towards Ivy. The first time didn't work. They at least got damage onto AW. This time he just gets the kill outright. So it's an instant opening advantage for Namiga, and it's exactly what they need when one of their players is chilling on a deagle and they got 2 kills.
Yeah, you're right. It's exactly what the doctor ordered from Khan in a round of this nature. 9-2. I mean, he was probably one of the quieter players in Mirage, but that's more just because his services weren't as required. But certainly delivering the goods here on train so far. And look at the attention they've been able to draw away from that A bomb side as a result of the opening kill. Excuse me, away from B in towards A instead.
Well, it looks like Namiga actually want to go back towards A. I thought they were also going to maybe try go upper or down through lower. There's going to be 2 players immediately through pop, and Lear's been tagged by that Molotov. That's a massive sound cue for Parivision, but Belchanot thinks he's being smart. Belchanot thinks that they're going forward towards A. Now, everything gets a little bit skewed. And Sawalio, in the meantime, is also walking out through Ivy. He's being helpful, but they're not shooting at him. Ziello
just misses. No to get sold down the river as a result. He's fuming. Oh, and Risky Bob has just destroyed Jame on the fadeaway. Namiga, they just can't put a foot wrong right now. Even when it looks like they're about to misstep or should fall apart, they're still able to find a way. But what's Belchanot doing, Freddy? Why has he got his knife out? It's not like Namiga were like mid-execute and pressuring the A-bomb side from every single avenue. They were just posting up and waiting, and Belchanot gets caught with his knife out.
You're saying Namiga can't put a step wrong? Bro, Parivision can't put a step right. Okay, Ziello's getting more kills on the exit than he's got on the whole of Mirage. Okay, he gets all the kills,
That's
but it's
an
like
ace.
whoop-de-doo. Oh my god, it is.
He's
the
aced
most
them.
unjustified ace I've ever seen in my
anticlimactic.
career.
Wild.
Oh, like, I can understand the Belchanot reasoning to go for the upper push, because it's like, oh, you get the information there's someone in pop, and you know that they were kind of around A, so it's probably going to be an A execute, which was correct. The big part, though, that went against him was the fact that Namiga had the awareness to go, okay, we're still going to hold upper at least and hold B. And then I don't know what he's doing with his knife out. Like, that's such sharp play. Because also, you don't move that much faster with your knife out than your gun out shifting. It's minimal. So it's really just no point whatsoever. And that's Namiga on 7. Sure, they're losing a lot of players by doing it, but they're still on 7. And Ziello, he's got 13 kills, and I hate it. He's having an awful map.
I know it doesn't really feel fully deserved, but hang on. This impact is far more valuable coming through from him. On the front lines, locking it down. He's going to match his ace with a quad kill in the round that follows. 16-6. That looks a whole lot better.
He's got 9 kills in 2 rounds, and one of the rounds they lost. Okay.
The timing on that was quite poetic.
I apologize, Ziello. I take it all back. I still think he's had a pretty shocking game. And, like, you know, there's so many points to look at that are negative, and it's definitely a misleading scoreline. But what he has done, though, with that ace on the save, it's really killed the autonomy of the movement. Like, this is a force buy that held it around. They've just got nothing. Khan, he tries to get out aggressive A main, doesn't really work. The one thing Parivision has been doing well is actually taking that control around the outside of A main towards yard very well every round. That is one thing that, even though they're on 3 rounds, have been doing that well.
Yeah, they've been certainly setting themselves up very well on that part of the map, and they've had a number of storms that they've had to weather as well, and they've gotten better as the half's gone on. On paper, should be an unlosable round from here against the Tech 9s and the Desert Eagle. Barely any utility to enable Namiga either. I mean, maybe a bomb plant because Parivision are playing quite far back with the setups right now, but outside of that, really not much risk in the round.
A bomb down
James
here.
not posted heaven.
Yeah, James also missed his nade, so it's kind of clouded his vision. You just said he wasn't posted heaven, and then he instantly goes heaven. So Caster's Curse at its finest. This is looking like a good cleanup from Paravision against the Pistols. This is a force buy though, bear in mind.
Yeah, they were golden.
This is all their money. So it's against the Pistols, but it is a very important round to win. Bomb planted, that means it's going to be 2,500 next round, which is not great for the final round and a half.
Yeah, I guess they decided that even if they'd full saved in the previous, they weren't going to get everything they needed in this round. Rather roll the dice with back-to-back force buys than go for an eco and then a bit of a broken buy. I guess, excuse me, I don't really mind it considering the fact that they already had 7 names to their round on the T side, just kind of rolling the dice in the last couple. Paravision needs 7-5 here, man. That kind of goes without saying.
Yeah, this should be a done deal. James also, mouth a motor, has been getting all his information. There's a stampede above him. And he's edging a bit closer to the York, which terrifies me. He hits the nice flick shot and doesn't get away. In the meantime, Zant has also been traded out on Ivy, so it's a 3 versus 3 with an AWP collected for Khan and AW. Oh, that was a risky move, but Bob falls down anyways. And it's a 2 versus 3 where the bomb is outside A main. T spawn. Sawalio lurking out heaven. Feels like that was unnecessary considering that Khan has now just been left in a 1 versus 3 as he went to pick up the bomb.
Yeah, hoping to maybe make a bit of a hero play there. Plenty of time left in the round for Khan to try and cook, but 1v3 is such a massively tall order here. Going to be making his way through Ivy. Not going to be any contact anytime soon. And Paravision are kind of chasing ghosts because Nota's pushed through brown holes, hasn't found anything. And surely this is going to prompt them to start to rotate back in towards A. They're just a little bit worried Khan might be on the massive wraparound, and they're happy to give up the respect, right? Because it doesn't matter if he gets the bomb down. If you just retake with all 3 players combining, there should be no world in which you lose it. Oh, yeah, and because he's taken so long, they've gotten so far forward on these rotations. Nice 1 lead from Khan. Gonna molly off Pop Dog.
Mollo, though.
Yeah, exactly, and if not, then it's another guy coming through from Ivy, AV. AW rounds the corner. Paravision manage 5. The big question, is that enough?
a lot more competitive on map 2 from Paravision. They get 5 at the half, and they end off strong, stemming the storm after a very strong start from Namiga. Khan playing with fire, but this game, certainly not over just yet.
Yeah, Khan has actually done well to get all the way back to the platform here. I was very worried about him, and I thought that as soon as Paravision spotted him, they might just lead the charge into the B bomb side. Xanta's got to be careful, because this is the path to rotate back into A, and Namiga haven't really read into this big B execute. They're thinking it's a fake.
Yeah, only Lear and Khan here, and they're not connecting any of their shots. Oh, it's not nice. Okay, Lear, of course those are the 2 you hit, and now this is actually a winnable retake. Risky Bob, though, thrusted into the 1 versus 2. Another quick shot onto James. Risky Bob's had a slow game, but so is AW, and they're both coming head-to-head, and it's ring around the rosies, around the bomb site. Who's going to drop first? Risky Bob seems to have the right idea, and AW is not looking. A second pistol round win for Namiga spells disaster for their adversaries.
Well, Risky Bob had a huge amount of impact in the CT side pistol of Mirage, and he's delivered the goods here for Namiga as well. I mean, I thought Paravision had that pistol round in the bag when they were able to get that first kill, and Lear's missing all of his shots. He kind of bails them out with a swift double, but they still end up in a 3v2. Risky Bob's brain is so big, because he doesn't panic or start to second guess his read there when he doesn't actually find AW on the wraparound. He still commits the entire way and predicts exactly where AW's gone, and he catches him with his back turn. Perfect start to the second half for Namiga.
Also, that round just always felt like it was going to be Paravision's round. Until Lear just hits 2 Stormers, and then Risky Bob also 1v2. So, bit of a random one. Can't AWP out, because obviously, he gets 1, he gets 2. It's like shooting fish in a barrel. They're trying to charge him down. But the operative word is that they're trying, because nothing gets past him. He doesn't take a lick of damage. Lear cleans up the rest on the MP9, and Khan goes to a 2 KD.
That is incredible work coming through from Khan. I mean, if he just even misses one of those shots, it could have been very costly. Because think about it, Xanta goes down so early without any impact. That's all Khan. And those were all shots where if he misses one, he just dies straight away. So, yeah, really solid work coming through from him. You're right, that 2 KD sitting pretty. 4 rounds away now from the upper bracket final on Amiga. And it should be reduced to 3. I say should. AW's found a good 1D to open up. And we've seen Amiga have their struggles in these sorts of rounds already.
It's good to see Xanta at least gets 1 back, so it's not an instant advantage for Paravision.
Oh, but then offer it back up okay. All good.
You know what? I respect it.
Nice little 1-2 punch from Sawalio.
Yeah. You always look at these rounds when you've got these names on the servers, and you're always like, ooh. I've already seen like 4 low purchase wins today in some other games, so very well. So AW's got the bomb. Why is he just
bomb made? Yeah, lock in the money.
Okay, I don't think Lear's got to deny it. Hello.
Oh, Lear gets the kill. That's hilarious.
Which is like, you know, there's a tiny micro of like it's minus $300 because Xanta doesn't get the kill on the MP9. But
You're such a coach.
Bomb down though is it's kind of one of those things where it's like it's not great.
I mean, yeah.
It doesn't have... The only difference it seems to have is that James has the AWP out, which is a big difference, but James hasn't exactly been putting pen to paper so far in this series, so I don't know where to quite value that.
Yeah, not nearly to the same sort of degree that we come to expect of him as of late. Casello had some good moments in that first half and good moments with mini maps. And Paravision, well, they have to... Wait, Xanta, what are you doing? He's there late. Yeah, and he just steps out with the deagle. Jane probably couldn't even believe what he had just seen. No more of that, please, Xanta. Can you just dial it down a little bit, please, mate?
Crazy.
And look, they're making moves everywhere. They've got a foothold in A main. They're entering through Ivy. They're peeking up at the brown holes. Khan's caught a glimpse.
Yeah,
Khan's got the kill.
And Risky Bob's just like ships in a night. It's passed by Ziello. Who does this favor? That's the question.
Yeah, exactly.
It favors, yeah. Ziello's the one who's clocks it and turns around. Paravision, though, do get bottlenecked in pot because of that very well-placed smoke. And Namiga are sending 3 players B?
Yeah, they're going to have to play for some sort of information then if this is the commitment. Khan is just out in the open. He's in so much trouble right now. Oh, Casello's got the read. Yeah, and he's missed his shot. Casello will punish. Xanta goes down immediately afterwards, and Paravision are going to do as was required of them here, and surely win this all-important gun round.
I mean, Sawalio's had some pretty raucous moments, but this would take the cake. He has 1v4'd already so far in this game.
They've got money, they might as well roll the dice, but that's a very good kill, yeah.
I was thinking Belchnok's kind of given him the kill, though. Belchnok's given him an opportunity, but... And he had 7 kills, so I was like, I don't really trust someone who's having this performance in the series, in the game, to be playing an angle like that. But it works. Yeah. And Lear, the save here is a good one. It means he can drop an AWP over to Khan next round. Might be able to pick it up, actually. He probably could if he went for it, but he's not going to. But he can drop an AWP over, and money will be fine for Nemiga. But it's at least around the board for Paravision in this second half.
Which is exactly what they needed. And that was after Khan gets the opening kill deep into Ivy.
Yeah.
Just felt like there was too much searching going on there. I don't think Risky Bob had to go for that play to try and phase through the A-main smoke when they had the man advantage. I know it's a bit nitpicky, but that's the complacency we're talking about, where sometimes it feels like maybe they get ahead of themselves and they've got to stay locked in here.
Ooh, that's a... okay, they're still going to go for it. Despite not hitting the run boost, they're still going for it. Khan, and shrapnel is just laid at his feet. Luckily, there was the blockage smoke, so the Molotov didn't actually land. If it did, Khan would be a dead man walking. In the same vein, Xanta's also been tagged by the AWP, so he's walking wounded immediately. It's a good start from Paravision, and Nemiga need to try and just not do that.
Yeah, you've just offered yourself up on a silver platter, basically. So you're going to try and make up for it, but he suffers the same fate. Great work from Belchnok. As Paravision starts to come alive, he is going to be completely hurt out here as well. And they stave off any threat here with good utility usage. 10-7. I mean, money, if all 3 players stay alive, they could probably drop a gun and have a good semblance of an investment in the next round, but Paravision are keeping themselves in it here.
Yeah, this is so... Nemiga's playstyle so far in this series is one that... I mean, they've always been a pretty aggressive team, right? But the aggression that we're seeing out from them currently is, like, unruly. It's actually crazy levels of aggression. And when it works, it just looks so objectively beautiful. When it doesn't work, it looks really bad. Like, it has those kind of duality points to it, right? Where, like, when it doesn't work, you sit there and you're like, this is... And unfortunately, at Venom Mirage, it wasn't working. And then right here, it also isn't at all. And you were saying if they save 3, they can maybe get a purchase out. Khan buys his own. They drop one to Sawalio. Issue is, every single player falls. And Paravision now have a free path to 8 and making it a 2-round game.
It's just crazy how they've been the one who have constantly been chasing these halves, chasing the game, you know, kind of painted into a corner, up against the ropes. But they haven't rolled over, have Paravision. They've also got the insurance of the lower bracket behind them, so it's not the end of the world if they lose this, but certainly will be brutal for them, especially if it's in 2-0 fashion.
James, gotta get out of there. Gotta get out of there.
He hasn't dropped the smoke. He should be a dead man.
What am I watching?
Yeah, just push B, fellas. There we go. They've gotten it together. It's just Xanta who's here. Couldn't come away with the kill. Misses all the shots, and that's all good and well.
Question is, does Khan save the AWP? I think he can buy one anyways next round. So a little part of me was like, drop out the map. Come on, just throw it away. But no, it looks like he should be able to save this unless Paravision really get their skates on and start hunting. Khan also has kind of a few bodyguards, protect the president style. That will also serve as an alarm bell. Lear is going to be up there if he starts being shot at. Well, there's someone there. And yeah, Khan, this AWP should be brought over. It still, though, is now a 2-round game. And this feels very reminiscent to Mirage and Paravision. They just start to make it look a little bit more competitive.
Yeah, they draw within 2. And there's a gun round to follow. There'll be an AWP. They'll have everything they need, Amiga. And now I think that they're really going to just bring maximum detail and attention into this next round, because they've seemed like they've gotten a little bit lazy with some unnecessary pushes and peeks, kind of giving up some advantages in rounds as well unnecessarily. Surprised we don't maybe see a bit of a tactical time out here from Amiga before we get into the round, but let's see what round number 19 has in store for us.
Yeah, not much pauses in this game. And that's an opening kill for Paravision. Lear, great damage, so much damage, and that sets Khan up for a sweet Kobe. And then he's also able to protect up the AWP for not just 1, but 2. This round is all Khan, shining in divine light. It's biblical what he's just put down on the server, and Notta on 12 HP has no idea what to do, and Khan's going for the ace, so Walio will steal it away, but that is a statement.
That's an incredible round from Khan, mate. He's smoking that Paravision pack in round number 19. I can't believe it. I mean, the nade to double down. Leah had, who was it that did so much damage on the front lines? I can't even remember. Yeah, it was. He gets so much damage inflicted onto the players coming through A main. No kills to show for it, but that nade brings it back into a 3v3. He then hits 2 instant bangers straight afterwards, and Amiga built their lead to 3.
Paravision, this is quick. Xanta, he's had the communication correctly relayed over. They're just steaming through this smoke now. A massive hold from Xanta, and the rotations are clinical. James gets 1 back, able to do a second with the Glock. He does at least make this winnable, but they are hounding upon him. And Lear also is not overstepping towards Pop, and because of that, Nota is unable to get that kill in time. His teammate's already fallen, and it's another clutch that Nota needs to prevail in. If he doesn't, it's map and series points for Namiga, and it also cripples the economy. But Nota, he's saying that Paravision is still alive. All the smoke fades. Oh, it's so unfortunate. He gets 2 in the 1 versus 3, tries to scarper away, but then the smoke fades at the worst possible time.
Oh my goodness. I mean, that's just a really well-played round from Namiga. Xanta does a fantastic job. Khan's first responder gets in on the action as well. One of the key details I want to highlight is Risky Bob's positioning to get up on the platform above Oil Train. James was never expecting that. He had no idea 2 players had already rotated into the B bomb site, because they'd killed Khan and they'd killed Xanta. He thought he had some space afforded to him, but Risky Bob, without hesitation, scales forward and catches James. 4 map and series points, Freddy. 4 opportunities to win the series 2-0, but they're going to have to do it in this round without Sawalio.
Yeah, that's a big piece to be taken away early on, and a must-need opening kill for James. Amiga, they're seeming to mobilize towards upper B, but that's just going to walk into Nota's hands. Lear and Risky Bob very disconnected there, and Risky Bob does get a trade, but it's only 1. And James, his dynamism from Pop to Longhouse? That's not a thing. To Pop to upper B, is able to get 2, and Paravision, they at least close the gap by 1. So it's that mountain. It's more of a molehill
chipped
now.
away out. Yeah.
Because it's 3 rounds, but also no money for Namiga.
Exactly, and I think it's only 1,400 going into their account here on this round, so 12-9, Force, 12-10, Eco 12-11. Overtime's not as far away as it looks like now. And James just patiently waiting, will get offered up Khan. And that is going to be the force fight to follow, no doubt, here for Namiga.
Finally a tactical pause. What do you do in this situation? So you force by here. If you lose this, it's 10. Eco 11. And then you're playing 1 round.
That's
Until
what
it's
I'm saying.
overtime.
Yeah, there's basically just 1 gun round between Parivision and overtime right now. It's very doable.
The Namiga sporadicness, it also definitely feels like they're trying to close out the game too quickly. And that's exactly what happened in Mirage. And that's why it got close. And these scorelines are very deceiving on both these maps. It feels like it's been a lot closer than it is. But then to me, it just feels like an Namiga one-way street. And this low buy, they would have loved for those nades to connect in A main. But instead, no damage early on. And it's Parivision actually setting up for a straight away. They'll definitely go B now.
Yeah, and immediately round over. And there we go. Belchnock on entry duties is going to be able to affect the trade as he loses his life out. Round over. No chance for the Namiga. Best just bunkering down, trying to carry over these forced up weapons into the next, see if they can make something happen with them. But Parivision showing some resolve here.
I'd like to save here because in normality, it would be a full eco for the next. So at least Namiga are keeping some sort of weaponry and danger value at a minimum. Like, I know it's 5.7s and MP9s, but it's at least better than USBs, right? And also, if that MP9 gets more kills, it's an extra $600. That does go a long way when we're really grasping at straws for Namiga. And Parivision, interesting enough for hunting it down. I mean, I don't hate it. There's no reason not to. But just got to make sure that no AKs then get buried into the hands of Namiga. And it looks like they won't. And Sawale shall fall. So that's one less dangerous aspect.
Yeah, and this next round should be on a silver platter now for Parivision. And this team is always going to have comeback ability because James is an IGL that you'll just never break. He is unbreakable. He's got that temperament that it doesn't matter if it's 12-11 or if he's down 12-0, you're still going to get the same demeanor out of him. And I think that's what makes him such a good leader.
This is an exciting play. 3 USPs up at B behind this smoke. And the other 2 that saved are in A main. Parivision are all walking down B. What a bizarre round. USPs, are they maybe able to save an AK, or is Belchnock just going to clean up? And it goes on the latter.
Yeah, good work coming through from him. And it just like, has a little gander at the angle before he fully commits. And he's like, damn, there's numbers there. He's able to take a step back and then kind of line them up and mow them down. 12-11, the imminent scoreline. We're going to require all 24 rounds here on train and maybe even more.
Parivision are starting to have a conversation about overtime. Lear, big kill, 1 with the MP9. Any more for any more? He gets 2. That's $1,200 extra and an AK saved over. That is, I think, an AWP for card. Oh, wow.
So much.
So, okay, AWP's still available for Calm. No, he did. Oh, wait, no, he just. Wait, why does he put head armor? If he buys Kevlar as an AWP for Calm, but that's no utility. And if he'd able to save the AK and armor, that would have been full util, no worries whatsoever. But now you can see that Lear and Khan are kind of they're sharing util belts.
Yeah, so there are some consequences, but I mean, they were never supposed to have anybody staying alive and saving anyway, right? Like, that's not something they would have been relying on. One opportunity here, one chance left for Namiga to close this out. They were 12-8 up at one point. Parivision have wrestled 3 back since then. They need 1 more to push this over into overtime and wipe that slate clean.
I'm quite chuffed. I was like, oh, the MP9 is quite a big save because, you know, extra damage, and it's good for the economy. Boom, gets them an AWP. Question is Khan going to be a difference maker? He has been. massively in this map so far.
Oh, wow,
It's going to be a
fast.
fast A play. Vision turning up the heat, and they're running right into the arms, the welcoming arms of Namiga. Everyone falls completely flat, and Vision, they bring it all the way to 24 rounds, one away from overtime, but instead, it's Namiga to close it out. Lear leading by example with 4 kills to his name, and an unlikely Namiga make their way through to the upper bracket final of the ESL Pro League Season 22 European Closed Qualifier.
Let me tell you something. Leah was completely blind as they were coming out of A main. He caught a glimpse of a player just before he get blinded, commits to the spray. If he doesn't get that kill, I think the round's immediately out of control for Namiga, and Vision probably run rampant on that A bomb site. But Leah gets a kill, slows down the attack ever so slightly, and then he gets support. 2 players outside of E-box just hold down the line, hold down mouse button 1, get all the kills, and Namiga get across the line in 2-0 fashion. That's amazing. I'm a little bit stunned right now that Namiga have managed that. I'm also a little bit taken aback by the way Vision try and get it into overtime, considering what had been working so well before that round. But it's one of those plays that if it works, we're singing James praises, right? And like, damn, what a crazy call to get into overtime. But when it doesn't work, it almost looks a bit silly.
Yeah, that's rough. I completely agree. Vision, what was working for them was everything but the A main pushes. Every time they'd gone towards A, they'd lost very quickly on that aggressive play. So to do it once more feels very lackadaisical and very an uninspired call, and a very uninspired performance from Vision, who on day 1 knocked out Ents in the single elimination bracket format, a titan in this closed qualifier. And then Navi Jr., sure, they're playing with Mathios instead of Mikaze, but regardless, that was a clean 2-0. I had them as the favorites coming into this one. Sure, both Namiga and Vision have made roster changes, but Namiga seem to be going off to the races. They're having a great time, and now they are waiting in the wings to see if Sashi are going to be able to close out their map against TNL, or will that go to a third? In the meantime, elsewhere in the bracket, Navi Jr. have eliminated OG, and Passion UA have also just eliminated Fnatic Haze.
I think you made a mistake there, Freddy. What you meant to say was Passion UA 2.0 has eliminated Passion UA 1.0 version 1, right? With Zero Fix Fear and Jambo on Fnatic, it was almost like the 2 different rosters going up against each other.
Yeah.
But what a day of Counter-Strike it's been. We've now whittled it down to, what, 6 teams as we've eliminated 2, like you say, Fnatic and OG now out of contention. Sashi versus TNL still figuring out that game. That's the last game left remaining for the day to determine what that upper bracket final is going to look like tomorrow. But it's been a pleasure, Freddy. And of course, we're going to be back again tomorrow, aren't we?
Yep, right back here tomorrow. Same thing, I'm joining you for the second game. The schedule is very similar today. You've got the first 2 games, the lower bracket semi-finals at 3:30 CEST. And then following that, you have the upper bracket final and then the lower final. So from 6 teams at the end of today and the beginning of tomorrow, there was 24 that started. And each day, more and more teams shall be eliminated. By the end of tomorrow, there will only be 3 teams remaining out of 24 of the best teams in Europe. This is action you do not want to miss, because they are all fighting for one coveted spot in one of the biggest events of the year, ESL Pro League Season 22. And especially for these teams who are fighting on the precipice of Tier 1, those Valve ranking points are mandatory. And Haze, it's been a pleasure back right at you. And thank you very much, everyone, for tuning in. And we'll see you same place, same time tomorrow.
What a closeout.
Come play with us.
He wants to win right here, right now. He's crazy. As he turns it, nice headshot. Clean headshots from Messi.
Lately, I feel I can't find my feet. Pushing closer, my heart skips a beat, and now I'm falling deeper than I fly. I can't control it. Dark against the sky, it's not so black and white. It's like I told him, there's things that I can't fight. I just keep going. I just keep going. In my time, I've been dreaming of a space to really fill my place. I wish she'd seen what I had dreamed. Before these darker days, I thought I found my way. Quickly it fades, losing the race, closing
speech is slurred. I can't find the words, the ones that make you turn around and tell me it's alright. A little bit more to keep me going. Feels like my feet have left the ground. Oh, nothing can hold